Calling to order this hearing. This is a public hearing of the Committee of the Whole of the Council of the District of Columbia. I'm Phil Mendelson, Chair of the Council and Chair of the Committee of the Whole. Today is Thursday, April 11th, 2024. The time is 9:28 in the morning. This is the third of six budget oversight hearings that the Committee of the Whole is having on the mayor's proposed budget for fiscal year 2025, which begins October 1st of this year. And her budget proposal also includes some revisions to the current year, fiscal year 24 budget. Today, we are hearing testimony from the agency heads for the DC Public School System, DCPS, and the state superintendent of the Office of the State Superintendent of Education, also known as OSSE. Last week, we had testimony from public witnesses, meaning non-government witnesses. That's why there are none of them today. And so we will hear testimony in the order of DCPS first and then OSSE. Next week, and I don't have the schedule in front of me, and maybe it's not next week, the following week, the Committee of the Whole has its remaining three hearings, which are on non-education agencies. The complete schedule of hearings of committees of the council regarding the mayor's proposed fiscal year budget is available on the council's website, which is www.dccouncil.gov. I usually don't give much in the way of opening statements. I will say this, that education is, in my view, one of the most important programs or services that the government offers, because through education, we provide the opportunity for a leveling of the chance for opportunity for our youth and even adults in the adult education system. And so when the council or others talk about equity, they ought to be talking about education as well as whatever else is of concern. And this committee over the last several years has put some focus into trying to provide more resources as well as stability for our schools, whether we're talking about DCPS schools or the public charter schools. And also this committee has looked at the continuum of education from birth through the University of the District of Columbia. And so with that, that speaks to the importance of this. And I will turn to colleagues. I believe Councilmember Fruman was here first, so I'll recognize him if he has an opening statement.
Thank you very much, Chairman Mendelson. Thank you for the witnesses. I would obviously underscore education is the key to everything. It's the key to opportunity for our kids. It's the key to success for our communities. The role that DCPS plays in that is central. And so I share the urgency that the chairman describes around fully supporting our education opportunities, doing all we can to create opportunity and strengthen our communities. I think I'll leave it at that and turn it back to you, Chairman Mendel.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Nadeau.
Thank you, Chairman. And thanks everyone for being here today. I look forward to hearing from the government witnesses on the FY25 education budget for DCPS and OSSE. Thank you to the hundreds of public witnesses who put in time and energy testifying last week. It's because of your advocacy and drive that our city has seen many historic investments over the years. Advocates, organizations, lawmakers, and others in our community invest time, energy, funds, and so much passion into passing legislation and budgets that will make a positive impact. This past year, there have been many discussions and statements made about the importance of addressing teacher and principal retention, student absenteeism, and youth crime, and about helping our students succeed and return to pre-pandemic academic achievement levels. We've heard from school leaders, educators, families, and students about their priorities, and they've told us what works and what doesn't. We know that without investments in the mental, emotional, and financial well-being of our education community, our kids will struggle to succeed. And yet the FY25 budget lets these folks down. Once again, schools have had to cut positions to make ends meet, Once again, effective community-oriented programs have been underfunded. Once again, programs that our residents need most are under threat of being eliminated. While there are things in the education budget to be excited about, they're overshadowed by huge cuts and reductions in critical areas. Flexible spending grants were reduced by $1 million. Grow Your Own programs were cut by over $500,000. $10 million was taken from childcare subsidy program. The community schools program was eliminated. PKEEP and the Quality Improvement Network saw reductions. School-based behavioral health lost $3 million in net funding. The GW Community of Practice was eliminated, and the Early Childhood Pay Equity Fund was gutted. As one of the original authors of the legislation that established the fund, this is a top priority for me. I'm also frustrated by cuts to school budgets, which target programs and positions critical to well-rounded youth development and eliminate at least 200 full-time equivalent positions, many of which are special education, at-risk, and English language learner positions at Ward 1 schools. While we all understand the right sizing that has been so often referenced this budget season, we are going to have to find the funding for these positions. Cutting FTEs when we are trying to prevent teacher burnout and absenteeism is the exact opposite of what we should be doing. For far too long, schools in the district have lacked sufficient support, and because of it, our students have suffered. It's imperative we hold district government accountable for supporting our schools and our students. The profound influence of a stable, secure, and productive school environment on children, particularly those at risk of not realizing their full potential or engaging in potentially harmful activities, cannot be overstated. When our schools, educators, and students do not receive the tailored support they require, turnover rates for teachers and principals rise, student attendance declines, and we fall short in preparing our youth for adulthood, causing ripple effects and far-reaching consequences across our city. If we want to fight pervasive truancy, prevent crime, fill district jobs with district residents, and help our students succeed, we must prioritize educator and student wellness, both financially and emotionally, in early childhood, adult education, and at every level in between. If our goal is to have a healthy, equitable, and safe city, then we must invest in mental health supports for students and teachers, incorporate flexible scheduling into our school models, and prioritize funding for essential programs such as the Pay Equity Fund. We cannot go backward and further exacerbate teacher burnout and student absenteeism. And I will be pushing to restore funding to these programs that give students the promise of success and give our teachers and other educators the support they need to help students achieve. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I look forward to being here with you today and hearing from our witnesses.
Thank you, Councilmember Nadeau. I believe that's all the council members at the moment. So Chancellor, you're up first, and good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and council member, staff, and members of the public. I am Dr. Louis D. Fairby, Chancellor of the District of Columbia Public Schools. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today about our fiscal year 2025 budget. Thanks to Mayor Bowser's leadership, DCPS students and schools have an annual budget of $250 million larger than what it was 4 years ago. Our schools are more robustly staffed than ever before, with over 8,700 team members working in our schools with our students every day, compared to just over 7,900 in the fiscal year of 2021. And during that time, we negotiated a historic contract with our labor partners and are starting our teacher salaries at the highest in the nation. The average pay for a DCPS teacher has increased by 20% compared to 4 years ago. While we have provided robust resources to our schools, particularly over the last 4 years, we know this year is a time where we must right size. With the ending of federal funded dollars, we need to make hard decisions as a city about what to prioritize and what investments to preserve. While we know that our schools are much better resourced than they were 4 years ago, we also know that many school communities are experiencing difficult cuts to staff. We appreciate the work of our principals, our local school advisory teams, who make decisions and to prioritize their schools. At DCPS, our budget strategy allocates funds based on enrollment and student need while minimizing staffing changes where possible. This updated approach replaced the previous comprehensive staffing model and acknowledges the impact of per student spending on educational outcomes. Both DCPS and the council agree that students identified as at risk require additional resources. Consequently, our budget model emphasized these student needs, directing more funding to schools where larger populations face significant barriers to opportunity. Recently, the Edunomics Lab, an education finance research center at Georgetown University, conducted an analysis regarding the DCPS budget model. The analysis found that the current DCPS budget model is more successful in directing funds to students with the highest needs than our previous budget model. For example, their analysis found that for elementary schools that have the highest levels of poverty, our model provides over $8,000 more per student to schools with the lowest level of poverty. To better understand this analysis, please see the slides provided related to this study. Today, I also want to discuss 4 specific investments that DCPS is sustaining in the fiscal year 2025 budget that drives progress to our students. 1, our 6th and 9th grade academies. 2, the DC Reading Clinic and the new Dream Math Centers. 3, our Connected Schools model. And 4, school modernization. These are evidence-based, equity-focused investments that make DCPS a high-performing school system. At DCPS, more students are graduating than ever before. In the 2023 school year, DCPS continued to see an increase in graduation rates, with over 75% of our students graduating within 4 years. Our investment that has supported improved graduation rate is our 9th grade academies. University of Chicago's Consortium of Chicago School Research confirms that 9th grade year is a critical year for college and career success and names the freshman year as a make or break year for students, perhaps the most important year that will set the stage for whether a student will graduate from high school. Therefore, DCPS continues to invest in 9th grade academies to support the transition from 8th grade to 9th grade. First-time 9th graders at non-traditional high schools are scheduled together in teams for all core content courses in such a way that they interact with a specific team of teachers and students. Through this teaming or school within a school approach, students make solid connections with their adults and peers, which increases their sense of belonging. Academy assistant principals also lead teaching teams and meet with them weekly to monitor progress and to troubleshoot challenges and design supports for specific students. DCPS also employs a 9th grade academy director and central services support for assistant principals to each academy. The director consults regularly with the assistant principal to track promotion rates, course pass rates, and other critical data. This strategy has led to more and more students being promoted successfully to 10th grade from their first year of high school. Given the success of this model, we're now expanding this approach to middle school and introducing the 6th grade academy at 11 of our Title I middle school. These academies are focused on increasing student attendance, academic performance, and also a sense of belonging as they begin their middle school experience. Each academy has a dedicated assistant principal and a budget for curriculum materials, field trips, and compensating staff for additional responsibilities such as tutoring, extracurricular activities, and collaborating and planning. We have already seen encouraging data with our students in our academies attending at a higher rate than students in the schools compared to last year and compared to 6th grade students not enrolled in an academy. DCPS continues to lead as a district that is making real progress for students through our investments in the science of reading. We're also seeing encouraging improvements for our youngest learners with our 6th graders and also our kindergarten through 2nd grade students who are now performing above grade level and exceeding pre-pandemic performance. In fact, our kindergarten through 2nd grade students are outperforming the national average in our assessments. We celebrate these signs of rebounding and steady progress and understand that we still have more work to do. One reason for this success is our investment in ensuring our teachers understand the science of reading and use aligned materials and curriculum supports, and also consistent monitoring of student progress. A driver of this work is the DC Reading Clinic. This $1.3 million investment provides intensive intervention. Thousands of students are benefiting from increased teacher expertise when teachers apply what they're learning in their classroom. In the fiscal year 2025 budget, we're also pleased to expand the reading clinic to middle schools and the model to mathematics instruction. DCPS will open a Dream Math Center to grow teacher expertise while serving students in need of math instruction. The center will also serve students across the district and will also allow families to learn together with students. While we work to support our students in academic achievement, we're also investing comprehensively in the whole child through our Connected School model. Connected Schools are full-service community schools. These schools partner with the community, provide an integrated approach to academics, health, and social services, youth and community development, and community engagement. This approach works to ensure our students, regardless of their background and neighborhood, are able to thrive in school and life. Initial analysis by the Johns Hopkins University showed that learning loss between 2019 and 2023 was smaller at connected schools compared to non-connected schools. Additionally, students receiving at least one ongoing service from a community partner at a connected school had attendance rate increase rates higher than 7% than their peers compared to the 2022-23 school year. Connected school partners with programs providing high-impact tutoring, student mental health support, aftercare, and other services. All ways that DCPS is working to support the whole child. This investment is funded through a variety of resources, including local funding, federal grants, Medicaid funding, and also private philanthropy. At each school, there's approximately $200,000 investment in supports for a connected school manager, as well as funding for basic supplies. At Central Services, 4 team members support this work by providing one-on-one coaching, connecting schools to partners, and also applying for and securing additional funding sources. Altogether, this program provides $4.7 million in annual investment by DCPS. In the fiscal year 2025, we're excited to expand this program from 18 schools to 20 schools in DCPS. Please see the provided slides for more information. Finally, over the last 20 years, in collaboration with the Department of General Services, DCPS has renovated and modernized dozens of our school buildings, investing billions of dollars to ensure that our students are learning in state-of-the-art facilities. Thanks to Mayor Bowser's leadership and the continued support of the DC Council, DCPS is moving forward with 33 school modernizations or expansion projects. Over the next 6 years, we propose to invest $2.6 billion in our schools, and in fiscal year 2025, opening in time for school year 24-25, we plan to complete construction of Whitlock Elementary, Dorothy Height Elementary, Garfield Elementary, and School Without Walls at Francis Stevens, Dill Middle School, and the Old Minor Early Childhood Education Center. Despite the challenging fiscal environment, we continue to prioritize modernization and small capital projects to improve our physical spaces in which students learn. In fiscal year 2025, DCPS and DGS will begin the construction phases of modernization at 4 elementary schools: Thomas Elementary School, J.L. Wilson Elementary School, Tubman Elementary School, and Malcolm X at Green Elementary School. DCPS prioritized modernization in accordance with the PACE Act, which emphasizes the need to prioritize schools with significant percentages of students designated as at risk. These are just some of the thoughtful and evidence-based and equity-focused investments we're making in DC public schools with our public resources. At DCPS, Like other school districts across the country, we had to make tough decisions about what to prioritize in a challenging fiscal environment. Above all, we have chosen to prioritize supporting our students and investments that will help them succeed. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I look forward to answering your questions. I'm joined by members of our team at the table. We have Deputy Chancellor Dr. Bay and also Deputy Chancellor Mr. Ashley. Thank you.
Thank you, Chancellor Farabee. So we'll have at least 2 rounds of 10 minutes for questions. And I will begin. Once again, this year, the mayor's proposed budget proposes funding something like $40 million to DCPS outside of the UPSFF. The largest piece as impact. $26.6 million. Why can't DCPS accommodate this within the roughly $1.3 billion budget it has?
Thank you, Chairman, for that question. We believe that the impact model, as you've outlined, is a very unique service and structure in which our educators are rewarded for their hard work and success in the classroom, which is much different than what happens outside of DCPS. So we believe this unique obligation should be funded outside of the uniform per student funding formula.
I don't agree, but I will move on. Why are the UPSFF rates not up to the level of the most recent adequacy study?
Well, the uniform per student funding formula provides additional dollars to DCPS. As you know, this over a 12% increase. And we have applied those dollars to our budget accordingly.
You know, that did not answer my question, even close. The adequacy study recommended higher weights. Why is the proposal not up to the level of the adequacy study?
Well, DCPS, as you know, doesn't set the UPSFF, but we do apply those dollars and we invest in the needs as I've described in my testimony.
You have $16.7 million in ESSER funds budgeted in FY25 that need to be obligated by the end of this fiscal year. What is the plan?
And so we have a spend plan for all of our ESSER dollars. Mr. Ashley can speak to a little bit more of like where we are, but as you know, historically, we've spent a huge part of that investment in services for students such as our high impact tutoring.
Mr. Ashley?
Good morning, Chairman. So for our ESSER spend, the load that you see in FY25 is a technical issue with making sure that the funds are available. We do have plans to spend all of our ESSER funds down by September 30th of 2024, which is the end of the ESSER period without a late liquidation.
Without a late liquidation, what does that mean?
So the U.S. Department of Education provides opportunities to do what's called late liquidation, which is when you make an obligation by the end of the grant period, but you haven't fully liquidated the money in terms of spending that money. So our intent is to spend down every dollar by September 30th, which is the end of the period. We know that they do provide some flexibility for services that might be delivered after September 30th that might not have been able to be received by the end of the fiscal year.
Can you provide a copy of the plan? You say you have plans for spending it.
Sure, we can do that.
And you started out, Mr. Ashley, by saying it's a technical issue. It's loaded in the budget as a technical issue.
Yeah, I'd have to get more specific details on the grant fund load, and we can follow up with you on that.
Chancellor Farabee, you received $9.2 million in at-risk concentration funds, of which $452,000 you've withheld from schools to fund, quote, at-risk substitutes, unquote, out of school-wide. Why is that appropriate?
Chairman, can you repeat that question? I couldn't hear you.
You received $9.2 million in at-risk concentration funds. That would be the at-risk weights of 40% and 70% concentration in a school. You've withheld $452,000 of that. Why is that appropriate?
When you say withheld,
It's, as far as we can tell, it's not actually obligated, it's the wrong word, budgeted in individual schools.
okay.
Yeah, so Chairman, thank you for the opportunity to answer that question. So what you'll see is that while we provide funding to schools, there's always going to be a difference between our DCPS budgets that the schools create and the OCFO budget. And that's because some of the funds are administered centrally. And so what happens is those are school-specific funds that are then swept back to central for administration. And so you can think about that. We have this question often about the average position costs and things like substitutes. Substitutes are budgeted at a school level, but administered at a central level. And so you'll see some discrepancy between school-based budgets, which are on DCPSbudget.com, as well as the OCFO budget.
I'm a little confused. The OCFO budget is your budget?
No, so we provide each school an allocation of dollars. And so some of those dollars are budgeted, all of those dollars are budgeted at the school level, but not all of those are administered on a day-to-day basis by the school. And so what you'll see is that funding is actually moved back over to central administration for the delivery of those services. For example, substitutes. Substitutes are budgeted at the school level. Each position has an average cost of substitutes, but each school is not responsible for administering the substitute program. Those funds are moved, and so they benefit the individual school, but they exist on the school-wide budget.
School-wide, so it's school-wide within central.
Correct.
So does it show up in the school's budget?
So again, two budgets. So you'll see that if you go to DCPSbudget.com, you'll see that money on the school's budget. But from an administration standpoint, from what the OCFO creates as part of the budget book, it does not show up on the individual school budgets because it's not managed under the school's budget.
And which budget does the principal have control over? The, what you're calling the OCFO budget?
So the principal has control over the school budget. So they're provided a total allocation of dollars. And so the principal has control over that. The technical administration of the budget, the actual day-to-day administration of the budget, then gets converted, and that's the OCFO budget.
All right, that confused me and I'm not sure it quite answered the question. So there are two budgets. There's one that is what the principal controls and the other is what is attributed to the school.
Correct.
Okay, and so the substitute teachers are in what's attributed to the school budget.
So they will not, so the substitute teachers will not show up on an individual school budget
That the principal controls.
that the principal controls. They are charged for that budget. The substitutes are charged to that budget when we give them their allocation. And the reason for that is, we don't know exactly how much a school is going to spend on substitutes, for example. If they go over that amount, the school is not responsible for that. It becomes part of an enterprise budget model so that we administer that at the central level. So those funds don't exist at each
school-wide.
individual school. Correct.
Administered in school.
Yep. And just to call attention to it, there's a crosswalk on DCPSbudget.com that talks about the differences between the two budgets under the resource section, and we can provide a link to that as well.
Okay. In the past, Chancellor Farabee, we've spoken a few times about the 10% advance that DCPS is uniquely allowed to draw. And my understanding is that the DCPS does not draw the full advance because in essence, DCPS is penalized by the OCFO if you do not spend all that you advance. Penalized in the sense that you don't have access to the money until the second quarter. Just so everybody understands what I'm asking. So you're able to advance 10% of your budget. If you don't, because school starts in August, which is not the start of the fiscal year, if you don't spend all of that advance, it's not available. The unspent portion is not available to you until January. Do I have this correct so far?
Yeah, I think there's some
So,
timeline.
wait a minute, my
Go ahead.
question here, I just wanted to know if I was correct, and I'll take that as yes. So have you had conversations with the CFO about rectifying that so that you can advance the full 10% this year?
Well, then the advance is not always accessible in a timeline that aligns with our procurement timelines in which we need to deliver goods and services to schools. Currently in fiscal year 24, the advance is still not available, but I know that that's something Mr. Ashley is continuing to explore and how we can get access to those resources in the quickest manner possible.
I don't understand. What do you mean it's not available in FY24? We're almost 3/4 through FY24. We are. And my question was, have you talked to the CFO about fixing this?
Yes, Chairman, thank you for the question. We work really closely with the CFO. Mr. Saunders is here in the room with us as well, and so we have a great relationship with the CFO. We continue to work through challenges on summer advance, but as the Chancellor mentioned, you have a reprogramming in front of you before council right now that actually does the reversal that's necessary for summer advance. So we actually, as of today, don't have access to the remaining funds from what we advanced in the beginning parts of this fiscal year.
You do not have access on April 11th, 2024 to the FY24 funds, which is the year we're in, that were advanced in July and August last year.
Correct. There's a reprogramming in front of the council right now. As soon as that's passed, we'll have access to those funds.
Councilmember Fruman?
Thank you very much, Chairman Mendelson. A couple of questions just about the materials that were presented. The Edunomics Lab presentation, this covers FY24. Has this analysis been updated to cover the FY25 budgets, and can it be shared?
Yes, so Edunomics has committed to support us in looking at fiscal year 25 as well. I will say preliminarily, you see the similar trends. In fact, that the number of schools that are high concentration of at-risk and poverty, we do see the same level, if not more, of funding that are going to those schools. Another good example of that, for example, of our 117 schools, we know 68 of those schools are seeing reductions in their FTEs, but we do see FTEs increasing in schools. And particularly in our schools where there are a large population of at-risk students. So a good example would that be
No, I understand. I was just asking the technical question. Has the analysis been done yet? Or it's analysis that's gonna be done?
Well, we're not in the final phases of fiscal year 25. So it would be preliminary at this point.
Okay, well, I'd love to see the preliminary, and I 100% share the view that we need to be investing the most in the schools where we have the children with the greatest needs. That's not to say that we also need to be investing adequately in every school, and we can have more of a back and forth on that. And I hope actually in this budget process that we can work together to try to think about what kinds of solutions there can be to make sure that every school is adequately funded. One of the things that can happen is you can have a school with a lower percentage of at-risk students and that school experiences cuts, and it's those kids, those at-risk students who suffer the most as a result of those cuts. So the percentage of at-risk students, it can't be the only driver, but let's have a conversation on that. And in having that conversation, even seeing the preliminary analysis that Edunomics may have done for the FY25 budgets would be helpful. I don't mean to cut you off, but we have limited time tonight.
Understood.
The other presentation on the connected schools, very, very helpful. And I share your view that this initiative is a really positive one. The community school program at OSSE has seen a cut, and there's a bunch of community schools through the OSSE program at DCPS and help me understand what's going to happen with those schools.
Yes, so I think it's important to distinguish the difference between the two models. I know that Councilman Doe also mentioned it in her testimony, and I think it's important to call out that our connected school model is the DCPS version of community schools with elevated supports for students and their families. So that effort will continue in DCPS. And in fact, as I shared in my testimony, we're actually increasing the number of schools that will be implementing that model. But we shifted from community schools to connected schools years ago, and that's been our approach going forward.
But don't you still have a whole bunch of schools that are through the community schools program? When I look at the list of schools in the community schools program, it looks like Houston, Langdon, Minor, Amadon Bowen, Tubman, J.O. Wilson, Roosevelt, Eastern, Woodson, Stanton, all in that community schools program, but not in the connected schools program. What happens to those schools? Do they lose a program or do they get picked up by you eventually? How are you thinking about that?
Yeah, so some of that funding you referenced went to partners, and we don't know exactly how that will play out in investments that the schools are making. Some of our schools, like I mentioned earlier, are picking up the connected schools model, but we will continue to support those schools centrally as we've done in the past.
And do you have the bandwidth to add connected schools that may have been dropped out of the community schools model? I mean, if funding were added to allow you to do that, could you pick up some of these schools? Because the benefit of the model, you make a very compelling case about the benefit of the model. You'd hate to see a place like Woodson that was covered last year not be covered this year. If you had the funding, could you extend the connected school model?
I am confident that we're able to support the schools that were receiving those resources, but we also are really clear that we expect schools to raise their hand and be interested in the connected schools model because there's a significant commitment we expect for schools, but I anticipate some schools may have a different interest and priorities. So for example, H.C. Woodson is one of our schools that is implementing their high school redesign. And I know that there are a lot of investments that support students and their families as part of that effort. So it could be a reason why that school may not necessarily be interested in that approach. But if schools are interested in incorporating the connected schools model into their approach, we have been able to find resources and also have been able to support those schools. So if they raise their hand, we're happy to have a conversation with those schools.
Wonderful. And the connected schools model is funded from a bunch of different sources. It's federal dollars. And how much of the funding for connected schools comes through the UPSFF and how much of it is outside of the UPSFF?
I'd have to give you the exact numbers, but I do know that there are schools that have decided to take that on. I believe there's two connected schools that have decided to use their school dollars to support the effort. About 32%, I would say, of the connected schools funding comes directly from local funding.
And then, okay, great. And what's the total overall funding for connected schools? Do you have a sense?
So the total investment is $4.7 million.
Okay, so 2/3 of that, 3 million of that is probably federal.
That is correct.
Great. Very helpful. The MacArthur modernization, we've had lots of conversations about this, and I want to have a conversation on the record about this. As you know, the community, many people in the community feel very strongly that that plan needs to include an auditorium and an expanded cafeteria. The current plan does not include those things. And now we're working against the clock to make an evaluation of how much it would cost to add those things. What are the implications of doing it? Where can they go? And we'd need to make this decision. We on the council are going to have to make an informed decision on that in this budget process, because otherwise you just run out the clock. So we need to have a meeting by the first week of May, frankly, April 30th, May 2nd, at the latest, where your team can present what these things would cost, what are the implications for them, where might they go? I've heard different ideas. I've heard ideas over on one side of the school, there's an open flat area where there's a kind of court, maybe an auditorium could fit there. I've heard people say maybe it would have to go on the field. I've heard other people say a parking garage with an auditorium on top. Whatever it is, we need to hear what's been the evaluation of each of these things, which can be done, which cannot, how much would it cost, what it would mean in terms of changes in the timeline. Will you commit that we can set up such a meeting by April 30th, May 2nd, so that we can have a full discussion focused on this issue so we can make decisions in this budget process?
We will commit to a meeting. Councilmember Fruitman, thank you for your engagement with the MacArthur School community. I know that there are 3 priorities that they identified. You were in the room and heard that they wanted additional classroom space for this upcoming school year, which we were able to provide. And there was interest in expanding the cafeteria space and also an auditorium with theater style seating. We are working to schedule a meeting the first week of May. I believe that's the timeline that our team is working towards. If we can do it before that, the end of April, we're happy to do so. We estimate right now early preliminary numbers around expanding to a theater would be about $25 million, but we're going to do some more research and give more precise numbers. And then for the cafeteria, we're still working through getting an estimate with Department of General Services. Now, the caution here is that many of these changes could be some trade-offs. So there could be some changes with timeline. We just need to understand the feasibility of the footprint of the campus. But these are areas that we're committed to continue to explore.
No, I appreciate that, and I appreciate that there can be trade-offs, including around timeline. That's the conversation we just absolutely have to make. And I would urge you to focus on April 30th, May 2nd as possible dates for that meeting. I don't want to end without thanking you for the changes that you made for the plan for the school for next year. That is the most urgent thing, and you did answer the mail for that, and it's going to be very, very important. There's still going to be operational things that I'll be back at you and in this process to try to address, but thank you for that. And let's have a full discussion of what the options, trade-offs, costs are so that we can make a informed decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Nadeau.
Thank you very much, fellow Chancellor. We are seeing consistent cuts in special education, English language learner, and at-risk positions in Ward 1 schools. For instance, the Columbia Heights Education Campus is losing 2 out of 3 special education behavior techs and 2 out of 3 special education psychologists. Can you explain the rationale behind these cuts, please?
Well, I think it's important first, Councilman Doe, to call out that even though we're seeing reduction in positions, we do see more investments across the board in DCPS to support multilingual learners and also students with IEPs and 504 plans. As you know, Columbia Heights, like all of our campuses, all of their decisions are made about their staffing model with the principal and their local school advisory teams. But I can say year over year, oftentimes the student needs does dictate the types of positions and supports that schools have. So I don't have the specifics on what their student needs are. We know that they've had some behavior techs and other support staff that also support their special education program. But I don't have specifics on why they made those decisions.
Understood that they make those decisions, but they can't make the cuts to classroom teachers. So what ultimately always happens is they have to cut support staff, right? So let me try another category. Czech special education aid positions are also seeing a reduction of 0.7 FTEs from 1.5. What's a 0.7 FTE reduction? How does that work?
Sure.
Yeah, so just a technical explanation about the 0.74. So our aides are categorized as 0.74 of FTEs because traditionally they have worked 32-hour tour of duties. And so an FTE is defined as a 40-hour a week employee. So a 0.74 is a full-time aide.
So they're losing one full-time aide.
I don't have it in front of me, but that sounds correct.
Hmm. Are there other positions that we treat fractionally like that?
You know, sometimes there are 0.5 positions where there are particular either specialists or you know, content areas where there's not a full-time FTE, it's a part-time FTE. It's the only area that I can think of. But
So,
one of the things I think would point out is I look at the Columbia Heights FTEs, you know, in fiscal year 21, you know, they had 190 FTEs. Fiscal year 22, they have 191. This year in 25, in their proposed budget, they'll have 239. And, you know, their enrollment is relatively the same as what it was in fiscal year 21, which about 1,500 students.
yeah, but it has a very high number of English language learners.
Well, their at-risk population has been consistent, which about 55, 50%. But whenever the language acquisition needs change or the services multilingual learners, we help support the school in identifying the appropriate supports for those students to ensure that they get what they need.
So what would be an example of how you've done that?
The language acquisition team, they have a dedicated staff that supports schools. And they
How many people are on that team?
would have to get the exact number of people that are on that team. Get
How
that
many
for you.
schools do they support?
They serve across the district.
Mhm. Okay, sorry, carry on. So what do they do to support the schools?
So they want to help them with their assessments and also the implementations of their language acquisition plans.
Is that team growing as positions at individual schools are being cut?
So overall, we do see more positions in the district for supports for students who are multilingual learners, but that does differ by school, depending upon the needs of that population.
What I'm trying to get at is the population that needs a lot of support. There's a large population at this particular school. If the central staff is not being augmented and you're not really giving me any specifics about how, I mean, okay, they help with assessments. What does that mean?
So we have a series of assessments that they're called WEDA, but maybe a little bit more into the weeds than you want to know. But
No, keep going in the
yeah,
weeds.
yeah. So they provide support with administration, monitoring of those assessments, and also understanding what the specific language acquisition needs are for each student. Very similar to the approach that we utilize for students with IEPs.
Okay,
And they also provide professional development for those educators that are providing those service. They also support with itinerant staff. So they're itinerant staff that may push into a school that support the school with instruction as well.
that sounds very important. It does not sound like a replacement for having staff in the building.
I'm sorry, what's the question?
You know what? It wasn't a question. So let's move on. It was
Okay.
more of a statement. HD Cook is losing an at-risk special ed social worker, and Cardozo is losing an at-risk special education behavior tech, and 2 out of 3 at-risk teacher positions. How do you think those schools will be able to address the needs of their students?
Again, schools make those decisions in collaboration with their local school advisory teams
I
to help
understand.
best support their staff.
I understand, and I'm sure those were tough decisions. So how do we as a school system support schools that have to make those tough decisions when their students still have the needs?
Well, one, we've always supported our schools through our cluster support model to ensure that they're able to provide the best service to students and families with the positions on their roster. Secondly, we also look at the needs that schools say they have outside of their allocation. We do that through our budget assistance process. So if there's a school that says, hey, I've got our budget and, I'm not able to provide the services needed, we do a review of those requests and we provide additional dollars. This year, we provided over $5 million in additional resources to schools based on the requests that they made to us.
Of the 200 FTEs, I know that of the around 200 FTE cuts in schools, how many are filled positions? How many are vacant?
Well, I think that reconciliation process is still happening. For some schools, for example, I know the recent conversation with the principal at McFarland Middle School, there's some positions that are vacant. There aren't a lot of vacant positions at this time of year in schools. But that is something that we're reconciling now. And then we're also collecting information from educators and staff members now about who intends to return next year, who will stay in the building, and then that will also dictate the vacancies that each school has.
I'm not going to be able to ask all the questions that I have prepared for today, so I will follow up with some, but I'm looking at the flexible scheduling models and funding, and I'm wondering for Tubman Elementary, how would co-teaching models, classroom tech, and field trips meet the standard of providing additional flexible time to educators?
Well, I mean, Dr. Boone and her team have been supporting schools with the implementation of our flexible scheduling, so she can share a little bit more, but we allow schools to, kind of create their own model. And some schools have utilized staff in different ways to support that. At our secondary level, it looks a little bit different in our elementary students, but I'll let her share a little bit more about what that's been at Tubman. And they're also a part of our City Bridge partnership, which supports schools and planning for flexible scheduling.
Thank you. And Dr. Bay, I really am just looking for Tubman, if you could give that answer.
Yeah, so
Thank you.
we'll be able to give you more information about Tubman. They're in the process right now of thinking about their schedule. This is the time period in which all schools will be looking at what scheduling changes that they make for next year. And so we can follow up with additional specifics about Tubman.
Thank you. Chancellor, my last question for you is about Jackson Reed. I know I raised with you back in December, I've raised with the mayor's team, and I've mentioned to the principal. Students there have raised concerns about anti-Semitism in the classroom, among students. I mean, we have teachers who were perpetuating it. We have classroom teachers who don't know how to respond when students bring up anti-Semitism, when they perpetuate anti-Semitism in the classroom and other students chime in. There were Jackson Reed students here in the building yesterday who are incredibly distressed by this, and they're not being cared for. How are you going to help solve this issue at Jackson Reed?
Well, we've been supporting Principal Brown and being responsive to the concerns that were raised by students and families.
I
It's-
can't tell what Principal Brown is doing.
Well, he's done a lot.
Okay.
He's organized several opportunities for students to express their thoughts and ideas in constructive ways. We've also had the DCPS Central Services team lean in and have conversations with staff about, the appropriate use of our curriculum, what's appropriate, what's not appropriate around these sensitive conversations. And we'll continue to guide our educators and adults in the building about how to be responsive to those
Have they gotten
concerns.
any specific training about experts in anti-Semitism?
Yes, so our Central Services team has been facilitating anti-hate training through American University and providing support for teachers and also students about how to appropriately respond to these
Have
conversations.
they gotten any training specific for anti-Semitism?
Well, that.
Yes or no?
Well, that training would include that, yes.
There's lots of kind of hate in the world, and the hate that these students are talking about right now is anti-Semitism. They're being targeted and they're not safe. They don't feel safe in the school, and that's on the adults. So I would like someone to follow up with me on the plan to resolving that at Jackson Reed as soon as possible, please.
Yeah, and to be clear, we take any scenario where students don't feel safe very seriously, and we'll continue to follow
I
up.
appreciate that, but I'm not getting that impression from the responses that the advocates and the parents are giving me. So let's work on it.
Will do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
There will be another round. Let me Let me just follow up on this. Councilmember Nadeau was being very specific with regard to anti-Semitism, and there is training that's specific to anti-Semitism. So I appreciate that. What I'm hearing is that there's been an approach dealing with bias and hate, but her questioning specifically about anti-Semitism. So when you follow up with her, if you could include a copy to the committee, to me.
Yes, we'll follow up on the details of what's provided in that training.
Okay, there are organizations like ADL that provide that kind of training. Councilmember Parker?
There have been high-profile acts of violence impacting DCPS students, namely in Ward 5, including Brooklyn Middle School, and as of yesterday, Brown Education Campus. What is DCPS's standard approach after a shooting or a killing of a student? And how does the budget account for what we are now seeing as increased incidents involving students?
Yeah, it's very concerning for us and our school communities that have experienced this loss. We have a crisis response team that supports schools in these scenarios. We've been supporting Brooklyn Middle School, all this week as students and staff have returned to school. We've had a very thorough grief plan for students and staff who needed to talk to someone or need other supports. I had the opportunity to visit Brooklyn on Friday for our professional development and just talk with staff and the principal. The work will continue. I think for us, it's important to know that, these situations aren't always just a day after scenario, that it takes days and sometimes weeks to really execute on a strong grief response when there is such a loss, especially when a school has had multiple loss. And we also, as a part of this, take our educator wellness very seriously because we know that it also can have an impact on the adults in the building.
And are grief counselors and other resources, are those budgeted within DCPS centrally, or are you partnering with agencies like DBH when you have to deliver services to schools?
We primarily utilize our central services team. We have a team of individuals that have that responsibility, and they go out to schools when these services are needed. And we do a daily check-in to evaluate where we are, what needs we have, and then if we need to go outside of those DCPS supports, we will do so.
Okay. What is the current allotment of stabilization funds, and how does it compare to last year's investment? As you know, schools, especially east of the river, depend on these funds, and I could not find in the breakdown, but I'm hearing that there was a reduction in stabilization funds.
So I'll let Mr. Ashley speak to the specific reminder that DCPS, we have a safety net for all of our schools to ensure that they're able to deliver on all of our basic services, but he'll have more specifics on numbers.
Yeah, thanks, Chancellor. It's this in FY25, it's about 1.9 million of stabilization funds.
And what was it last year?
Let me see if I've got it. If not, we can follow up with you. We can follow up with you.
Okay. If you could find that in today's hearing, that would be preferred. There's also discrepancy in the size of central office. I brought this up with the mayor herself. She attested that central office is shrinking. Others, like Mary Levy, are saying it's continuing to grow. What is the current size of DCPS central office?
Yeah, so I think one of the differences that this year, there are some expenditures that were either funded by, federal resources or one-time resources that are now being shifted over to local dollars. So for example, good would be, some of our security costs.
Yes.
And so that would appear to be an increase in the central service budget, but it's actually a movement of those.
Let me ask
costs.
it differently. How many FTEs are there currently in DCPS central office?
Right, so there are three categories of central services personnel. That's our central administration, then that's our school support, and then there are school-wide support staff. And so in
And
those,
all together,
yeah,
Mary Levy
altogether,
would say in fiscal year 24, there were 869 FTEs. In fiscal year 23, there were 859. In fiscal year 22, there were 736. And so the trend is, in fact, the size of central office appears to be increasing.
Yeah. Well, in our numbers, fiscal year 24, we had 1,516. In fiscal year 25, in the proposed budget, there's 1,428.
And Chancellor, I'll add here too, that if you'll recall, that we also had FTE investments as part of the ESSER funding as well, one-time grant funds that we also saw in schools as well that are included as
Understood.
part of that number.
Interestingly enough, for fiscal year 24, you're saying 1,560. What was the number?
1516.
I'm sorry?
1516.
And then 1,560.
Correct.
And then what was it in fiscal year 23?
He said 16,
16.
16.
1516.
1,516.
Yes.
Okay, the acoustics are bad in here.
Right.
Fiscal year 23. Do you have that number? If you could get that, as well as for fiscal year 22, because part of, and I recall the Deputy Mayor of Education sending a letter that I thought was misleading and unfortunate to school communities saying the council has cut budgets, when in fact, what we were trying to do is return money to schools. I'm gonna keep going, but if you could get that number before we leave today, that would be great. You note that you're investing over $1 million in the reading clinic and advancing the science of reading. I think that is a positive. Can you share more about the Math Dream Center you alluded to? Where will this be located?
We haven't identified a site, but this will be very similar to the reading clinic. I'll let Dr. Bates talk a little bit more about it and the types of experiences that students will get from math instruction.
Yes, thank you. And so
And it's
as,
great to see you again,
it's
Dr.
great to
Bates.
see you as well. As the chancellor indicated in his testimony, the Dream Centers will have the opportunity for students to be able to receive tutoring, for teachers to be able to receive professional development and additional support with content knowledge, as well as a component where parents will be able to utilize the Dream Center in order to identify strategies and how to
And
work
that
with
will
their.
be citywide for all students or at that one school or
It'll be
site?
it'll be citywide. So any
Got it.
students, families, teachers within DCPS
That's a
will
big
be able to
deal.
utilize.
There are some locations in Ward 5 I think would be great for that. But I want to applaud you all. I know the chancellor mentioned and has mentioned several times his interest in doubling down on math. And it seems like you all are in fact doing that.
Yeah, we had a math festival this past weekend and had over 700 participants. So we're continuing to grow our family engagement opportunities around mathematics as well. And so this is another opportunity to continue that work.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for the analysis from Georgetown. The comparison you provided was in fact helpful. It shows comparisons between invested funds in 2024 versus 2019. And it does indeed show that more funding is going towards at schools with more than 75% of students who are at risk. So that is a more equitable distribution for our schools and a net positive, I think. It does not, however, compare DCPS funding approach to the schools first funding approach that the council enacted. Again, I would ask, how do you justify for a second year undoing what the council passed legally and justifying that this is better?
Well, I think Councilman Parker, you posed a similar question to the Mayor Bowser.
Yes.
And I think she gave you, her
And she pointed to this
explanation.
study to say, oh, we have research that shows that it's more equitable. And what I'm saying is, this research does say that DCPS's budgeting approach compared to 2019 is more equitable. That does not say, however, that DCPS's budgeting approach in 2024 is more equitable than the school's first budgeting approach. Those are two different things.
Right. Well,
Unless-
I think a distinguishing factor is that, from my estimation, I think when you look at our total overall budget, it's very difficult to do both, right? And so to stabilize in a way that I understand the school's first and budgeting process, you would have to dedicate more resources to stabilizing schools, which would minimize the resources that you would have to do the equity investments that we made that are reflected in the analysis from Edunomics.
That's one way to look at it. Another way to look at it is you shrink the size of central office. to give more schools, money to schools, which is again, back to why I was asking about the size of central office.
Yeah, I think, it's one, it's, from my estimation, you need about $30 million, right, to implement our equity play and also schools first and budgeting in fiscal year 25, right? You couldn't even wipe central services clean to generate those type of
To get that.
numbers. And secondly, you also asked about the supports that are being provided to Brookland, right? In those situations. It's easy to say reduce central services without thinking about all the valuable supports that we provide to schools. Somebody asked earlier about substitutes. Do we want schools to be managing substitutes? That's managed centrally. So there's a lot of supports that are managed centrally for schools so that our school leaders and our educators can focus on teaching and learning. So I would be really careful to those that are suggesting that the panacea for the challenge that we have is just to reduce central services.
Thank you.
Mr. Parker, just a follow-up too, and one thing I just want to add to the chancellor's note is the grief counselors we talked about at Brooklyn come out of central services budgets as well. And so those are the types of supports that, are necessary for schools that we have to be able to respond when things come up as well. So I just want to call that out, but specifically on your question about stabilization funding. So as I mentioned, there's 1.9 million in stability funding in this fiscal year. And last year, it was $3.8 million. The reason for the difference is because there are more resources that were put into schools this year, so we didn't require as much money to stabilize funds to the 95%.
And the central services FTE in fiscal year 23 was 1,451. 1451.
Got it.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker. Second round. Yesterday, we went through the budget book and we added up the enrollment for each individual school. And we received a total that was less than the total projection for DCPS. And it appears this has been the case every year. So the sum of for fiscal year 25, the sum of the individual schools enrollment is 52,342. But DCPS is being funded based on 53,541, a difference of almost 1,200. The difference in the current year was 1,500. The difference last year was 1,500. Why are individual schools' projections lower than the total for DCPS?
Chairman, as a system of right, there always has been a enrollment buffer in our projections, knowing that DC public schools often receive students throughout the school year. And it's also important to note that we often exceed that buffer as we receive more students throughout the year. So that is the reasoning behind the difference between the enrollment numbers.
So if I take that difference, which for next year is 1199, and I apply the foundation weight to it, I'll get a total. Where will I find that total?
Say that again, though?
If I take that difference, which for next year is 1,199, and I apply the foundation weight to it, I'll get a total. Following me so far? And where will I find that total budgeted?
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think there's a specific place we would point to where you would find that. It's spread across many different areas across the budget that we use to support the schools as they see growth. One example, enrollment reserve as well. And as the chancellor mentioned, we provide additional support to the schools throughout the year as we see changes in enrollment.
Sure, but so the amount, let's just say, and I haven't done the math, let's just say that 1199 times, I forget what the foundation weight is, I'll say 14,000. equals, I don't know what that math is, we'll say $14 million. So enrollment reserve is not equal to $14 million.
Correct. And that's why I said there's not a specific place we'll point you to in the budget.
No,
but
my
we can
staff
pro-
is very good. It's $16,786,000. So that's not budgeted in enrollment reserve. So when schools see mid-year increase, enrollment reserve, which is supposed to help them, is not adequate to cover all of the students. Moreover, this approach, since you're not budgeting the schools for their actual enrollment, relies on the schools getting additional funding mid-year, correct? Schools get additional funding mid-year when they see enrollment increases, correct?
As part of an enrollment reserve, they do. Mid-year, there's not specific funding dedicated to that.
So we know that that's not a very efficient or effective approach. Schools mid-year need an additional teacher. It's really hard to hire teachers mid-year. So it's not uncommon that a school goes for an entire year or most of a year without a teacher that they need, just as an example. So it's not a very effective approach. I'm not sure what the question is. Maybe it is you ought to change it. Do you agree?
I think it's something that we need to continue to evaluate as we do annually. So for example, what we saw this past school year is a lot of new arrival of
Bless you.
immigrant families and students needing multilingual supports. And we have an itinerant team that we were able to deploy in the middle of the year to support schools and in many cases provide direct instruction. So I think it's important for us to continue to look at what are the types of needs that we see
Yeah,
in
but I think
schools.
that's like putting, forgive me, lipstick on a pig. Because that's only addressing part of the problem. The problem is that schools that see an increase in enrollment, so you're budgeted for that increase, but you have not made all of that money available to the schools who see an enrollment increase. Problem one. Problem two is that by taking this approach of not fully budgeting these schools means that they have to rely on mid-year additional resources, which is inefficient. Inefficient because it often doesn't happen, like hiring a teacher. I'm repeating myself. I see this as very problematic. I'll move on.
The only thing I would just add to that is like, there are a lot of centrally based supports that we start the year with and are available to schools throughout the school year as their enrollment changes.
DCPS has a school facility fund. This is, the fund is filled by fees collected by use of DCPS facilities. So I use a field, I have to pay money, it goes to DCPS, DCPS puts it in the facilities fund. The law requires that 75% of the money has to be redistributed to the schools in proportion to the number of permits issued. What I'm hearing from schools is they're not getting the money. Is that correct?
It does vary. Ultimately, as you know, Department of General Services manages that process and collect those resources. I'm not sure you have any.
Well, the fund
additional
is with
context.
DCPS, not with DGS.
Yeah, so as you mentioned, 25% of that fund does go to DGS and 75% of that fund does go to DCPS. We are working with DGS to get better clarity and insight into that utilization. But what we do use that funding for is to cover the additional cost of overtimes that schools have to incur as part of that use. And so it does support the individual school allocations.
So then maybe we should change the law and say none of it goes back to the schools and the schools also won't charge or won't be charged or have to charge the users for. No, I have to back that off. That the schools will not be charged for
Yeah,
the overtime.
I
Well,
think, go ahead.
I think one concern is that, you know, it does require additional resources and staff for cleaning, and sometimes security overtime. So I think it's important to collect those fees. I think we still have to work through, the appropriate distribution of those resources.
Well, how many years does DCPS have to work through this? Because this was a change in the law a number of years ago.
Yeah, we'll continue to collaborate with DGS to
Now,
solve for
that
those
says nothing
challenges.
to me. Maybe you could follow up with a better, fuller explanation. The law was changed so that the fees are not kept by the school, but are passed on, you're saying, to DGS. But the fact is that the fees are held in a fund that's in DCPS. And I say that because the fund was swept this year to the tune of $1.14 million. That means that DCPS is not giving the money back to the schools. I would say this is messed up. So your answer is that you'll give me a full accounting and detail of what's going on here and what will go on and how soon this will be, quote, clarified, unquote?
Yes, we're happy to follow up, but I think it's important to clarify that the schools do have to pay, and we pay for additional custodial support, right? And so there are costs that are covered that are associated with the use of those facilities.
Well, maybe I want to take $1 million out of central services and give it to schools that are being cut. But you would say that I can't take that $1 million because you need it to pay for overtime when you got a fund that has $1.1 million in it that you're not spending, so the mayor sweeps it.
Yeah, Chairman, I will say it's been in the past 6 weeks that we've really been diving into this problem and trying to understand sort of utilization. And so we can follow up with you on it. It's a problem that we're actively looking at. We've also heard feedback from. So, we don't have anything specific today, but it is something that we're working through. As the Chancellor mentioned, there are specific costs, so it's not all profit for the school. And so to say that, if a community organization got charged a number of dollars, some of those dollars would have to go back to pay for the cost actually for that community to use, or that community organization to use the school, such as the additional overtime costs, the building engineers that DGS covers as part of their percentage.
Yeah, I get that, and I can't believe I'm using up all my time on this question, but I seem to be. So if a school has to pay for the overtime and is collecting fees that would pay for the overtime, then the school ought to be given the fees to pay for the overtime, but the school's not being given the overtime. If DCPS gets to keep 25% to pay for the overtime, and since the fund is being swept, clearly this DCPS is not spending the money on overtime, then why are you keeping any of it for the overtime?
Yeah, I think it's important to.
This is like totally messed up.
Yeah, I think it's important to note that, every time a school has an allocation of funds from this fund, so that we're not journaling those funds over to cover those specific costs. A lot of that happens at the end of the year, back-end reconciliation, when we look at overtime personnel costs that are above budget, and that's when we move those funds over. And so you're not going to see a transaction every single time that they're going to get an allocation of that 75%.
I
So-
appreciate that, but apparently there's no transaction at any time since there was $1.1 million that was swept.
I
Or
think we-
did the fund collect less than one? Well, actually, in FY22, the fund collected 1,026,000, but it was 1,140,000 that was swept. So I look forward to getting a full and complete explanation of what's going on with the fund, plus this so-called clarity, plus a timeline for when this will all get resolved, plus whether the law needs to change. Is that clear?
Understood.
Because I might say at the end of the hearing, you owe me on the school facility fund, but I'm not going to repeat everything I just said. Councilmember Fruin.
Thank you very much, Chairman Mendelson. And you ended on a topic that is also very important to me. Actually, when the law was passed back in 2018, I played an active role in trying to get that law passed. I don't know if you will remember the history, but what was then Wilson had a management corporation. They rented out the fields and the gym, and they had a contract with DCPS and the money sort of followed a waterfall of how it could be used. It was audited every year. DCPS decided that not to allow that any longer. And then this law was passed. And the idea was to create an incentive for schools to open up and make their fields available, but also for the school to benefit from having done that. And some of this discussion, the idea that there would be a reconciliation at the end of the year about overtime, like where was there high overtime? And so some of this money goes to that. That just means it's a slush fund, honestly, because I'll just use the example of Jackson Reed, where I was very active at the time. The folks were there at the school and into the evenings when the field was rented. It wasn't new overtime. It was people who were there in the ordinary course who were there. And then you may have overtime at the end of the year and you take the money associated from the field rental at 6 o'clock in the evening when there were already all the staff were still there. It's not connected. So the goal of this was to get schools to open up and provide their fields to the community and support youth sports and things like that and benefit from it. And it has year after year been defeated. From the time that it was passed, it didn't get implemented. Then we had the pandemic, understand it. Then it starts to get implemented and the money doesn't make its way to the schools. Let's, as the chairman was saying, let's get this right because there was a purpose behind it and it's to benefit your schools. And so let's get this right. And we have clearly not gotten it right yet. And I get to take one of my topics off my list because it was already covered. Back on the economics, just for a second, it's you compare 2019 to 2024. Is that the submitted budgets in FY24 or the amended budgets in FY24? Does this reflect after schools first, or does this after the council applied schools first, or does this reflect before?
Believe that this is the final version of the budget, which would be the amended version.
So, I mean, I hope that's the case and let's do confirm it, but that would suggest that that you already had made changes that got close to this in FY24-23 and schools first reinforced what you were trying to do, didn't change it. So I will be curious to know whether that's to have confirmation that it's based on the amended final budget.
Yeah, I can confirm it is on amended. I do think, the challenge with that sort of line of logic, council member, is that demographics in schools are changing. And so we don't see why demographic changes sort of single year. But it's important to note that over time they're changing. And so while we may have seen some of that sort of be baked in over a 1-year change, to sort of apply that long term may not be sort of the same analysis.
I mean, I actually understand what you're saying and I'm closer to you than you may think. I mean, I do think that school budgets have to change from year to year and there are reasons why they have to change from year to year. I just think that the place you start is last year's budget and that where you go is to say, well, this budget went up because this budget went down because, and it's not that big of a universe that it would be impossible to do that. And I think that's the conversation that we all should be having each year, not one formula versus another formula, but more granular about the real world and what's happened at individual schools and why it's gone up or down.
And we try to do that, council member, in our budget narratives that we provide when budgets are released to school, to provide that level of kind of year over year analysis of why, a school's budget is changing year over year, whether that be increase or decrease.
Well, and I hope that as we go through this budget process, we can be having that kind of conversation as we're thinking about changes that we need to make to our school budgets, that can be a more collaborative approach in the next couple of months than it has been in the past, because we need to settle on budgets both for each of our schools and for Central that we all stand behind. Because if we're not all standing behind the same budget, it's the kids in the system that suffer. So let's do try. The DGS has a certain amount of money in its budget to do maintenance at DCPS schools. And that's it's an important component of the maintenance that you're doing at the schools. This year, it's down by 3.6 million and 1.8 FTEs. I know it's not your budget, but it deeply affects your buildings. Do you know what's going on there? Do you feel like you're able to cover whatever won't be able to be done by DGS in terms of maintenance?
Yeah, I don't want to speak for Director Hunter and Department of General Services. What I would anticipate is that there have been greater investments in preventative maintenance, and you would expect as those investments will be made, then our reactive responses to work orders would be likely reduced. So that could be, a good explanation of why those dollars might shift over time.
So, and actually, I've never quite understood exactly what this money was for, but am I to understand that the day-to-day management inside of the school, the janitorial work, et cetera, that's covered under the DCPS budgets, but where there's a work order where somebody comes in from the outside, that's what that pot of money for DGS is about?
Correct. DGS responds to our work order requests. Our work orders primarily have been in the past around HVAC systems, plumbing and the like. And again, we've done a lot more preventative maintenance on HVAC, which I believe confidently that they will help in the response, even just, tasks of changing filters regularly, ensuring that we're ahead of some of our needs, over time should ultimately lower our costs.
And while I'm in this area, what about landscaping costs outside of the school? Is that covered by DCPS or is that part of what DGS does for the schools?
DGS is the primary source for our landscaping.
Okay. And I'll also go back to a topic that you were talking about with the chairman about mid-year mobility. And I think, this is a subject that I feel very strongly about. I do think that the DCPS system bears enormous extra challenges due to mid-year mobility. And I actually don't think you want to be in a situation where you're responding to that in the middle of the year. Sadly, we know where that mid-year mobility happens. It happens in our schools in our lowest income parts of the city. You'll see Ballou, Anacostia with, large percentages of kids who are there in October who are not there in May, and large percentages who are there in May who are not there in October. And that it's very different to operate a school of 400 kids where it's the same 400 kids all year, and to operate a school of 400 kids where 80 of them left and 80 of them arrive in the middle of the year. Those challenges are very different. And I think you need to be ready for it at the beginning of the year. So I'm curious, to what extent as you're budgeting, do you take into account the reality that a school is likely to see significant turnover in the middle of the year? Is it captured by the at-risk weight? How do we get at that when the budget's set in the first place?
Yeah, I think one of the areas we look carefully is class size. So if you have a history of adding students throughout the school year, will that class size be appropriate and meet the needs of students as that enrollment for that school continues to grow? And we have a pretty good idea of where the schools are and that's the growth and enrollment. A new area where we're also very focused is our migrant growth. So for example, we know, for example, this past year, there were 3 schools that had, 15 or more new migrant families this year. We anticipate that trend to continue. So that's a new area we're also focused on, the supports that students need in our general education program, but also other supports for that student and family as they're new to DC and, our communities.
So I'm really glad to hear that you're trying to anticipate that in that way. I mean, I think it is a real challenge for the teacher when kids come and go. Real challenge when a child arrives in the middle of the year and they may have just gone through a trauma. And so the likelihood that they might create more challenges inside of the classroom is higher. This is something that's very different for DCPS than it is for the charter sector. I'll just put down as yeah.
It is in one area
Mhm.
also too, is just admin premium is another tool in our toolbox where we do compensate staff who take on additional duties and responsibilities. That's another way, we may in some cases add a FTE, but if we don't have FTE, we do provide additional compensation for staff.
And I'll just close out on this subject that on the one hand, there's the kids you gain and you need to be funded for the kids you gain. And we need to recognize that the numbers of kids you gain present a challenge that's even larger than their number. And the other is on the charter side, they lose 1,500 kids every year and keep the money associated from that. So to put the sectors on equal footing here, you need to account for both of those phenomenon. I would not take the money away from the charter sector. I think they need stability during the middle of the year too, but you should be on the same footing as them. And if they're getting that money, you should be getting that money too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Your 13-minute round is over. Councilmember Parker.
I want to come back to the central office question. So you gave the answer that in fiscal year 24, we have 1,516, and next year you're projected to only have 1,428. Is that across all of your budgets? And we know that DCPS has several budgets, including central office as well as schools and supports, or let me just ask that.
Yeah, that's across all 3 categories.
And those 3 categories being central office, school support, and the school-wide budgets.
That's right. Central administration.
So let's break that number down. What is, if you can provide, and I imagine your team might need to pull this, what is the central office size or the FTEs for central, school support, and school-wide? If we could break that out, I would like the number for fiscal year 24, fiscal year 23, and the projected amount for next year.
Okay, so I can provide the fiscal year 24 and proposed budget for 25. We'll have the team pull the numbers for fiscal year 23.
Okay.
So for central administration in fiscal year 24, it was 152 FTEs, and the proposed budget is 148. For school support in fiscal year 24, it was 910, and then fiscal year 25, 865. And fiscal year 24 for school-wide was 454. And for proposed fiscal 25 budget is 415.
Helpful. And then your team will pull the numbers for fiscal year 23 so we can do a comparison. I'm going to jump. And it's great.
Actually, I actually have it now, so I'll give that to you.
Oh, you have it. Great.
So
great.
in fiscal year 23, central administration was 145. School support was 879. And school-wide was 428 for that total I gave you earlier of 1,451.
Got it.
That was FY23.
That was FY23.
So I'm just going to go through these again. So for central administration, fiscal year 23, it was 145 FTEs. In fiscal year 24, 152, and it is projected at 148
That is
for
correct.
fiscal year 25. For school support, in fiscal year 23, it was 879, fiscal year 24, 910, and it is projected for fiscal year 25 at 865.
Correct.
And one last one, for school-wide, it was 428 in fiscal year 23, 454 in 24, and it's projected at 415 in fiscal year 25.
That is correct.
Okay, that is helpful. I want to move on in my remaining time. I hear from some educators that there is a lack of clarity or transparency around the new DC CAPE or CAPE assessment. How is DCPS engaging educators and parents on this new assessment?
So once we've got information from the Office of State Superintendent Education around the transition, we immediately started to, raise awareness with our staff and communities around the transition. We also provided training at the school level for staff about what would be different, what to expect, and proud to say that we've already entered into assessment season with CAPE, and it will continue through the spring once students return back from
So
spring
every
break.
school community has had some level of training around the new assessment.
That is correct.
And would the same be true for parents? Not training per se, but has there been at least communication to parents around what to expect, what the differences and similarities are, et cetera?
That is correct.
Okay.
Now, once we get to reporting of results, then there'll be another round of communications around the results from CAPE and, the comparison with Park.
I know one thing, I was talking with a math instructional coach recently, and they were asking, hey, can we get a mid-year assessment or an example? And that's hard when you have a new assessment.
Well,
Over
there-
time, we might be able to produce something like that.
Yes, over time we'll have more, but we also had sample release items
Yes.
that were sent to principals at schools so they could get a sense of what to expect and what the assessment will look like.
Okay. How is DCPS evaluating programs and waste? We are investing a significant amount from year to year. You're making decisions both academically and with central investments. I'm going to start with the academic side of things. How do you make a judgment to keep going with a contract partner, or to invest in a curriculum, or to establish the Math Dream Center? What are the criteria that you all are using to make monetary decisions
Yes,
academically?
first and foremost, student outcomes, right? And so there's a annual review of our strategies, our investments, and our partners to determine which of the strategies are serving us well. For example, we've been talking a lot about our high impact tutoring strategy that we expect to continue. There's clear results there. For our partners, we also look at the types of results that they support schools with. We also get the feedback from schools around which partners are supporting us. And then I also have advisory councils for students, for our families, and then also for our teachers. So I can hear directly from all of those groups as well around the types of experiences that they are having in the district, and then what we can do to be responsive. And then you also know we have a number of other perception surveys, our panorama survey, that we collect data from our community members around their experiences in DCPS to inform our strategy.
Okay. That is something I just think as a government, we need to keep coming back to. And that was a similar question I asked the mayor and city administrator. What are the criteria that we're using to make these judgments? Because sometimes it just feels like we're going based off of vibes, and what I like today is this, and maybe we'll do something different.
Yeah, I think the other area is just I'm optimistic about is like the advances in technology, the advances in AI. Like I think there are a lot of operational opportunities that we can be more efficient with, whether that's scheduling, how we process our human resource employee services functions. But we do get a lot of feedback. And, for example, our principals, we survey them around our cluster support model, which is how we support schools primarily centrally to ensure that they're getting what they need and if we need to make adjustments.
Okay, a few more questions. My time is ticking. This is way in the weeds of academics. but the DCPS cornerstones, I've heard some grumblings around changes there. Can you elaborate or explain what changes, if any, are intended for the cornerstone program?
Yeah, so I would characterize it as enhancements, right? So what we've heard from our families and our educators is that there's a desire to have more hands-on experiences. And so some of our cornerstone activities, they take place within the classroom, and then some take place outside of the classroom.
But I can hear some over my shoulder yelling, saying, but the cornerstone projects were delivering results academically and contribute to some of the gains DCPS has seen.
Absolutely.
And so going back to what I just questioned about what is our criteria, some are asking like, why are we making enhancements to this program that's seeming to deliver results for
Yeah,
students?
so to be clear, we're wholeheartedly committed to our cornerstone. The points of feedback that we're being responsive to is our families and our students have said to us, like, we love Cornerstone, but we enjoy most and appreciate the most the opportunity to learn outside of the classroom. And so we are looking for opportunities to incorporate all the wonderful amenities we have in our environment to deepen students' learning. And,
Okay.
and that is where I think you will see most of the enhancements with Cornerstones.
Okay, and I'll end with the WTU contract. I asked the mayor about this. She seemed to suggest that there is a willingness to strike a deal, but before the end of fiscal year 24. This is me talking. Let's take money off the table and let's focus on the non-monetary aspects of an agreement that we can deliver for educators, whether that's around planning time, protected recess, lunchtime, et cetera. Do we have a commitment? Has there been any progress on DCPS's end to deliver a deal before the end of fiscal year 24?
There's been progress. Without.
Are you committed to striking a deal before the end of fiscal year 24?
Yeah, so, as the mayor shared, I share the same ideas. It takes two to tango.
So the mayor said, let's do it. And I quote.
Let's do what? In terms of have conversation about items
I
that are
thought she
not
was saying,
financial?
let's do it. Let's make a deal. If
Yeah.
we take money off the table, so I'm essentially calling the executive's bluff. If money is an issue, let's take it off the table and let's handle everything else.
Yeah, well,
Now, I can't negotiate on behalf of the union.
yes.
But I continue to emphasize that it is unacceptable that our teachers go year after year without a contract. Now, I can hear Jackie through my phone probably saying, no, I know money is important to our teachers. But if we can come to an agreement outside of the money, why not do that?
I think it would take both sides to do that. It's something I'm certainly open to. If that's presented to us by the Washington Teacher Union. But I think the most important thing to leave you with on this topic is there's been progress, right?
Great.
And so without.
Are you optimistic that we might come up with something before the end of fiscal year 24?
I think it's possible. What I experienced yesterday, so we had a session, it wasn't yesterday, it was Tuesday, I believe. We had a session on Tuesday. We got another session coming up this month. We've got some scheduled in May. We don't have any scheduled at 5 o'clock in the morning. And so I think the spirit that I sense from these recent conversations represents an opportunity to do that.
Okay. I'm over time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 10 more seconds. I would just implore the executive
10 seconds is up.
To do everything it can to strike a deal for the sake of our students and our teachers and our school communities. But I want to thank you all for coming to testify today. I was going to say something different, but
Yeah,
I see the
don't-
chairman.
Yeah, don't start the clock yet. So Zachary Parker said to you, do you commit to getting a contract before the end of the fiscal year? And you went, yeah, we're making progress. Was that yes, you commit?
Well, again, it takes two to reach an agreement, right? And so what I can convey to you is that we're committed to reaching an agreement as soon as possible, but it would take both parties to
So
make.
as you know, I attended one session, the 5 a.m. one. I wanted to see how that went. And of course, the negotiations are confidential, so I can't reveal the content of what was discussed. But I can fully reveal that there was no content discussed. So that didn't seem to be very productive to me. And there are two meetings this month of April, there are two meetings next month of May. That doesn't seem like that's a very zealous track on which to reach a conclusion.
As I share with Councilman Parker, Chairman, given the spirit of the recent conversation, again, I want to honor all the guiding principles of
So
favor,
there was more content in yesterday's meeting or this week's meeting?
more progress.
Well, you know, when I want something done, I will meet with Councilmember Parker several times in a week, not twice in a month.
Yeah, well, scheduling is based on availability. So if the Washington Teacher Union wants to provide us with more availability to meet, we'll certainly entertain those conversations.
Entertain or you'll agree?
Well, again, both parties have to agree to those
No,
times.
if Washington Teachers Union comes back to you with 4 dates this month or 4 dates in May, you commit that you will meet 4 times?
Well, their availability may not be our availability, but we would certainly entertain the opportunity to have more dates.
Well, I just don't want any confusion here. Let's be clear. At the 5 AM session, they were talking about like one meeting the next month and one meeting the following month. There was no effort to have more frequent meetings. I'm pressing you on, is there a desire for more frequent meetings?
We would certainly be open to having more frequent meetings if there's availability to do so.
No, start the clock.
But again, it takes two to tango. So hopefully these questions are not only coming to DCPS, but to our partners as well. And in all seriousness, I do wholeheartedly commend both parties for what's taken place recently, and I'm optimistic about our progress.
Well, the council's clear that we want to see this resolved, and it is a distinct disadvantage that we have the budget before us for fiscal year 25, and the teacher's contract is not part of that. Start the clock on me. You have money in the budget for the newly proposed alternative education placement, is that correct?
Yes, it's
How
the
much?
part of the proposed budget is $1.6 million.
And where is it in the budget?
It is managed centrally.
Is it a specific line?
I don't know that, yeah, we don't have a specific line item for you, Chairman.
Would you provide where we will find it?
We will. It's been a part of our enhancements, but we don't have a specific line item.
Okay, well, I'm being mindful of the clock, so I want to know where it is in the budget. How did you arrive at 1.6 million?
We arrived at the 1.6 million based on the staffing plan for the school. What we believe would be the appropriate staffing levels to support both middle school and high school students.
And what does that
also-
mean in a word or two? Like you're going to have 10 FTEs, 20 FTEs?
Yeah, so we wanted to ensure that there was enough FTEs to support at least 15 students at a time.
I'm sorry, 15 students at a time?
That is correct. And again, keep in mind, Chairman, that the idea is that this is a small targeted program that students will be there temporarily. up
I
to
understand.
45 days.
I understand. So it's based on the staffing plan. Actually, maybe you could provide that as well. So both where it is, what specific lines it's in, as well as the staffing plan. The Dream Center. I think that's what you're calling it.
That is
The,
correct.
Dream Math Center. How many will there be?
So we are starting this initial phase with one additional site that's focused on math. That's the Dream Center, and that investment is
It's to where?
We don't have a location yet, but there'll be one that's focused on math. That's the Dream Center, and that investment is $2.2 million.
And where is that in the budget?
Again, that's also an enhancement, so we'd have to get back to you in terms of a specific line item.
2.2 million you said, and you'll give me where in the budget.
Correct.
Um, How much is budget for the security contract in FY25?
29 million.
29 million. So the committee of the whole staff looked at this. In FY 2013, the contract was 13.7 million. 29 million next year, 13.7 million in 2013. I know, that's like 11 years ago. So the committee of the whole staff took the inflation rate, and that 13.7 would be 18.4 today. So what has accounted for these, the cost becoming so much higher? Which is, give me a second, a 50% increase.
Well, in recent years, when we negotiated our contract, the wages were up significantly. So I know that's a factor. We've also added additional programming that we provide. For example, after school is one of them. And we've also had staffing model structures change where we have more coverage in places. And then the final area is we have more students in the district, I believe, compared to that time. I think it would be probably about 10,000 more students in the district compared to that year.
Are there 10,000 more schools?
There's 10,000 more students.
Yes. Are there 10,000 more schools?
I'm not sure the exact number of schools at
Well, I'm
that
sure
time.
it's not 10,000, but I doubt that it's more than a couple of
I
additional.
know we have
kids.
more, I would argue that we have more square footage to cover compared to that point in time.
Seems to me there's some savings to be had here. Could you provide, after the hearing, a fuller explanation of the 50% increase and include, since you mentioned some programmatic expansion, detailing what that programmatic expansion is? I have to say, I'm completely unconvinced that more square footage accounts for a 50% increase. An additional school would account for some increase, but there haven't been that many new schools.
Well,
MacArthur,
again, keep in mind, there were significant increases on wages and then
but that would be roughly correlating with inflation, would it not?
I think we can go back and look at that correlation, but
Okay.
then there's also, we provide a lot more after-school extracurricular support for security.
We also provide all that in the
Yeah.
follow-up explanation, but
Yeah.
this is $29 million is a lot of money. Agreed? And it was 14 million 10 years ago, and inflation would put it at 18 million today, not 29 million. Between 18 million and 29 million is a 50% increase.
Right. Well, I can say, you think about wages, as I shared in our testimony, our teacher compensation in just a few years has increased by 20%. So, if you look at wages over a 10-year period,
Yeah, I think the average, if the teacher recent WTU contract was 12.4%, or 12% over 4 years, that works out to 3% a year, which doesn't work out to 50% in 5 years.
we'll give you the numbers.
DCPS Central is receiving $92 million more in FY25 than in FY24. We've bundled some budget lines to make that comparison. There's $4.3 million more for quote strategic initiatives, unquote, 800,000 more for quote resource strategy, unquote, $1.5 million more for budget and enrollment planning. Are my numbers off? Where is the economy of scale at DCPS being operationalized?
I'm not so specifically chairman of the cost you're speaking to, but can you repeat the question?
This is how my time gets eaten up.
I think it sounds like you're combining lines. Is that what
All
you're
right,
doing?
DCPS central office is receiving $92 million more in FY25 than in FY24. There's 4.3 million more for strategic initiatives, which is bundling several lines. There's 800,000 more for resource strategy. There's $1.5 million more for budget and enrollment planning. I could go on. Where is the economy of scale at DCPS being operationalized?
I think we would need to see those program codes that you're looking at to really provide a thorough response.
Well, then, let's try this. Why don't you follow up with an answer to this question? Where is the economy of scale at DCPS being operationalized?
I mean, well, there's several areas. I mean,
Well, I'm offering that you could follow up with a
Okay.
full explanation.
we could do that.
You do get the concept here. DCPS has 117 schools as opposed to, let's say, a charter LEA with one school. And so with the charter LEA, the UPSFF goes entirely to that school. With DCPS, some of it stays at administration because you provide administrative support to 117 schools. There's an economy of scale because there's one chancellor and 117 schools. So where is the economy of scale at DCPS being operationalized?
Yep, there's several areas. We're happy to provide a detailed explanations of where we see the benefits and economies of scale.
Every year we hear from different school communities about inadequacies with their proposed swing space. This year we've been hearing from Whittier, from Brent, another Ward 6 school, which isn't on this list. We've heard about Bunker Hill and Burroughs. The FY25 budget for centralized swing space has gone up $13 million from 37 million to 50 million.
Well,
What's going on here?
we've had more costs associated with transportation. One, we've also made some adjustments with swing space. For example, we were responsive to the school community's request for Burroughs and Bunker Hill to swing into learners cottages. We also responsive to the Whittier community to swing closer to their school site. So they'll be swinging adjacent to the school near Coolidge High School. And so those are additional ones. And then we also needed to update and add additional swing spaces as we've had different modernizations across the city. And we have a number of schools up for modernization now in Ward 7 and Ward 8.
Can you provide an itemization for that 50 million?
Yes.
I'm assuming that what that will look like is Whittier X number of dollars, Burroughs X number of dollars. Are we thinking the same?
Yes. And we can start with swing transportation, Randall Learning Colleges. We can provide all that information.
And the
associated-
transportation is capitalized?
Excuse me?
The transportation is capitalized?
Some transportation is capitalized, some is on local funding.
Okay, so I'm asking for a breakdown of the capital dollars. I have a few more questions, but I'm over my time. Councilmember Fruman?
All right, thank you very much. And I'm also glad to hear you have a few more questions because you said I can't have more rounds than you. So I may get another round as well. Sorry, Superintendent Grant. I know others have already talked about the WTU contract. I can't underscore forcefully enough that it's really important that you get to the table and that we make progress and negotiate that contract as soon as possible.
We share the sense of urgency.
Terrific. The technology plan, the proposed budget has an increase of 20 million or 21 million for the Office of Data and Technology over FY24 for a total budget of 50 million. What's the new 18 million for? What explains that increase? What does it mean in terms of getting to one-to-one devices for our students?
Yeah, so part of that shift is the shift of ESSER to local dollars. So we had been paying for a lot of our technology with federal dollars, and now we're shifting that over to local as we've phased down the ISRA resources. But it's also important to note that we are refreshing devices for both students and staff going into the 24-25 school year. Devices for students will be approximately 13.7 million, and devices for staff will be $1.8 million.
That's the money that's being spent in FY24, or that's the increase over FY24?
The numbers I gave you are the numbers that will be spent in 25.
Yeah.
In 24, we are spending 18 million for student devices and 2.7 for teacher and staff devices.
So I'm having trouble with it. So is part of what you're saying that there's 50 million in FY25, it's all local. Last year, there might have been 30 million local and 20 million ESSER, so that it's not a change in overall spending levels?
That is correct.
And then in terms of investment in devices for students and for teachers or staff, it sounds like 18 million FY24, 13 million FY25 for students, 2-some million for staff in 24, 1-something in 25. So reductions in the spending on devices for students and staff between 24 and 25. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, in terms of local dollars.
But there may have been even additional dollars for devices for students and staff in 24. So the reduction in 25 actually would be higher. So if it's 15 million, 13 million something for students, 1-something million for staff, if it's 15 million for devices, what's the other 35 million for in this space?
For fiscal year 24 or 25?
25.
Yeah, so for 25, we also have what we call big box audio upgrades. So that's for auditoriums, large spaces to update the AV and
Interesting.
audio. And then we also have software updates as well, in addition to all of the staffing associated supporting schools with technology.
All right, well, I mean, I want to see adequate spending in each of these different categories. I'm actually heartened to hear that some of the spending will be in auditoriums. There are 2 auditoriums in the area that I cover, the Jackson Reed Auditorium, the Hardy Auditorium. Both of them are subject to repairs now, but I think our auditoriums are fabulous assets. And so making sure that they're fully equipped is a good long-term investment. So I'm glad to hear that you're going to be doing that. One of the areas, and it's not on your budget, is school-based behavioral health. And there's a number of positions that have been cut by DBH for school-based behavioral health, which is, we have a mental health crisis. And so we want to have, and we have a mental health crisis among our kids, and we want to be confident that we're doing all we can to support them. What impact are those cuts going to have on you, and what are you doing to backfill that in order to make sure that our kids are getting all the supports that they need?
Well, one, Councilmember Fruman, we share your desire and commitment to provide the supports to the students that you describe, and I appreciate you raising up this concern. We don't know yet what those shifts in the budget in terms of behavioral health will mean for DC public schools at this time. I know that DBH and both DCPS have been working to build out our pipeline, because this is one of the areas where there have been some hard to fill positions. So I think it's critical that we think about like where we are today, but also like how do we build the bench for staffing going forward.
And so this is one, and it is inherent in the budget process, and this budget process got driven by lots of last minute changes. But in a certain sense, you do your budget in a silo, and DBH does its budget in a silo, and then last minute decisions are made about what goes and what stays. But the DBH budget clearly has an implication for you. So we will want to be working with you to make sure that we address this critical mental health issue inside of schools has been a very high priority for lots of families and advocates for a while for a reason. And so we do need to get that right. The DBH cut, you know, it's a cut in schools, but it's an increase in the crisis response teams. And it feels like we're giving up on helping our kids while they're in the school and thinking we're going to catch up with them on the street when there's issues that come on the street. So let's work together to make sure our mental health services in all of our schools are fully
And to be
funded.
clear, I am in regular contact with Dr. Bazran, and I'm confident that she understands our needs.
Okay. Um, in terms of, in terms of delivering mental health services, I mean, it's been a priority. I think it's been a priority for you to be fully staffed in that space. How many vacancies do we have at this point in school-based behavioral health positions?
Well, as you know, staffing change and evolves daily, so would have to follow up with you on the current staffing levels and if there are any vacancies and what they are at this time.
Okay. Um, I know there's been some discussion about substitutes already, but I do want to ask about substitutes because one of the things that we hear from teachers a lot is that if we had a stable of permanent substitutes, then it would create much more stability in schools, take a lot of pressure, you know, one teacher covering for another teacher. Where are we at in terms of trying to support permanent substitutes in our schools?
Yeah, that isn't an area where it's included in our budget that's proposed for fiscal year 25. We did have that in previous years when we had access to greater resources, particularly our ESSER dollars. What we did see important to note during that time period is we saw that it increased our cost for substitutes significantly. And so one, I believe today that would be a cost prohibitive model. But what we also saw is that that permanent role that was in the building every day wasn't always needed or leveraged as a substitute. And so we think the more efficient approach is to ensure that there are substitutes in the pool available when teachers need it versus just having someone at a building every day.
And what's our investment in substitutes generally look like in FY25 as compared to FY24?
I don't anticipate any changes, but I do know that's an area where our costs have increased. So it is something that we do monitor carefully.
If costs have increased, I would expect costs have increased because, well, maybe it's because pay increased, but maybe that's not the case. Maybe pay hasn't increased. But if costs have increased, it strikes me as a little bit of a canary in the coal mine that teachers are out more and the concern about teacher burnout would be high. And as teachers are out more, the substitute costs are up. But what do you attribute the increased cost to?
I think just in general, my best guess is there's been more illness. You know, we
More what?
more illness, and so we kind of phased out of some of the COVID leave that we need in some cases. So for example, we saw a lot of people who were either ill in the home or a family member they needed to care for, or an increase in long-term leaves. And there's a number of different reasons why a teacher would need to take long-term leave. But to give you a slice of the budget, we still hover around about $25 million for substitutes. So fiscal year 24 is right around 24.8. And I'm sorry, in 24 it was 8.9, and then in 25 it was 9.5 of what we budgeted for substitutes.
So the increase, you have increased the budget between 24
Slightly.
and 25 slightly.
Correct.
All right, well, I'm going to play fair and not start a question with 9 seconds on the clock and do one last round. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Do you know offhand, Chancellor, what?
Nice to meet you.
Oh, I didn't see you. It's nice to meet you too. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you. Good morning. Apologies for late. I was chairing a hearing with the Department of Behavioral Health. So some questions for you about that, but I'm going to start on special education if you don't mind, Chancellor. So we're having a lot of conversations around special education, which is in a variety of different buckets. Obviously, we've talked about special education transportation, which is OSSE related, but I want to talk about the parts that are related to DCPS. I recently had an opportunity to meet with some special education teachers within the DCPS, and it's quite alarming to sort of hear about their experiences as you all have changed your model, particularly around self-contained classrooms, the transfer of students back to their neighborhood schools at the transition years without a lot of communication taking place, who gets to make the choice around appropriate placement. And then, but also what I view as an overall lack of choice that special education parents and families have in the city based on your new model. I took notes. I didn't have a pen at the time, so I used crayon for my kids, but nonetheless, made it work. One of the things, though, that's budget related that they raised is the lack of resources available to them to accommodate students who have particular needs. I had one teacher who talked about they had a student who was enrolled in their class who wasn't yet potty trained. She asked her administration, can she get a changing table? They said there's no money for that. And so now she's changing students on the floor or using gym mats in order to change students in a bathroom. Nobody wants their child to be changed on the floor, ever. I have another teacher who said the student needs particular accommodations in order to sit up. So they asked, can we purchase a specific desk for this young person so that they don't have to sit in their wheelchair all day? She was told there's no funding for that. And so now, in order for the student to get relief from sitting in a wheelchair for 8 hours a day, they have to be propped up on a mat with pillows. At the same time, we have a special education enhancement fund that the mayor is proposing to sweep in the FY25 supplemental of 5.8 million. And so I'm left with wondering, we're telling these teachers on the ground that there's no funding for the very real needs to be able to provide their students with a free and fair, appropriate education. And yet there is funding that's set aside for special education that you all aren't tapping into. So how do you all approach the needs when these students who need Braille, who might need assistance, an iPad, et cetera, to learn, but you're telling classroom teachers time and again that there's no resources for those young people?
Yeah, I would love to get more details on the school so we can follow up directly. We have, as you know, a centralized team that supports the delivery of special education services. In terms of our adjustments to how students are assigned, we did align to ensure that our placements are more connected to the feeder patterns and feedback that we receive, and also proximity, as you know, in our goal to provide those services in the least restrictive environment. We believe that when students are closer to their home, one, it reduces transportation time, but also gives them an opportunity to better connect with their peers and their community.
That's fair, but I would say, and you would also probably acknowledge this, there are any number of reasons as to why a parent chooses a school and not to send their child to the neighborhood school. But let's put that part to the side. I do want to focus on the resources piece of things. So when a student is transferred into when a special education student who has a particular disability or need is transferred into a school, let's say mid-year, because we know for some students, they're able to access special education services the day after their 3rd birthday. The school receives a file for the student. Do they also receive a budget to purchase the necessary materials mid-year?
Yes, the resources associated with supporting that student should follow the student.
Okay, so what's the breakdown in communication? Is it the school leadership doesn't know that they can ask central office for this funds?
Yeah, I'm not sure if I don't have like the specific school or the details, if you can provide that. So I know we want to maintain some level of confidentiality.
That's
but
the trouble.
Yeah.
The
You can
people.
provide that for us. I'm happy to follow up.
Okay. Another concern that has been raised is around the number of students who are in those classrooms. What's the current policies in terms of staff to student ratio for special education contained classrooms?
Yeah, so we do have ratio thresholds that we monitor regularly. And if there are scenarios in which we're out of those ratios, we do provide either additional support or in some cases, there are additional compensation to staff.
Okay, this group of teachers would say neither is happening, not getting an additional person in the room nor receiving an additional compensation. So it's kind of I think if you put an additional person in, if they get an additional aide or paraprofessional, that's one thing. But I think if you have a autism class of 18 and only 2 adults, no one would say that anyone is sort of getting any appropriate learning happening in that particular environment. Do you all provide notice to the parents when you exceed the ratio limits?
I think it just depends on the situation and the types of response that is being provided to that classroom. So for example, if there's additional staff, we communicate with the families around the staff and the roles. Or if there are any changes of services as well, we'll communicate directly with families.
Okay. All right. I'm going to move on to modernizations. So when should we expect to receive the PACE backup documentation that's required by law?
I believe that's still in development. I don't know if we have a timeline on that.
Are we
yet.
going to receive it before we vote on this budget?
Not sure. Let me check. I know that they're working to
I mean, you guys
some
were,
final touches on it. It should be the council soon, but I don't have a date.
this is like part of the budget. It's every year. So like, do you not start working on it until you submit the budget to us?
Well, I think going
The
forward,
budget's 2 weeks late, so y'all had 2 extra weeks.
yeah, so I think going forward, the plan is to submit it as a part of the capital improvement plan submission. So we don't have this issue.
That'd be great. I'll hold that to you. But for this year, shall we expect it?
Soon, I don't have a date to give you
I
right
was
now.
like, you and Dr. Bass are using the soon. What is the definition of soon? 2 weeks, 3 weeks,
Sooner
May
rather-
1st?
Sooner rather than later. It's currently under review right now.
By whom?
Our team.
Okay, so it's still with you guys, which means it still has to go over to EOM. Or does it? I don't know. I'm asking. Does the mayor's folk have to look at it too?
There's several review phases, but I know it'll be completed soon.
Okay, all right. So a couple of years ago, not a couple, it's been a bit, DCPS spent extensive amount of time working on ed specs for buildings. So high school has X, middle school has Y, and elementary school has Z. And it is my understanding that for a comprehensive high school, an auditorium is part of the DCPS ed spec. Is that correct?
I don't believe that it is.
I wouldn't be asking you a
an
question if I didn't know the
absolute.
answer
Yeah,
already. Yep, page 92 of
Right.
your DCPS ed specs for comprehensive high schools. It includes an auditorium.
Right. But again, it would depend upon the existing facility and our ability to provide that.
Yes, and you all chose to buy a building
We
that didn't
did.
didn't meet your current ed spec specifications.
We did.
Okay, I'm trying to understand how an auditorium costs $25 million. Like, that sounds more expensive than the auditorium we have for Duke Ellington, and that was an expensive auditorium. Well, is this gonna rival Duke?
There's some footprint restrictions. You have to have the space, right? So if you don't have space, you have to build around the structures and the footprint that you have to create that type of space.
Okay. I will just say this in general. If we want MacArthur, I'm gonna put a star asterisk by that name because I guess it will have a new name in the future. If it is supposed to rival Jackson Reed in terms of alleviating the pressure for Jackson Reed, you can't skimp. And this is also part of the issue I think that I raised a number of years ago of as we get to the end of projects in the PACE lineup, are now folks who are coming behind going to have to get less than everybody else because money ran out. And it's not to say that everybody needs a Taj Mahal in terms of a high school, but I feel like in this particular case, a general gathering place where you can have assemblies and meetings or performances, et cetera, is kind of part of the high school experience. And so that's all I will say on that front. And perhaps in the future too, because I think some of my colleagues are advocating for you guys to purchase future buildings for other types of schools, is that when we are evaluating, we're looking at the ed specs of any of future properties that DCPS is acquiring to account for whether or not we can actually meet the ed specifications that we outlined and said were important at the beginning. But I'm over my time. Thank you. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember. Chancellor, my notes are that DCPS reprogrammed $1 million out of DCPS last fall to MPD. Tell me if that's wrong, and were there any other reprogrammings out of DCPS? Actually, I know there was another one which was to OSSE, but that was unspent money related to a school in the capital budget. Any other reprogrammings out of DCPS last year for on the operating side?
The only other one that I'm aware of, and I don't have the list in front of me, is to DGS for summer blitz funding for a work order push in the summer.
So it was related to schools.
Correct.
Okay, but the million to MPD was MPD for overtime. What was your year-end surplus?
I believe it was zero. Yeah, it's zero. Yeah,
Zero?
correct.
Where in the budget for FY25 are the laptop replacements budgeted?
They're budgeted in the Office of Data and Technology.
Is there a specific line?
I don't have it specifically in front of me, but we can follow up with the specific attributes.
And what I'm looking for is your complete budget for laptops and other similar devices that the schools have. So so we don't repeat what happened last summer, which is that I can't find where your laptops are.
Yeah, the chancellor provided that, but it's 15.5 million in there for technology. And we can
Right.
give you the specific attributes.
All right. The academies, the 6th to 9th grade academies, where are they budgeted?
Ninth grade academies are budgeted at schools and sixth grade academies are budgeted centrally within the Office of Schools.
Is there a specific line in Office of Schools for 6th grade?
It's a combination of lines, so we can follow up with that.
Okay.
One important note, Chairman, on that is like you recall that last year, previously when we started the strategy for this year, it was funded with extra dollars. So this year we're moving those positions over to local.
Yes. And you said the 9th grader in schools, is that school-wide or school support?
I don't have it specifically in front of me. I believe it's school-wide, but we can follow up.
Okay. What is the budget, the total budget for Ellington, Duke Ellington? And the reason I ask is because last year it was in 2 places. So I could be asking you whether it's in 2 places or 1 place.
We will get back to you. I believe it's all on schools. This year, I think we made that adjustment.
And the same is true for MacArthur.
It is all on schools now, and the team did confirm that it's all of Ellington is on schools.
And schools means schools.
Schools mean schools.
Contracts over $1 million. Have they all been submitted as they come up? Have they all been submitted to the council?
Yes.
Flexible scheduling program, where is that budget?
Flexing scheduling was a one-time pilot of $2.4 million in FY24. It is not budgeted in FY25. I believe there's additional money budgeted outside of DCPS for that pilot, but we do not have any budgeted for FY25.
Okay, and in 24, where was it? Which is the current year, it was
It was in Central. You also have a reprogramming right now for that money, just to call your attention to as well.
to add or to subtract?
To move money around.
Okay, that's the big reprogramming that's on us.
It's a separate reprogramming for 2.4 million.
Okay. That does remind me, Chancellor, some schools have been contacting us saying that some money, I think some schools' first money they were supposed to get last for the concentration at risk. They haven't gotten that yet because it's being held up at the council. Just letting you know that that's the messaging, which we of course don't appreciate. The reprogramming came to us, I think, a week ago.
We actually just got notice while we were sitting here that it is being filed so that they can get access to those funds. So.
So I'm wrong, it isn't with us yet? Or-
No, as in that it has finished its passive review. You have one other in front of you as well. But the $32 million reprogramming just finished its passive review, I think,
Yes.
today.
Which means we got it 10 days ago. Just so you understand, Chancellor, we don't really like that messaging when
Yeah.
schools believe, for somehow schools are told. I have no idea who would
I
tell
don't
them.
know who would say
But
that either. But
somebody-
that's not a message we communicate.
How
centrally.
many FTEs do you have total?
In
Total
DCPS
FTEs?
total?
Yes.
Over 10,000 FTE.
Okay, so one of those 10,000 FTEs is messaging that the council is the reason why the schools haven't gotten their money for reprogramming that came to us 10 days ago. So just saying. You do position cost, you have these lengthy calculations for position costs, which I guess is for the second budget. The first budget being the budget, we went over this earlier, the budget that the principals actually have in control, and the second budget being the dollars attributed to each school. In that latter calculation, there are a number of costs. What goes into figuring those out?
Yeah, so we detail all of that, and all of that is in the budget book. We work very closely with our program offices as well as the OCFO to look at historical costs. So we have certain cost drivers we have to meet in order to have a certified budget regarding like substitutes and things like that. And so there's a negotiation as we look at historical cost. We look at the number of staff that we have to make sure that we're able to cover all of those costs. Anytime that there's a new CBA that has specific provisions in it, we have to look at how much those provisions cost on a unit base, and then we put those into our calculations for the average position cost.
I'm going to take my last 2 minutes, talk about schools first. So Chancellor, earlier in response to another council member, you talked about equity play. And that the budget you're proposing promotes equity in schools. But when we do a schools first calculation, we see that being shorted, in other words, what the schools first law requires, is higher than what you're proposing for Anacostia. This is not a complete list. Just want to illustrate this equity, quote, equity play, unquote, issue. So schools first would give more money, $800,000 more to Anacostia High School, $1.5 million more to Baloo High School, $743,000 more to Bard Early College, 56,000 more to Burrville Elementary, 250,000 more to Garfield Elementary, 512,000 more to Hart Middle School, 425,000 more to Henley, 308,000 more to Johnson Middle School, 669,000 more to Kelly Miller Middle School, 453,000 more to Ketchum, 616,000 more to Kimball, 455,000 more to Kramer, 406,000 more to Patterson, 447,000 more to Ron Brown, 232,000 more to Savoy, 230,000 more to Simon Elementary, 492,000 more to Turner Elementary, 80,000 more to Woodson. I don't see the equity play.
Well, one, I think we would need to compare Fuji Apple to Fuji Apple, Chairman. So would love to see the numbers that you have. I think, what could be happening here is those are additive numbers to what DCPS has already provided to schools in terms of the
It is
additional
additive
weights.
because schools first in those cases and in many more, I didn't read the complete list, Schools First requires more dollars, about $25 million more to schools than you've actually budgeted, even though DCPS's budget has gone up by what, close to $300 million more?
Right.
So more money to DCPS, but not an equivalent amount to each school under Schools First, which promotes both stability and equity. These schools, the ones I just read, would be getting more.
Yeah.
But I think where I want to go here is, and I'm out of time. How do we stop this cycle? So last year, we adopted Schools First on an emergency basis, so that it was in effect 3 months before you submitted the budget, completely ignored. It's been the law now for a year and a half, and this year completely ignored. In fact, the mayor proposes repealing it. There's no fiscal impact to repealing it, so I'm relatively certain we are not going to repeal it. So how do we stop this cycle?
Yeah, I can't answer, how you stop this cycle as you described it. What I can share though is that, I can't square the numbers if you are providing dollars to school as a basis to what they received last year, and how you would do that and also provide the additional dollars we provide for those students who need more services. And so I just don't know how you do both, and, square those numbers. I also think it's important that our model is designed where the dollars follow the student. And so I think this basis
Chancellor,
of
please
starting
don't
your
go there,
funding.
because I can give you a long list of schools that saw an increase in enrollment and either a loss in budget or a loss in buying power.
You probably could. I mean, there are a number of different reasons why that would occur, but I think the overall general principles that dollars do follow students is in conflict with this notion that you start a school's budget based on what they had the year before.
The dollars do not follow the students because there are numerous instances where schools are having to lay off people, even though their enrollment has gone up. Dollars do not follow the students. There are a number of instances where enrollment has dropped, and yet they are not having to lay off as many people or any people at all. The dollars do not follow the students. But we have received last week testimony from school after school after school about how many people they have to lay off. I didn't mention Stuart Hobson, 6 or 8 people they have to lay off. How is that school supposed to grow? But that's not really my question. My question is, how do we stop this cycle? And your answer is you can't answer, quote unquote, although you are the leader of DCPS. And I am virtually certain that if you said to the mayor, I am willing to follow Schools First, that would stop the cycle. So you can stop this.
Well, Chairman, you've heard directly from the mayor on this issue and her position as it relates to her authority and right to present to the council the budget that she believes best serves residents in the district. And I think what you have is that budget.
Councilmember Fruman?
Thank you very much. And I too am looking for how do we stop this cycle? Because in a certain sense, you have a formula and we have a formula through Schools First, and neither of those formulas are right, actually. But there has to be a back and forth where we get to where we have budgets that make sense and are adequate. But hopefully we can work together going forward. I'm going to revisit permanent substitutes just for a little bit. So we are moving away from permanent substitutes. What's going to happen with those people? Will they be reassigned inside of the system as
Yes,
permanent?
we
as
already
full-time people?
have. So that model is not a part of our structure this current school year.
I see.
So we've already phased that out.
And have you looked at, is there a way to measure the effectiveness of permanent substitutes as opposed to daily substitutes? I mean, I remember when I was a kid and when we had a substitute who I didn't know, it wasn't a great thing. And where there was somebody who was part of the school community, that might have been better. But I hear you on cost, but what about efficacy? Any sense of the efficacy, relative efficacy of daily substitutes and permanent substitutes?
None that I can say. I mean, I think there are in both structures individuals who consistently sub at the same school, right? And that's important. We believe those relationships are very valuable. We do see gaps in the efficiency, though, of having someone in a building every day where there may not necessarily be a need for a substitute, right? And so you have the difficulty of trying to move that person to other schools. So the most efficient model, we believe, is to provide substitutes based on need at a particular school utilizing our substitute pool.
And do you see different experiences in terms of the ability to marshal substitutes at different schools? I mean, I've heard that it can be harder to get substitutes at schools east of the river than it might be to get substitutes at a school in Ward 3. Do you see anything like that of challenges in getting daily substitutes into schools in any part of the city?
Yeah, I think there's a variety of factors that would drive that. It depends on, what a substitute would be interested in. Some substitutes prefer upper grades, some substitutes prefer lower grades, some substitutes prefer to be closer to their home, and others, not so much. So I think it just depends upon the individual substitutes in terms of what's driving their interest. But we don't see scenarios where, there's like one school where we're not able to be responsive to substitutes that they may need. Now, there may be times where the system may be overloaded for a particular day, and we may have to use other measures to cover the class. But overall, our substitute real fill rate is always relatively high. I think we hover around 90%, which is up from last year of our fill rate. So most people, when they need a substitute, can rely on the pool to have someone come and sub for them that day.
And that's citywide. There's not differences. I mean, my job is to be an advocate for Ward 3 schools, but also for schools all across the city. And we need to make sure you're doing lots of things to try to lift up schools in all parts of the city. Substitutes needs to be part of that answer, because we can't have kids who aren't being served when their teacher is out. Turning to flexible spending, flexible scheduling, schools got some schools got $200,000 to look into flexible scheduling plans. I'm hearing that some of that money was used for devices. Some of that money was used to set up a Saturday academy. Hard to see how that changes the scheduling during the week for the teachers. What are you doing with the dollars that we've gotten for flexible scheduling? What's your goal in moving towards flexible scheduling?
Well, I think we are still exploring all the different options and opportunities that are available. So today we don't have one specific model that we believe is, the model we should adopt. What we do require schools to think about is, how do we ensure, one, that tier 1 instruction is strong, right? That every student is getting instruction at grade level. And then secondly, how do we leverage this resource or flexibility to provide interventions, right? And schools utilize those interventions in different ways, which can include small group instruction, which can include our high impact tutoring model, and threading that through the schedule in different ways. And then the final component we ask schools to think about is, how can this be a lever for deepening instructional planning? How might we create more opportunities for third grade teachers to collaborate better? How might we create an opportunity for teachers who are teaching Algebra 1 to collaborate better? But I think we're still early in that exploration to say that we have the model, but there are lots of different options. We may land that it may need to be different going forward for all schools in terms of the flexibility. But at the end of the day, you should hear from me, and the public should know that it's something that I am open to embrace. Like, I think that we should be thinking about scheduling in a very nimble way. And my hope is that we're able to continue to advance in this area.
So I hear you, and some of the things that you were talking about different kinds of interventions and strengthening in the tier 1 places. I hear you on that, and that is a critical goal that you want to achieve in all different kinds of ways. I do think that the flexible scheduling pilots are about something different, and they're about teacher morale, teacher retention. And so I think you need to be careful that you not use this pot of money to solve other very important problems, but that we use this money to explore how to create more flexibility during the week in scheduling for teachers so that we get to the kind, we improve, we have different views about where we are in teacher retention, but we share that we want to improve it. And the longer, as we keep teachers for longer, they get better, they're more effective, and they'll get at those other goals. So I would urge you to be careful not to use these dollars for a goal that's different than that, different than addressing the pressures on teacher morale that comes from being different from so many other professions where, lots of people have a flexibility in their schedule today they didn't have a few years ago, but not teachers, and it has an impact. So impact, the,
I know Dr. B wanted to respond briefly about high
Please.
impact tutoring, but the idea again, not be restrictive, but be flexible and then begin to create some guardrails.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that I want to make sure that we're centering what the chancellor has charged us with as it relates to flexible scheduling, in that centering the student experience. And so while it creates opportunities for teachers to be able to collaborate, for us to look at conditions for teachers, we want to make sure that the student experience is primary. And so you see a lot of schools utilizing technology as a part of those funds. It is to create additional opportunities for students to be able to work independently, to be able to work with partners, so that teachers, to number one, enhance instruction, but also create those opportunities for teachers. And so I want to make sure that when we're talking about flexible scheduling, it is important that we're looking at the conditions for teachers, but we want to make sure that we're centering student experience in that as well.
I mean, it's hard to argue with centering student experience, but I actually do think that this is about, that the whole idea of this was about something different, which was improving teacher experience, which will then improve student experience. And so I think we may be going a little like this, but I'm glad that you were as clear as you are about it, because if we're going, not meeting it, there's not a meeting of the minds, it's at least useful to know that. Impact, American University did the study showing racial bias and impact. I think you acknowledged that reality. You tried to do changes to the system in order to try to change that. Have you done any kind of survey of teachers, or a new evaluation of the system by American University to assure that what your goal of getting the racial bias out of impact has been achieved? And not just a conversation here or there, but like a systematic survey of how teachers are experiencing it, or a revisiting with American University.
Yeah, we haven't done another evaluation with American University, but we have created professional development opportunities for principals in response to the data points. We do reflect year over year on the results of our impact outcomes to mine for bias. We also ensure that, if there's a particular school of concern, that we're able to zero in and target supports directly for that principal to understand why the data is playing out the way it is. And then in terms of impact in general, we're constantly asking our teachers about it. We have an insight survey that we administer to get feedback around, how teachers are feeling about impact and their observations.
So I won't ask questions about these, but I'll close out and then be done. The outdoor learning and experiential learning, I think Empower Ed did a brilliant thing where they retweeted pictures of council members outside looking at the solar eclipse saying, see, it works. And so I urge you to, put your shoulder down to try to strengthen those things because they work and they improve everybody's experience.
I agree. That's Cornerstones 2.0. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Freeman. Councilmember Henderson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chancellor, when you guys are formulating the budget, and I know when you send it to schools, there are certain things that you guys require that a school has, right? Like a school can't zero out all of their custodians, for instance. They have to have, a certain number there. Do you have the same type of expectations in terms of supplies?
Great question, Councilmember Henderson. We have not. It is actually one of the areas where we've put in place this fiscal planning season more guardrails, because what we would see, schools would petition out, which is our process for them to make adjustments of, office supplies or general supplies. And then we see later on that there are gaps. So we've created some guardrails to ensure that schools have what they need. And that's, again, office supplies, general supplies, and then also custodial supplies.
Okay, so if there are guardrails in place, why are there several?
So I said, this historically, they have not. We've added some new guardrails going into the 24-25 school year for the fiscal year 25 budget.
Okay, but so then my question is still relevant. When I look at some of the initial school budget lines or that have been submitted, there are some schools that don't have anything budget under supplies. Can you guys do an audit just to make sure?
So if you're seeing that, that means the schools have already identified the appropriate resources in those areas and other places. So what we do see is sometimes schools will utilize, PTO, PTA resources or other resources, but we have the instructional superintendents review that to ensure that they have the appropriate dollars to support those needs.
Okay, I mean, the idea that a school is going to rely on their PTO for copy paper or crayons or markers, that's not really, I don't necessarily think that's an appropriate use of PTO funds, but also, as a parent, when I get the school supply list at the beginning of every school year, I'm always amazed by the creativity of what ends up on that list. And I think it's a reflection of perhaps them not getting the funding from central office to be able to purchase some of those things. And, I think for each school, they should have the ability to put on the list what is necessary in order to meet the needs of their school community. But if the idea is we could zero out supply lines because the parents are going to cover it, I don't feel like that's a fair balance or trade, because there's certainly schools for which have students whose families can't afford, a 2-page supply list otherwise.
Yeah, so it's not designed to be, as you describe it, where they get to petition away and then they ask for those resources. Like, you have to have evidence that there's measures in place that the school has already, taken in the appropriate resources. So it's not, I petition them out and then let me go create a list for parents to send back those resources. If that makes sense.
Can you guys just do a spot check? I don't want the same situations for this school year to be next school year of any number of things. And, Patrick, to the chairman's point around the recent reprogramming, right? I'm getting emails from parents saying, like, why haven't you guys funded toilet paper for our school? And I'm like, it's not the council. They've been told it was our fault, but like.
I think when you get those questions, I think the best response is all schools receive a budget for those items, right? And that's true. And so we're trying to find the right balance of the autonomy that we know schools enjoy and appreciate, and restricting what schools can and can't do. But it is an area that I will monitor closely, given the concerns we have. And if we can't manage this petition process well, then we'll make other adjustments.
Okay.
Yeah, and Councilmember, I'll just add just on the data piece of it for custodial supplies, that's probably our hardest line. in terms of not being able to petition those away. And so out of 117 schools, 115 schools have budgeted custodial supplies this year. And we can give you that sort of data.
Okay.
We see a little bit more variability, and sometimes you'll see like there's contractual service versus office supplies, and they're sort of used interchangeably as well. Again, there's a chancellor mentioned about some flexibility there. And so we'll take a look at that as well.
Okay, I appreciate that. Let's talk a little bit about enrollment. So we looked at the proposed enrollment numbers for DCPS, looked at it by grade band. One thing that kind of stood out to me was that you all are anticipating a significant increase in enrollment of 12th grade students, about 270 additional 12th grade students, which doesn't necessarily match the trend of what we see in 9th through 11. So I'm curious, is something happening in the 12th grade that you are expecting some additional enrollment there?
It's likely a tracking of the cohort. So, times where certain cohorts are larger than others. So, if our, 10th or 11th grade cohorts are larger than previous years, the projection is reflected that as those students matriculate to high school. But the good news is if we look at our enrollment data year over year at this date and time, almost every grade level, we see that we are on track to meet our projection and have increased enrollment where we were last year this time. So I'm confident that we will either meet or exceed our projection based on the numbers that we see today. But as you know, there's still a lot more work to do for enrollment season. And I want to plug briefly the last Saturday in April, April 27th, is enrollment Saturday across DCPS from 9 to 12.
Okay, you take that moment for the PSA there. You guys are anticipating an increase in extended school year locations, seeing an increase in enrollment there by 122%. Have you all done an evaluation of your current extended school year programs to determine, I don't know, teacher satisfaction, parent satisfaction? Is it having the impact that you all anticipated?
We do review our data annually. We also, look at interest and parent feedback. As you know, it is required for our students to have IEPs. And so oftentimes the types of services, who we serve, the number of students depends on IEPs and the goals and what students need. But in general, we've seen significant interest in our summer programming. In fact, at a level where we're not always able to respond to the demand.
Okay, so that's the reflection of the extended school year, which is different than your summer school.
That is correct. So the extended year program is solely for students that have IEPs.
Okay, solely for students. Okay, all right. All right. I think some of my colleagues covered a number of the various CBA agreements, but one I want to bring up, I think is sort of related to the substitute teachers, and we've talked about this before, which is around paraprofessional pay. So you've increased the pay for your teachers, you've increased the pay for your substitutes, but your paraprofessionals it's not competitive. And I know that's a CBA. So what are the plans in terms of increasing paraprofessional pay?
Yeah, to your point, Councilman Henderson, we're proud that we were able to recently raise compensation. We're just as committed to this group as we are to all of our labor partners in terms of negotiation contract. We look forward to having conversations with all of our members around compensation. In the interim, though, there have been a couple of strategies that I think really help. One is we've incorporated the ability for staff to earn more that are providing high impact tutoring. Also, when our paraprofessionals substitute during the day, they also receive additional compensation. So I think there's a ways that which people can increase their compensation, but we do need to continue to think about how do we raise salaries to be competitive for the market.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, you all as management can initiate opening up a CBA if you desire to increase compensation. Correct?
Right, well, we have to have authorization to negotiate compensation. So we're at this time, we're on negotiating compensation.
I'm just saying, I think you guys are in a very interesting situation where I can make more as a substitute teacher than I can make as a paraprofessional. And legally, you need the paraprofessionals and the aides in your classrooms. Yes?
Yeah, we need everyone that's a part of our
I
staff.
understand, but in this environment, and we have this in all of these various care fields, right? Childcare, long-term care, home health aides, paraprofessionals, et cetera. These are not easy jobs. They're, in some cases, especially if you're dealing with early childhood, this is like backbreaking work, even in pre-K 3, pre-K 4. You gotta get down on their level to have conversations with these little people. And if I can make more at Starbucks, why not Starbucks? So the value proposition of, if you want your paraprofessionals, if you want to recruit these individuals, if you want to retain them, which I think is part of your grow your own path, paraprofessionals are excellent candidates to become teachers in your classrooms and things like that. You have to pay these people what they're worth. And I think hiding behind a CBA, even though we as DC government have the ability to open up the CBA to give people more pay, I think is a little like, I don't want to call it lazy, but it is kind of a lazy response to that.
Yeah, I don't know that our efforts, I would describe our efforts as lazy. I mean, I'm really proud of what we've been able to do recently, and we're committed. I know the mayor's committed to continue our efforts in competitive compensation. But I also think, as you highlighted, the types of professional learning experiences we also provide to our paraprofessionals is critical. And we do see many of our paraprofessionals transition into the classroom as licensed educators, and we want to continue that work.
Can a school operate without a paraprofessional?
What do you mean, can a school operate without a paraprofessional?
Can you have a classrooms go? Can you operate at an elementary school if you do not have any paraprofessionals?
Well, we're at our best when we have schools that are fully staffed, and most of our schools are fully staffed.
Right, and that staff is at their best when they're paid fairly for their worth.
And we recognize the value of our paraprofessionals.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Chancellor, you said in response to Councilmember Henderson, when she asked about whether you could open negotiations regarding or bring up compensation, you said we have to have authorization. From whom?
Right, so we collaborate with the city administrator on.
So
any-
authorization from the city administrator.
Correct.
Thank you. Councilmember Pinto?
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson. Hi, Chancellor Farabee. Nice to see you.
Good afternoon, Chairman. Excuse me, good afternoon, Councilmember Pinto.
Afternoon. All right, I want to start with the pilot that I started last year for community access to recreational spaces. This was a pilot program for Garrison Elementary and Banneker High School to offer custodial and security support services to make sure that these schools can be open during nights and weekends to the community. And the number one pushback or concerns that we get from the schools is around trash left over and around security concerns. So we put that money in the budget. It was supposed to be effective October 1. We're 6 months into the fiscal year and it's not stood up yet. So where do we stand and what is the hurdle?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember. We do have the access that the dollars were intended to support for Banneker and Garrison. DPR and DGS are finalizing the tasks related to cleanup, and we're also utilizing cameras to support with security. But access should be provided as intended.
But the access is not the end of the story. We need the security and custodial support stood up. And I'm just worried about they're in process, because we started working with DPR, DGS, DCPS last spring in the formulation of the language that we put in the budget to make sure that it was able to be stood up. We had meetings in the summer to say we don't want to wait until we get into the fiscal year. We want everything ready to go. So come October, we can get started. And we've followed up every couple of weeks for the last 6 months. And every time we're told negotiations are in process.
Yeah, so the public has access to the facilities before school, after school, on weekends as intended. My understanding is that if there's a need for trash removal and pickup, DPW is handling that in the interim until a vendor or some other resource is identified. And again, think both DPR and DGS would be the best agencies to give you further clarification there. And then we have new cameras being installed as a security measure in place of security guards.
Well, I know about the cameras because we also put that in the budget for specific security cameras, but what you're talking about general kind of city services is different than the $200,000 we put into the budget for this pilot specifically for staff.
Yeah, I am not aware of staff being funded at this point.
Well, that's of great concern because we've been told for the last 12 months, over 20 times, that there is, you all are working together to try to negotiate to figure out which agency it's going to come from. And now you're saying that there's not even an awareness that there's staff. I've asked DPR and DGS about this at their hearings and continue to follow up with them about this too, but that's very concerning that we're not even on the same page that the pilot is funded to do this.
Yeah, I think there should be more follow-up with DPR because I believe the money for staffing sits with DPR.
Right, but they were unsure if they are permitted to move forward because these are DCPS properties.
Yeah, there's no reason why we would be the barrier. So I'm not sure why that was in question. We don't see ourselves as a barrier to that staffing model.
Gotcha,
So
okay.
if staff is hired, they're permitted to serve in that capacity.
Okay. Okay, so we will follow up again about this, but I just ask you, Chancellor, for your help in getting this across the finish line because we're already almost at the end of this school year, and this was supposed to be operational for this entire school year. And when you say access is available, the gates are still closed at Banneker on our street, disallowing a major segment of the community from accessing the space, which was part of the agreement for Banneker opening in this location.
Understood. We'll have to follow up with DPR and DGS on where that stands.
Okay, okay, thank you very much. Okay, so I'm very concerned about a number of budget cuts proposed for Ward 2 schools that I want to ask about. I appreciate the increase in the UPSFF, including the weight increase for adult education, which is really important that we need to fund. But I see for School Without Walls, they're budgeted for 2 fewer FTEs, but they have a projected enrollment increase of 12 additional students. Banneker projected to have 106 additional students, but not a appropriate increase in staffing to accommodate that. Hyde Addison has a projected enrollment increase, but also a reduction of FTE. Hardy Middle School, a projected enrollment increase of 41 students, but a decrease in 2 FTEs. Ross Elementary School, same thing. Seton Elementary School, School Without Walls, Francis Stevens. I mean, this is like all of our Ward 2 schools essentially. We're seeing increases in enrollment and decreases in staffing. Why?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think one of the challenges that we have is that, there are buying power limitations because of one, our collective bargaining agreements and the salary inflationary increases. The average salaries that schools are utilizing to purchase positions have increased. But I think the situations are very different across each school. I'll use School Without Walls as an example, start there. While the increase, the change in enrollment was about 12 students, right? So it's not a significant increase that would generate a significant amount of dollars to change, their buying power. And speaking with the principal, those 2 positions, they did analysis of enrollment in courses. For example, one of those positions is a world language position, and the enrollment was difficult to justify having the FTE given the number of students in those courses. And those, again, the tough decisions that schools are faced with when they think about, their strategic investments and then their buying power. And the same would be true across, all of our schools. But overall, Councilman Pinto, it's important to note that in Ward 2 schools, we're seeing an overall increase in FTEs of 15 FTEs. So as a ward, there are more FTEs in schools compared to last year. If you look at a year-over-year comparison.
Okay. Well, thank you for that context. I guess I understand not having an increase in FTEs if the enrollment is increasing 6 or 10 or 15 students. Although we'd like to see it, we understand the kind of realities of the budget. But then to have a decrease correlated with it, like the language teacher you talked about, School Without Walls, that is a really important position. That is an important class to so many students. As we try to provide a robust, rounded out educational experience for our kids, opportunity to learn a language is not going to continue if we don't have a complete enrollment in the entire class and then we cut the position. We're going to go backwards, I worry.
Yeah, again, I think those are decisions that all of our schools had to grapple with, given the buying power challenges that they were faced with.
So when we think about the buying power and the school decisions that each have to make, what is the effect of this budget on their ability to make those decisions or move around funds between their personnel and non-personnel budget?
Yeah, so schools have, similar flexibilities they've had in the past. We had a discussion earlier about office supplies, custodial supplies, that we place some guardrails around. There are some must-haves that schools must think about in their budget. And if schools aren't able to provide those must-have positions, then we provide additional dollars as a part of our safety net. But in general, I think if there are changes in schools' budget year over year, it'd be helpful to look at, their enrollment shifts, like I gave you with School Without Walls. That was a minor shift in enrollment. Or, for example, are there any demographic shifts or changes in the student population where the needs might change, for example, with students with IEPs or multilingual learners. So there's a lot that could drive a school's budget, but overall, schools have the same flexibility this year that they've had in previous years.
I don't have time to ask you another question, but I do just want to flag, Chancellor, as we move through this first year where we transition safe passage program from the Deputy Mayor of Education's office to the Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice. One of the pieces of feedback we continue to hear, and we talked with the Deputy Mayor Pia about this yesterday in our oversight hearing, is the need for coordination with our school communities to be part of the solution, about what their community needs and what the specific kind of relationship dynamics are between students. And so just want to flag that for you as a continued need, even though it's housed under the Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice, we still want our schools to be specifically involved in ensuring the efficacy of that program.
Yeah, thank you for calling that out. Thank you for your work around safety in the district, particularly for schools and thinking about getting them to school and back home safely. It's important to note that we have a weekly meeting with the public safety team around the needs we see in schools. And so we'll continue to elevate the feedback that we get from our families and also our school staff.
Thank you very much. Look forward to continuing to work together on that.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Chairman.
Thank you, Councilwoman Pinto. I just want to note that the WTU contract increased salaries about 12.5% roughly, and the UPSFF has gone up 12.5% roughly. Not all of the FTEs and DCPS are on the WTU contract. And so the at least 1,500 in central school support and school-wide, maybe not school-wide, but central and school support aren't subject to this WTU contract. So DCPS received more money than it needs for the teachers because it received that UPSFF, which is for more than the teachers. And yet schools have lost buying power. I was going to end with this. Last week we received testimony. I'm going to read 2 paragraphs, and at the end of the first one, ask you to respond, and at the end of the second one, ask you to respond. There was a teacher who testified, and she said this: I'm an Empower Ed fellow and have been an art teacher with DCPS for the past 7 years. We need to invest in people, not platforms. Mastery Connect, Relay, School Mint, Panorama, Educator's Handbook, Live School, PeopleSoft, Canvas, Teams, Clever, Aspen, Impact, Remind, Relay, Nearpod, Playposit, Renaissance, Sown to Grow, MAP, Pair, CAPE, ANET, SAM, HMH, MTSS. These are just some of the platforms that the district is spending millions of dollars on. They say they're investing in student success or using ESSER funds to help facilitate academic growth. They're investigating in corporate enterprises that serve to micromanage teachers and overtest students. Of the absolutely ridiculous amount of acronyms I just listed off, we only really use and need about 3 of those. How do you respond?
It's interesting because all of those platforms that I heard provide a wealth of information that allow us to serve our employees and our students and families. So I can't imagine a world without PeopleSoft. Like, how would people get paid? You know, some of the platforms we hire over, 900 people a year. And like, so just this idea that you wouldn't utilize technology, I think what that statement represents is we've identified a number of different solutions that allow central services in our schools to do their job better.
For second paragraph, we are spending double per child on just the physical test for CAPE compared to art supplies. You probably haven't heard of most of these platforms because we, as the staff using these platforms, can't keep them straight. Your children aren't going home saying, quote, my teacher tracked my progress with their relay data meetings, and I learned so much from the 4-hour CAPE test we took, unquote. They are hopefully coming home to tell you about their art projects. They're coming away from school remembering who helped them through the day or who was available to talk to them during class. How do you respond?
I think the art experience is equally important as understanding where our students are performing academically. Yeah, I think, it wouldn't be helpful for me to try to sit here and defend every platform. But I think overall, the platforms I heard do provide valuable resources or information that allow us to do our job well.
I'm going to leave it at that. That's going to conclude the questions for you. We may have some follow-up as we work on the budget. I do not have a complete list of everything you said you would get back on, but it does include the spend plan and technical issue regarding ESSER funds, where the laptop replacements are budgeted, where the academies are budgeted, the budget for Duke. Nope, you said that that was one place. You're going to get back regarding the DCPS school facility fund, including what you meant by clarity from DGS, the timeline for getting this resolved. Why is it no dollars have been actually given to schools? And does the law need to be changed? And that may not be a complete list with regard to that. You're going to get back regarding the staff plan for alternative education placement as well as where it's budgeted. You're going to get back regarding where the $2.2 million for Dream Learning Centers is. You're going to get back on the security contract explaining the how the contract has expanded programmatically as well as a full explanation of the 50% increase. That's inflation adjusted in 2018 to the current contract amount. Going to get back regarding where economy of scale is being operationalized at DCPS Central. Going to get back with an itemization of the $50 million in swing space. I'm going to get back regarding Councilmember Nadeau's question for you to follow up on anti-Semitic specific training at Jackson Reed. Get back regarding Councilmember Henderson's breakdown of resources following SPED students. She gave specific or will give you specific instances. Breakdown meaning why it broke down, not the budget breakdown. And get back regarding Councilmember Pinto's request regarding the Department of Parks and Recreation and DCPS pilot for Garrison and Bannock. And you'll get back on everything else I forgot to mention.
We're tracking those notes, Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you, Chancellor.
Thank you.
We're going to take a 10-minute break. And then we'll start with OSSE. We're going to reconvene this hearing. This has been or is a public hearing concerning the mayor's proposed budgets. And at this point, we are at the Office of the State Superintendent of Education. So we will hear testimony regarding that and then have some questions. When you're ready, Dr. Grant.
Thank
And
you,
good
Chairman.
afternoon. Good to see you.
Good afternoon. Good to see you as well. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole and staff. My name is Dr. Christina Grant, and I'm the State Superintendent of Education. I'm pleased to testify before you today on the fiscal year 2025 budget for the Office of the State Superintendent of Education. Mayor Bowser's proposed FY25 budget and financial plan makes vital investments in public education, public safety in downtown DC. Notably, it prioritizes our public schools through a historic 12.4%, $349 million increase to the uniform per student funding formula. It invests $4.8 million in high-impact tutoring, $5 million to support the reimagining of high school, and $17 million in capital funds to expand the Advanced Technical Center to include a new urgent care health clinic. These investments are part of Mayor Bowser's record $2.7 billion local budgetary commitment to the public education system. While public budgets always represent trade-offs between difficult choices, and this year's budget requires some particularly tough decisions, I'm honored to serve in an administration that continues to prioritize investments in public education, even under challenging fiscal constraints. I look forward to talking with you about these investments today. OSSE, as the district's state education agency, plays a vital role in our educational ecosystem, and it's my distinct honor to present OSSE's FY25 budget. Much of OSSE's work goes on behind the scenes in ways that can be difficult to recognize or visualize. For example, OSSE is responsible for providing guidance and oversight to local education agencies on federal fund expenditures. This year, due to our guidance and oversight, the diligence of our LEAs, and our partnership with the U.S. Department of Education, DC did not have any audit findings in the district's annual federal single audit. However, behind the scenes competence is less visible to policymakers and advocates. So with my testimony today, I am going to try something different. My testimony will walk you through a school day from the perspective of our most important stakeholders to help contextualize how critical investments at OSSE show up in the lives of our students, families, and educators. Stories like these drive OSSE's daily work and illustrate the reach of our investments. Ashley wakes up her two children, Xavier and Yolanda, to get them ready for school, while Bryson cooks breakfast. The family used to eat sugary cereal daily, but ever since Xavier started growing sweet potatoes in the OSSE-funded school garden and taking nutrition classes with an OSSE-funded CBO, all he wants to eat are healthy, nutritionally rich meals, and he's convinced the rest of the family to do the same. Yolanda, an 8th grader, has autism and was first identified for special education supports as a toddler through OSSE's Strong Start program, which enabled her to enter pre-K3, meeting developmental milestones, and with the individualized education supports she needed. One of the manifestations of her disability is she has a tendency to run away. As a result, she cannot yet independently take public transportation and is delivered to her school each day by OSSE's Division of Transportation. Even though the bus arrives punctually 96% of the time this year, Ashley is feeling nervous because Yolanda has social studies during first period. Her school is piloting OSSE's new social studies standards, which include an action civics course in 8th grade. The standards, which will be implemented across DC next school year, require students to, among other things, propose a public policy solution, and Yolanda's teacher has partnered with the CBO to turn this standard into a public speaking opportunity. Ashley is excited for Yolanda to practice her speech on gun control aloud in front of her classmates. So she opens her phone and checks OSSE's daily DOT updates webpage. Although she's looking forward to the development of a mobile bus tracking application that provides individual route information, this transparent check eases her mind. As Yolanda's scheduled pickup time, the bus attendant greets her at the front door with a smile, and they hold hands as they walk to the bus together. Ashley thought about opting into OSSE's new Parent Transportation Stipend Program, but decided against it because Yolanda loves riding the bus with her attendant and her friends. The Parent Stipend Program, expanded private route options, and continued improvement to OSSE's DOT traditional yellow school bus service ensures that students such as Yolanda are able to receive the transportation option that best suits their individualized needs. Since Yolanda is in 8th grade, the transition to high school has also been top of mind for her and her family. After utilizing OSSE's school report card platform and My School DC tool to research schools, they decided to apply to 6 high schools through OSSE's My School DC lottery process, including 3 DCPS and 3 public charter schools. She got into her top choice. She was particularly pleased that she matched with one of the 15 district high schools that currently participate and partner with OSSE's Advanced Technical Center. The ATC is a centralized facility with cutting-edge technology in instruction in cybersecurity and nursing, where students can simultaneously earn free college and high school credit. Ever since Yolanda read a story about a cybersecurity professional who saved the internet by discovering a hidden backdoor in a Linux operating system, she has been singularly focused on becoming a hacker for the common good. With access to the ATC, Yolanda will also have access to automatic admission and a $60,000 scholarship to Trinity University to continue her studies, providing a clear pathway to career in the high-demand, high-wage field of cybersecurity. This is a pathway that she can further solidify through OSSE's Advanced Internship Program during the school year and Career Ready Internship Program over the summer. Both internships place students with employers aligned to their CTE pathway, opening doors of opportunity that used to be reserved for students who could afford unpaid internships or had inside connections. With the mayor's proposed investments in OSSE's CTE internship programs, Yolanda can jump right into earning money and gaining experience in a high-demand career field. It's a win-win. Yolanda gets the experience she needs, and the district fills a needed cybersecurity role. Yolanda's brother, Xavier, is in 4th grade and walks with a friend to his neighborhood elementary school. As he enters his classroom, he is greeted by Mr. Charles, while his OSSE certified teacher writes today's learning objective on the board. Xavier loved going to school as a pre-kindergarten student, but his enthusiasm waned through the challenges of distance learning. During his 2nd grade parent-teacher conference, his teacher informed both Ashley and Bryson that Xavier was falling behind in reading. They asked whether he could receive tutoring to help him catch up and was crestfallen when his teacher informed them that they weren't offering any free tutoring services. When Xavier started 3rd grade, thanks to federal recovery funding and a creative initiative spearheaded by OSSE, his school had a new program, High Impact Tutoring, or HIT. And Xavier started working with Mr. Charles twice a week for 45 minutes. High Impact Tutoring has improved Xavier's reading skills, fostered a trusting relationship with Mr. Charles, and renewed his eagerness to come to school. These HIT investments are being seen across the district, with at-risk students being 7% more likely to meet their academic growth goals, 7% less likely to meet school, and 16% more likely to have a trusted adult at school. The mayor's FY25 proposed budget includes $4 million to sustain the high-impact tutoring services built during the recovery period and close the tutoring gap between well-resourced households and students furthest away from opportunity. The benefits of HIT don't stop with these students. Last year, Mr. Charles worked as an OSSE-funded high-impact tutoring at Xavier's school through an AmeriCorps-supported tutoring program. He originally planned to become a biologist, but after spending time in the classroom and experiencing the transformational effect of teaching students how to read, he was hooked. Like a number of high-impact tutors, he decided to become an educator and was hired as a full-time paraprofessional at his placement school, beginning his journey to becoming a lead classroom teacher. Xavier's current high-impact tutor also plans to join the teaching workforce, but he needs a different pathway. The mayor's FY25 proposed budget includes $550,000 for a teacher apprenticeship program, which will enable Xavier's tutor to pursue a career in education through paid on-the-job experience alongside a veteran educator while earning a cost-free degree in elementary special education. Xavier's lead teachers have also grown their capacity to deliver high-quality instruction through OSSE's funded professional development opportunity. His math teacher, Ms. Delta, completed OSSE's 20-hour math boot camp course and earned OSSE's special education micro-credential credit, while his ELA teacher, Mr. Elliott, learned how to leverage evidence-backed instructional strategies to boost literacy skills through OSSE's 25-hour Science of Reading course. These professional development experiences were further enhanced when the school brought high-quality instructional materials through an ESSER-funded OSSE grant, access to Zern, a high-quality math platform, revamped Ms. Delta's small group rotations, allowing her to provide more individualized attention and differentiation. And Mr. Elliott's instruction has been completely transformed. He used to scramble to put together lessons, pulling together materials provided by a previous teacher or off a public website. Now, with access to high quality curriculum, he is able to focus his efforts on instructional delivery and tailored feedback. It's paying dividends. His student scores on OSSE's high quality statewide assessment are improving. Mayor Bowser's proposed budget invests $2 million in local funds to further increase access to high-quality instructional materials and align literacy supports. While Xavier, like most DC students, still has room to grow, his academic trajectory has improved significantly since he returned to in-person learning 2 years ago. His comeback is on track. As Xavier, Yolanda, and all our learners from birth through adulthood make their way through district schools and child development facilities each day, OSSE plays important roles in ways that are both visible and unseen. OSSE's regulations, guidance, oversight, and funding touch meals, immunizations, scholarships, data systems, school climate, instruction, and more. An often unnoticed layer of policy infrastructure that supports our district's early learning programs and ELAs in advancing educational advancement and growth. While I have taken some creative license in describing how these supports live in our schools and the wonderful work that would be supported through the mayor's proposed budget, I hope this depiction helps illustrate for council and the public the many ways that OSSE's work leverages local investments to support district learners. Mayor Bowser's FY25 Fair Shot proposal delivers a 29th consecutive balanced budget. I want to again stamp that this budget includes difficult decisions. Chief among these is the elimination of the ECE Pay Equity Fund. OSSE worked closely with stakeholders to stand the fund up, and we are proud of our stewardship of the program. Mayor Bowser did not set out the elimination of this fund. Rather, this decision was compelled by the Chief Financial Officer's interpretation of the district's obligations to fully replenish the reserve funds. Whether these funds are fully restored or not, OSSE commits to working with child development facilities, council, and other stakeholders to ensure that facilities and early childhood educators have the information they need to move forward with the greatest stability possible. As the district moves beyond the COVID recovery funding period, the mayor's education budget has prioritized investments grounded in research and evidence, including expanded career opportunities through innovative high school programming, high-impact tutoring to close equity gaps, building the district's educational data infrastructure to ensure students have access to rigorous coursework, expanded dual enrollment opportunities, a mixed model special education transportation delivery system, science-based literacy instructional supports, and a teacher apprenticeship program to further expand the district's educator pipeline. In sum, the proposed budget makes critical investments to move the education sector from recovery to restoration and builds upon the progress OSSE has already made on our 2023 through 2025 strategic plan priorities. We've accomplished so much over the last 2 years. We established the DC LEAD Scholarship Program to provide early childhood educators a tuition-free path to earn their degrees. We updated DC's accountability system. We enhanced DC's school report card. We released the district's first ever special education performance report, collected school course catalogs for the first time, launched the district's first ever school climate cohort, established and grew the ATC, achieved the district's highest on-time student transportation service delivery on record, and adopted new social studies standards, mental health standards, and financial literacy standards, amongst other accomplishments. These investments in the mayor's proposed FY25 budget will ensure that OSSE can realize further advancements on our strategic priorities on behalf of our district learners and families. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today. Thank you to Mayor Bowser for entrusting me to lead OSSE and provide the supports to ensure we will continue to grow our capacity and accomplishments in FY25. Thank you to everyone at OSSE, particularly the folks behind me, who make these accomplishments a reality and dedicates their time and energy supporting our district learners. It really is an honor and joy to lead such a dedicated, talented team. Thank you to every teacher, principal, parent, and student striving to improve our district's future. You all are at the heart of everything we do every day. Thank you to every resident of the District of Columbia for your trust and support and pushes, gentle or not, to make our education system better today than yesterday and better tomorrow than today. I'm pleased to answer your questions.
Thank you, Dr. Graham. So we'll have a couple of 10-minute rounds. Dr. Grant, adult transportation subsidy, is that funding in your budget?
Adult transportation
Yeah,
subsidy?
there's an adult
I
transportation
don't
subsidy.
believe so.
Do you know where that is? Is that in DME?
Would it be in DDOT? I'm unsure, sir, but we can follow up with you.
Okay. I think I struck out on my first question. Um, why weren't the UPSFF weights raised to the level of the adequacy study?
Would that be a question best for the DME?
Well, it might be, but I thought I'd ask you.
Oh, sorry. I would pivot to the question to the DME. We could follow up, but that would be a question best posed for him.
The DC Lead Scholarship Program,
Mhm.
is that being cut in this budget?
It is not. It's currently being funded at a little over $600,000. And it will be funded in FY24 for that, FY25 for that same amount.
So unchanged FY25 to FY24.
So we've leveraged some ESSER dollars to plus, well, not specifically ESSER, but we've leveraged recovery dollars to plus up that dollar amount, but the local amount that was funded in FY24 will be also funded in FY25.
So the total amount will be down in FY25.
Yes, but not by a significant amount, and we can follow up with you in writing on the shift
Would
of
you?
that amount, of course.
At our hearing last week, there was some testimony about outdoor learning labs. I wrote down in one place STEM learning labs, another place just outdoor labs. Are there two different or the same?
I can't give you a distinction on if they're STEM or outdoor, but there are outdoor learning labs that had been previously funded that are not recommended for funding in FY25.
So OSSE apparently spent money to design these outdoor labs for different schools.
We spent money to work with schools to develop plans for outdoor learning
Yes.
labs. Those plans have been developed.
Yes.
The schools have those plans. We would not be on first to build the labs, but we have completed the process of supporting schools with plans. And we would be available to support schools should funding become available in terms of establishing.
Do you remember
these
roughly what
lands.
it costs per school?
Give me one quick second because I just pulled them up. A combined in FY21 and 22, we spent a combined amount of 110,000 on the development of customized site plans for 63 schools to build outdoor learning spaces, we didn't, in the developing of the plans, we didn't price out how much it would cost to actually build each plan.
So you don't know.
Correct.
So why did we spend money to design them, but then dropped it?
Well, I wouldn't say that we dropped it. We, if we go back to FY21 and 22, we were in a palpable sense of reopening our school system. And at that point in time, outdoor learning environments were a critical solution that we were trying to leverage to reopen a school system. I would not say that the plans were dropped. I'd say we developed those plans. We did an extensive evaluation to assess what extent the plans could be realized in different schools. And now those plans exist. Should funds become available and schools want to move into that direction, we could support them in materializing them.
What does that mean, support them? The money would have to come from somewhere, which may be not you, because it's not in your budget. So if they have the money, then they would go ahead and do it.
Yeah, and I mean, if schools have resources that they would want to leverage, they could move forward and we would provide them with the technical assistance. The schools that participated in this work with us were encouraged to think about like the feasibility of if they were able to do this, either leveraging some of their ESSER dollars or leveraging additional funding that they might have at their school level. But you are correct in that a school's decision to move forward with this lives at the school level, and we don't have any proposed money in FY25 to help them build out these facilities.
In the past, was it contemplated that OSSE would? What I'm really getting at is, why would we spend money to design them and then drop the program?
Again,
Budget?
I would say we spent money on planning and implementation as we were navigating reopening our school system as a result of the pandemic. Plans can be used by the schools now if they wanted to. And if schools came forward and said they needed those resources, it would be something that we consider, but it wouldn't come out of OSSE's budget. So you hear me speaking about the role we played in developing the plan and the role we would play in the future around technical assistance. But we in OSSE's budget do not have a proposal to fund the building of these outdoor learning facilities.
The DC Futures program,
Yes.
why was it chosen to be eliminated?
So, you're gonna hear me discuss at length, or maybe not at length, depending on how we find ourselves today. There are several programs that we are quite proud of that exceeded our expectation in terms of design, implementation, and success, that we had to make difficult choices on and about as we sought to present a balanced budget. And one of those programs is DC Futures. If you've had an opportunity, and I believe you did from residents that testified, it is an amazing program. It's designed to have last dollar scholarships up to $8,000 for residents who attended one of 3 local universities. We designed the program to serve 1,500 residents, and we exceeded that number. And it's been amazing to see the uptick, the participation, the attendance. And so I'm giving that grounding foundation to explain how much we value this program, believe in this program, et cetera. But we had to make very tough choices around programs that could not be sustained over time. And as long as we have a cohort of DC Future students, we will continue to have resources that are needed to sustain that scholarship program.
I don't understand that last point. The
Meaning-
testimony seemed to be that the folks who are on the program now would be cut off.
They will be. So we have enough resources set aside to cover the tuition and the modeling of the program through the fall of next year. And when we designed the program, we communicated that in the design that this was a recovery-related post-secondary scholarship option that would be a 3-year option for those who were in our first-year cohort. But individuals who signed up for the program knew that this was a program that we, at the time of design, did not have a long-term funding source for. And so this program, rightfully so, was designed to address residents who wanted to pursue higher education in ways that may have been impacted by the pandemic. We wanted to give individuals access to higher ed. It is an area that we want to figure out a longer term solution on, but it is an area that we did not propose for funding at this
So to
time.
be clear, the budget, mayor's proposed budget, does fund these scholarships through the fall of this year?
So in the FY24 budget, we have resources that will cover the tuition through the fall of FY24. We have no resources for FY25 that would allow us to enroll new students into the program in the spring.
The way the program was functioning, was it growing in cost each year? Is that one reason why it was, you say it was not sustainable?
It's just not sustainable in that there's no local funding source that funds the scholarship over time. We leverage recovery dollars to support this. I can't say the dollar amounts increase dramatically, but year over year, as we add students, we will have to pay tuition, we'll have to pay for coaching, we'll have to pay for the emergency fund and other associated IT costs. That dollar amount does not change year over year if we continue to enroll students.
Can you give me, as a follow-up to this hearing, a breakdown of the number of students
Yep.
who are currently in it? And if the council just maintained the funding for those students, what it would cost each of the next several years?
Yeah, we can break it down over 25, 26, 27, and 28. That would ensure that all the current cohorts are funded through graduation. But to give you a snapshot, it'll be roughly $6.2 million in FY25 just to get those students completely through fall and spring. And we would not be adding new students. We would just be completing a commitment to current students.
Yes, and that's what I'm asking for.
Correct, yeah,
So
we
if you
can send
could
that
give
to
me the
you.
breakdown.
Mhm.
Could you also give me a breakdown of the components for the early childhood educator, the pay parity? What I'm looking for there is, as I recall, roughly it's $70 million program, but I think the portion that goes to the educators is something like 40 million. And then, well, there are other components. So if you could give me a breakdown of that.
Sure. The FY24 spend is looking like it will be $87 million. And that distinction is roughly 70 million directly going into the supplemental compensation. And then an additional 17, 18 million that goes into the health exchange.
You'll give me a breakdown.
We will.
Councilmember Fruman
Hello.
is not here.
Parker.
Councilmember Parker. I thought he was here.
Good afternoon, Superintendent.
Good
The
afternoon,
Deputy
sir.
Mayor of Education recently published a report on school safety enhancements that are needed. This was commissioned by me last year. What steps are OSSE taking to implement recommendations from the Deputy Mayor's report?
I would say upfront, first, thank you for your commitment and work on the issue. We've engaged in a lot of conversations around school safety. OSSE's role largely relies on us making sure that we're providing the right technical assistance to schools. We're setting up the right data infrastructure around attendance, reporting, et cetera, in both your legislation and the recent legislation that has been proposed by the executive. We'll be engaging in robust conversations about the role that OSSE plays. You've heard reference of the digital backpack. We're trying to ensure that all student records exist in one centralized place, both academic, social, behavioral, et cetera. That's ensuring that as students are moving through systems, we'll be able to play a vital role in getting those records. I would play into your previous role on state board. You'll be pleased to know that we're putting forth social emotional learning standards this month for passage. That's a conversation that's been in place over time. We think about school safety largely when an incident has occurred, but at OSSE, we actually want to think about the conditions that exist within school, behavioral regulation, de-escalation, conflict resolution, et cetera, all those things that we play a role in terms of guidance, policy, et cetera, that over time could prevent these incidents from
Absolutely.
occurring. The other last thing that I know is important to you is we have procured our school climate tool. The vendor will be Panorama. We
Nice.
have a set of LEAs currently involved in the piloting of the program. We decided to not design the questions ourselves. We are actually working with 14 different LEAs, including DCPS, on question design, time, when will we administer the survey? And I'm being at length with you because you're an educator. We don't want to give the survey in the fall. What's the right sweet spot of time to get the right information? But we are excited from a school safety perspective to actually have a statewide
Nice.
tool that then allows us to not just have like qualitative wonderings.
That pilot will start next
That
school year?
piloting is starting in the spring. So the
This spring.
14
Oh, nice.
LEAs that have agreed, and thank you to those LEAs. This is like a coalition of the willing. We will need council support in being very clear with every LEA that they need to participate in the climate tool across the district. So
Starting
that
when?
in the fall or spring of next school year.
Got
Correct.
it. So what I'm hearing, that is a mandate that schools have to implement that.
It's
climate
critically
tool.
important if the executive and council has put forth significant resources to procure a climate tool.
Yes.
And we are working with LEAs to design the tool. We should ensure that all of the LEAs are participating in the tool so that we can ground our approaches to school safety into actual data around what's taking
disagreement with
place
me
in the
there.
school.
I completely agree. And the chairman already brought up DC Futures. I would just say,
Mhm.
admittedly, this was not a program that was on my radar in
Mhm.
terms of how important it was, but I was completely persuaded by the testimony that we heard last week from educators, students alike. I look forward to receiving information about how much money would it take for us to ensure at least the participants that are in the program can finish. I also want to acknowledge that we heard from the president of Trinity
Mhm.
that essentially said that they are at least committed making sure students finish. So I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but there may be discussions around what can the district do and what are some of these colleges and universities willing
Yeah,
to do.
I mean, I would offer a tremendous thanks to President McGuire. Like I don't want other university presidents to be upset with me, but when we said we needed a place for the Advanced Technical Center, she said use
Yeah.
Trinity. When we said we wanted to launch DC Futures, she said use Trinity, and has put up significant scholarship dollars to support our students. And I also agree with you. We will share how much it costs, but I think we also should have a conversation around what it would mean to have a last dollar scholarship fund in the district. Who should it serve? Because fun fact, the average age of these students is 24.
Yep.
And so we should engage in a different conversation about what are the resources for our students that are immediately coming out of school? And then what are our resources available for residents that have lived life and are clear that they want to get back on track
And fun
pursue
fact,
higher
there is a
education?
DC staff, a council staffer that is in the program.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Well, see, there we
The
go.
Pay Equity Fund, how would you define the success of the program to date?
it's a glowing success.
Glowing success.
And
And I heard what you said, and I take it to heart that this isn't a cut that the mayor wanted to propose, but was something that the mayor felt compelled to do because of other issues. What would be the final date that child development centers receive funds if the council were not able to reverse these cuts?
through the end of the fiscal year, so
So,
September of
got it.
24.
got it. How is OSSE preparing, whether it's an engagement, communication, should we not be able to reverse these cuts?
So we currently have in place, and the chairman is aware, we reconstituted the task force that helped advise and give us guidance on the creation of the Pay Equity Fund. There were outstanding questions that we were seeking to have formal recommendations on. Should resources be available? In the event that resources are no longer available, we would charge the task force with ensuring that we have the right guidance and processes in place to help childcare facilities think about the technical assistance they'll need around their offerings, their compensation now, et cetera, and to the actual workforce. So
Yeah.
what does this mean? Their health benefits will actually not conclude in September. They'll conclude at the end of the calendar year. And so those are all types of steps forward that we would put in place with the task force such that we would wind the program down in the right way. And then conversely, if resources were made available, we would still seek to solve some of the outstanding questions that exist in the equity fund because there are scale questions
Yes.
attached to that fund that we should
Namely,
address.
how do we fairly compensate educators for the years that they've been at the job?
So that's one,
Yes,
right?
that's
So
one of the
one compelling
challenges.
conversation that was in play is around step increases, right? The second is the fund will always scale as DCPS's contracts change. And so that's another question, but each outstanding question changes the dollar amount of the fund by 20 to $30 million. And so we were already engaging in the conversations around what is the fund? What is the formula? How could we achieve a world where we were all clear about that dollar amount as other factors drive the actual amount in the
Gotcha.
fund?
And I just want to reiterate, I too was heartened by the testimony that we heard from so many last week about this. I have shared with the chairman, I've shared with others that for me, this is a non-negotiable in this budget. And I feel confident we're going to figure out a way to protect this fund. But that might mean we have to have some other conversations around raising revenue. And I think district residents should be clear-eyed about that. But given the impact that this fund has had in terms of equity, in terms of raising the economic floor, namely for women, women of color, early childhood educators, and the important role they play in safeguarding our young people's future, I think that's a conversation we should all be willing to have. I wanted to come to OSSE transportation. This has been an ongoing issue. What investments in this budget specifically would you point to that seek to turn around the performance? And I know there has been work underway, but what additional investments?
Thanks for
Are
the question. I'd say three that are top of mind. Oh, and in front of me. Thanks, team. The FY25, I forget their slides. The technology updates are top of mind. We speak a lot around the need to have an application for bus tracking, but that's a part of a larger technology tool that would dramatically change the data system that monitors our transportation. So the routing system will be improved, the way trips are handed out to drivers will be improved, and we will finally, once we get through procurement, have a tool that families could use for real-time bus tracking. The other areas that I just think are worth noting are, one, we would be thinking about the approach we have for OSSE operated buses and vans, like thinking through like who needs to be on a yellow bus with a CDL driver versus what are all the other vehicles we could own to get students to and from school.
And I hate to cut you off.
Sorry, private
13 more
vehicle,
seconds.
sorry, P-route contracts are
One
really
quick
important.
follow-up. I know, and we're likely to do another round, but while we're on this topic, you previously mentioned the payment stipends directly for parents. You were going to roll out a pilot this spring, if I recall. Where are we today with that?
We have rolled out the pilot. We've already had an informational for our families. We have 180 parents signed up. They are going to receive $400 a month in a stipend to offset the cost of their
And
transportation.
are there any stipulations to how they
Yeah.
can use that money?
Yeah, so one, you have to have an IEP that allows, that your student has to have a need that would allow for you to transport your child, because certain students.
No, I'm sorry. I meant,
Attendance.
can they use it on Uber? Can they use it
They can use it
on?
they can use it on Uber, they can use it on their mileage, they can leverage whatever means they have to leverage to get their child to and from school.
Got
We are monitoring attendance as a component of parents participating in the program.
And last quick follow-up there. And is that pilot continuing into the fiscal year 25?
So we
budget?
have, yes, we have an FY25 line item for the parent stipend program of $1 million. The reason it was important to have a pilot in the spring is to literally see like, how does having 180 families participate in the pilot offset the amount of routes that we have to run? And how does that help us improve the efficiencies of our services?
And
So
that $1
it-
billion should,
Oh, it should cover it.
it should cover all 180 families or expand the number of families?
This will allow us to know how many more families can participate. The $1 million allows 250 families to participate.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's 250 families at $400 each?
That's correct.
The mayor's proposed budget zeroes out the community schools program that you have. The effect of the budget is that DCPS will continue with its Connected Schools program, which is somewhat similar but not identical.
That's correct. So currently, the community schools program supports 7 DCPS schools at roughly $150,000 a school. We'd like to actually provide DCPS some technical assistance on other grant opportunities they could leverage, namely the 21st Century Community Learning Centers competitive grant. They just received a 2.5 million full service community schools grant, and then as you referenced, the Connected Schools grant. And so we do believe that we'd be able to ensure that they had access to different resources that could serve the same purpose as this grant.
So community schools serves 7 DCPS schools.
That's correct.
And you are saying that you believe that there are other financial resources that would take the place of the money that you were providing.
That's correct.
But now there were also charter schools.
There's
Are-
one charter school partner that's receiving the grant.
One?
One,
One.
one.
We keep saying one. I hear an echo.
Oh,
I thought it was more than one.
no, there are only 8 schools receiving the grant. 7 of the 8 are DCPS schools, and there's one charter school receiving the grant.
And could that charter school access the same funding sources that you think DCPS could?
We could provide technical assistance to that one LEA on other grants that could be available to them. And also, we are acknowledging the significant increase in the funding formula and really providing technical assistance to schools on ways to leverage those dollars.
Yes, but if you were here for the hearing with
I
DCPS, we
heard.
know they got more money, but they actually are cutting everybody. You don't have to comment
Yeah, I don't have a comment on that.
unless you want to say publicly that you agree.
So funny.
Would you provide after the hearing a list of the schools?
Sure.
that- So that would be the 8 schools.
Right here.
Um, The mayor's budget includes $2 million for high-quality instructional materials and literacy.
Mhm.
Will this cover implementation of recommendations 1 and 2 of the Early Literacy Task Force's 4 primary recommendations?
I was waiting for someone to pull up the slide. So one, we do want to thank everyone who was involved in the literacy task force. It has given us a great sense of clarity on where we are, where we need to be, and how we can leverage resources to continue to push our work forward. For recommendation number 1, we have leveraged $1 million of our ESSER funds to purchase a tool that we now own. And it's critically important to note that we own the tool. It's a 25-hour asynchronous course in the science of reading. It'd be interesting if we required all of our educators to take that course as we did for dyslexia training. We completely own it. It's the right way to leverage ESSER dollars, a one-time spend on something that we own and something that we need. And as of this month, over 1,000 DC educators have taken the training, or they're currently enrolled in one of our structured literacy courses, either letters or the science of reading training that we own. For number 2, competency for our administrators, we want them to have access and potentially have to take that same training. And the $2 million that we have set aside are ensuring that we're able to push in needed curriculum resources on literacy. And so we are, again, really, really proud of the work that we've done. The work we did around dyslexia shows us what's possible. Over 13,000 educators took that training and are now trained on how to spot for dyslexia. We could ensure that our educators have that same approach for the science of reading. This fund, again, will help us ensure that we have literacy investments in our K-5 classrooms, and that really does align with recommendation number 3. And so we've worked hard, even in a tight budget environment, to align investments to recommendations.
I'm not sure that that directly or clearly answered my question.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So, but I'll rephrase the question.
Sure.
Based on what you said. So of those 4 recommendations, how many of them are funded to be implemented with this budget?
So recommendation 1 is around competency and structured literacy. We have a tool that we own
Yes.
that we.
So you would say that one's funded.
I would say that that was funded.
Recommendation 2, you have $2 million. Is that for recommendation 2 or for recommendation 2, 3, 4?
Recommendation, the $2 million now, we would say provide support for recommendation number 4, which is ensuring that we have access to high quality literacy instructional materials. We already covered recommendations 1 and 2 through the science of reading. Our whole now is on recommendation 3, where we think about coaching. But if we think about how we have leveraged investments the right way year over year, the next right investment would be around curriculum materials. If we say teachers have access to this training, they should take it. We now want to make sure they have instructional materials so that their training is matched with materials that they can leverage in the classroom. Because for those of us who have taught, the space between building a lesson plan off the internet versus having a lesson plan that's aligned to standards and based in the science of reading dramatically changes what information is being presented in the classroom.
So I heard you say the whole now is on recommendation number 3.
Correct.
And how much would that cost?
We could follow up on that dollar amount. The way we've aligned to recommendation number 3 currently is we'll be releasing a tool in May that's a structured literacy walkthrough tool so that schools in their own learning environments can do literacy walks, look at the quality of instruction being provided, and see that it's aligned to structured literacy protocols. We're acknowledging that we are in a tight budget environment, and year over year, we've leveraged our ESSER dollars to move the conversation on literacy forward. The $2 million that's proposed truly is on ensuring we have high quality instructional materials, and leveraging this tool that we're going to release in May helps ensure that we've addressed every recommendation to the best of our ability, given the context that we find ourselves in. And we should require our educators to take the science of reading training. I'll await for very grumpy people sending me notes. Particularly, is that okay, guys? Danielle, is that okay?
You want her to shout loudly, yes or no?
It's okay, trust me.
All right, so you'll get back with regard to recommendation number 3.
Correct.
Flexible scheduling grants were awarded to 6 schools this year, but the Budget Support Act eliminates, the mayor's proposed Budget Support Act eliminates the possibility of having pilots continue into next school year. So what does that mean for the 6 schools or for the pilot?
So the pilot is currently, we are proud to say that we ran the grant process. We successfully awarded the full $1.2 million to 6 LEAs. Each LEA, doing the math, received approximately $200,000. They were awarded their notification in mid-March, and so their implementation is underway. Though the program is not funded, we will work with all of the grantees should they come up with sets of options that they would want to implement inside their schools. We can provide technical assistance and guidance. Some of the schools have already started to think about different ways they could schedule their program. And we don't prevent any school from having a flexible schedule should they be able to sustain the instructional program for children. And so this is another difficult decision that was made. We are happy that we were able to run the pilot, happy that we were able to get the resources to these 6 grantees, and look forward to learning what they intend to do now that now that they have resources to see what's possible.
Well, does it necessarily follow that flexible scheduling has a cost? So we put money in for the pilot because schools haven't done this, so sure, give them some money to help them. But going forward, when they figure it out, does it necessarily cost?
Not necessarily. Some schools will leverage technology in different ways. The resources allow for individuals to step back and think about overall school design, staffing, even the master schedule. So it doesn't necessarily mean that there'll be costs associated with implementation, but it was good to be able to step back and give these 6 LEAs resources to look at their LEAs and see what could be possible.
So
We offer flexibility in the instructional day as it currently stands. The resources allow them to step back, look at their entity, see what is possible, and we'd be able to provide technical assistance as needed.
So you think that flexible scheduling as an approach can go forward in the schools?
Depending on the school and depending on what they seek to come up with in terms of a flexible scheduling model. If the design is they need to increase their staffing by 12 people, then perhaps not. If the design is they want to use asynchronous learning environments in different ways to allow for flexible time for educators, perhaps the goal, as you heard from DCPS, is we want to ensure that children have access to school every day, Monday through Friday, but Black friends, but how a school comes up with that model will be dependent upon the resources that they have available.
So when we set this up, I think we expected more than 1 year, and there was supposed to be an evaluation. Does all that end, or will that part of it be completed? That is the evaluation and evaluation of effectiveness.
We still plan on doing the evaluation of the effectiveness of the program because the 6 LEAs still received the grant dollars. And so we do expect for them to still look at their school, look at their program, look at their instructional design, decide how they would approach a flexible scheduling environment if they are either A, available and able to do it immediately, or if they had X amount of funding, how would they approach it? We would do that evaluation and share those findings with the public and with council.
Okay, Councilmember Park.
We
Councilmember-
plan, I'm looking here that that deliverable is due in February of 2026. And so we still plan to deliver in terms of what was required in the legislation.
Did you say February 26?
26. 26.
So they got the money this year. They
Mhm.
have to spend the money this year. So how do they do it next year?
By design, they would receive the resources in a world, they would receive the resources through FY24, implement whatever design that they would plan through 24, 25. We would stand back and evaluate the overall investment in 26.
Okay, Councilmember.
And we
Frum?
look at certain results, like, I'm sorry, teacher retention, student attendance, et cetera. Sorry, council member, I'll stop talking now.
No, you're welcome to talk.
No,
This is
no.
your hearing. Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you very much. The audit, the enrollment audit, I've been,
It's coming.
I mean,
I knew it. I was
generally it's
like-
out in January.
I know, I said, no one asked in the performance hearing, and then I walked downstairs today and I said, someone is gonna ask me where the enrollment audit is. We hope to get it out as soon as possible. It's in the final stages of review. I will make sure you all know when it's available. That is my apology.
All right, well, thank you. I'm very curious to see it, and I think it actually is sort of important to have in this budget process. So really, the sooner the better. I'm sure you've talked some about special education transportation. One of the things that's been out there is the idea of an app, a
Mhm.
GPS app. and we've spent some money to try to pursue that. Where does that stand? Where does that stand and how can we get something like that done soon? Because we all continue to hear issues and we could address them with technology.
Yeah, it is in the FY25 proposed budget to allow for resources that would allow us to do a full technology upgrade to the software processes, et cetera, that exist around DOT. And one of those tools will be an app for families. We will have to get to this budget, get access to the resources, run procurement. And so we'll get it done as fast as all of these processes allow us to move forward.
So, and how much money is in the FY25 budget
Give
for
me
this?
1 second, because I just had it pulled up. We have 3.2 million in capital funding for this investment.
For the app. And so the budget becomes effective October 1, you do a procurement. It-
I mean,
What's
in-
your hope in
in
terms
an
of having it
ideal
in
world, we
place?
could come back from winter break. We know it will happen next school year. The timing will be upon how fast we can leverage ourselves through a procurement process.
Oh, so you think that's the scale? It's not that it takes years.
No,
it's
no,
that
no,
Once you
no.
do the
So the
procurement.
investment, the capital investment is going to be made over several years, but that will just be how we pay out the provider of the service. This is a palpable topic that has existed. And so we know we'll be able to get it done. The timing is just on how fast can we get through the procurement process.
And the goal is in next school year.
Mhm.
Okay. Thank you for that. DC Futures, I know there's been some conversation about this and I understand that I think I was told that at least one of the participating schools might be willing to help in terms of scholarships.
Yeah, Trinity.
How many DC Futures students do we have at each of the at Trinity Catholic and UDC?
I don't know that I have it broken out by school. I know the top number is we have 1,125 students actively enrolled in coursework, and then we have an additional 400 or so that are receiving coaching, depending on where they are in their learning process. But I can get you the breakdown per each school.
So I would value that. I mean, I think if Trinity can do that, that's great. I think you're probably aware that UDC is seeking funding, and there is funding for student support system that can help on part of this, right? Because DC Futures is two things. It's the coaching and support and it's the scholarship.
And it's also emergency funding. So a huge driver that forces individuals to stop school is books are required and you don't have money for the books, or you may have issues getting to and from school. The emergency stipend is really significant in ensuring that individuals stay the course and continue on in school.
All right, well, I appreciate that. I mean, I want all of our schools to succeed. I'm very committed to UDC. I'm sure you are also. So other schools have a transportation subsidy. UDC students don't have access to that. If Trinity may be able to help students in one way, I don't want to see us, does the cost of the program differ from place to place? If you have a student who's at Trinity, his tuition might be higher than a student or Catholic tuition might be higher than a student at UDC. Is that the case? Is the cost per student different at different
Well,
places?
yeah, the costs of the universities are different.
So this is another one of those places where we made a promise and now we're breaking it. And it might be that Trinity comes in to help, but if it's lower, I would want to know what's the cost of preserving the program at each of the places. And I have a particular focus on UDC. We're trying to build enrollment there. We're trying to build confidence in our state university. How do we make sure that hundreds of UDC students don't get thrown out? So
I think a couple of things. One, this is not a broken promise because this was a generous offering to ensure that residents who may have made different decisions about their higher education during the pandemic, had an opportunity to attend a university within the district. And I'm going to say that I am tremendously thankful to UDC, Trinity, and Catholic for stepping up and being universities that were willing to go on this journey with us. So I have palpable love for UDC, and also part of what makes this special is that residents were able to decide which university, which offering met their need. And so I want to make sure we're clear that it's the uniqueness of the model was not just directing folks into one location, but it was saying these are the majors that we will support. And these majors are aligned to careers that we need in the district. And we were really clear about the timelines for these offerings. We were clear up front that these were recovery dollars that would expire in December of 24. And we hear the palpable concern and question around two things. How do we ensure that we make these individuals whole? And what is a structure that should exist in the district for a last dollar scholarship system? And should that exist at UDC? How should that exist so that individuals are not choosing to either not start school or drop out over the things that the research from this program have shown us, coaching and emergency funding, which is separate and apart from tuition.
So I hear on all of that. I mean, and maybe my rhetoric was a little bit too hot and there's semantics involved. We have people who are 1 or 2 years into a program that made it possible for them, and it then won't be possible. It may not be possible for them to complete their education. All of us want to avoid that outcome, whether that's a broken promise or not following through, having given a warning and then not being able to deliver over the long term. When a person signs up to go to school, they want to complete it. They don't just want to do 1 or 2 years.
Agreed, but we have residents every single day that sign up for university and they know it's a 4-year expenditure. We were upfront in saying, like, part of what made DC Future special and why people signed up is, and I've talked to students, they were like, oh no, I got 3 years for free, or I got all of my needs met for 3 years, and I know I'm responsible for that 4th year. I got 2 years met, and I know I'm responsible for those 2 years. I'm eager to engage in the conversation around what is the dollar amount that ensures that everyone is whole. I just want to be as transparent as possible that we didn't tell individuals to sign up for something that would cover them for 4 years, and now we're taking that away. We were clear up front that this was a program leveraged by recovery dollars, and the dollars would sunset when the funds sunset. And really quickly, UDC has 588 students, Trinity has 484 students, and Catholic has 204 students. So to your point, the preponderance of the students in the program attend UDC. And so I mean, I know President Eddington well. I can step back and have a conversation with him around what's possible. President McGuire has already kind of stepped up and said they're willing to come to the table. And I know our folks at Catholic will be as well. And we can engage in this conversation around what it means to make individuals whole.
Would you repeat those numbers?
UDC has 588 students. Trinity has 484 students. And Catholic has 204 students.
Thank you.
All right. I'm going to, one last topic, which is PKEEP. There's a reference to reductions in PKEEP. I don't think it's specific in the budget books. I've heard it's like $2.3 million that may come out of PKEEP. PKEEP's a really important program. It's frankly a really important program in Ward 3 because we don't have pre-K 3 capacity and we don't have enough pre-K 4 capacity. And it's kind of a bargain for the district to be able to meet those needs without the big capital expenditures. And it's a great, great program. What will the reduction, if it's a reduction of 2.3 million, mean in terms of fewer seats? And I ask that question because also, and take into account the allocation per student goes up under the formula. And so then there's fewer dollars. I'm not arguing with the increase in the allocation per student, but the result is an even bigger reduction because the cost per student goes up and the number of dollars goes down. What's the real world impact of
Yeah,
this?
I mean, we can follow up in writing. Many of the things you shared are spot on. It is a $2.3 million reduction, leaving a little over $11 million to service what we now have 27 programs. This reduction would ensure that we would be able to fully fund 14 of those 27 programs. And we would then have to think about what the prioritization criteria would be with additional resources. So you are correct in the dollar amount that's going to be cut.
But in 14 programs, they may not be the same size, but.
That is correct.
But I mean, that made it sound like you could see a 50% reduction. If there's 27 programs and we're fully funding 14, are we going to see a 50% reduction in the number of kids served?
That's correct. And it would be in alignment with our regulations. So we would prioritize funding facilities that are meeting students' needs who are furthest away from opportunity and scaling out who receives full funding that way. It's the right line of questioning.
Yeah, and it's a line of questioning that has me
Mhm.
even more nervous. So I'll continue with more questioning, not now, I'm done. But this is an important thing that we need to fix.
35% or more of children receiving childcare subsidies would be the priority per the current set of regulations.
Councilmember Parker.
I wanted to come back to the literacy investments. If your team could pull back up that slide.
Sure.
I believe you were suggesting that we should mandate the science of reading training. I noted that there's about 1,000 educators that are receiving the training. What would be the estimated cost to require that level of training for all district educators?
I think it's cost neutral because we own the training and it lives on our learning management system.
And OSSE would have the capacity to facilitate that type of training?
That's correct.
So the only.
We would have to work with our LEAs on like.
But the
what
only thing
professional
missing
development-
is
It's
the mandate.
asynchronous, so you would have to do it.
Missed the layup.
No, I got it. I caught it.
Oh, you-
Go, Coach Daly. I got it.
Okay, so the only thing missing is the mandate for the training.
Correct.
Got it. And I know we've come a long way in terms of literacy and dyslexia screenings. I'm thinking of folk who have long touted and talked about these things as focus areas. Alistair Chang from the State Board of Education, Ruth Wattenberg, Sheila Carr, and the list goes on and on and on.
Hello, Ms. Carr. I know you're watching.
Yes, I want to lift up those names of folk who have long been talking about this before literacy was the sexy topic that everybody was talking about. And as we look at literacy rates in the district, it's a testament to the need of even greater focus. And so I want to applaud you and OSSE for getting us to this point. And I caught the reference, and so stay tuned, more to come on making sure we mandate more of our teachers actually get that training. What does OSSE track anything for adult literacy in terms of illiteracy rates?
Yeah, we do.
Okay, I'm gonna put you on the spot to
but-
ask you the rates of illiteracy for adults that we know are highest in communities like mine, Ward 5, Ward 7 and 8. But what are some of the resources available via OSSE to ensure that we are also focused on adults that may be dealing with literacy challenges?
We could engage in a conversation on further tracking of actual adult literacy. There's no statewide assessment, so I want to make sure we're aligned there. But we currently have 90 individuals enrolled in our adult literacy training. And we've rolled out a second set of resources for the dyslexia training. A lot of our high schools and adult charters were like, this is great, except it's really catered toward younger learning bands. So we took that feedback and we're gonna adjust those offerings. But we should talk more about that space and areas that we can push forward.
Okay. More to come on that. The Advanced Technical Center in Eckington has been a success. In this budget, you are proposing for a new center east of the river. Can you explain how these two might collaborate, if at all, the two centers, and what's the projected timeline for the new advanced technical center?
So our first ATC, again, thank you so much. It is a glowing success. It's the definition of if you build it, they will come. The students are doing exceptionally well. Our vision for having a second one is really aligned for two things. One, we are building a new hospital, and as we become more committed to ensuring that our students have access to CT offerings that are aligned to the real world, no better place to do that than to have them have access to that hospital and the medical fields
And it's
associated.
something literally in all parts of the city. People
Exactly.
say our young people need more
Exactly.
trade programs is how
When
it's
we
often.
were originally envisioning the first ATC, we wanted program offering like phlebotomy, medical practitioner, et cetera. As we built the ATC, we started rightfully with cybersecurity and nursing. I know you've been to the ATC. I'm not sure if other members have, but you should come. It's a full medical suite and a full cybersecurity suite. Students are taught by university faculty. They earn dual enrollment credit. And it is a glowing success of what's possible.
And what's the timeline for the new center?
The new center, we have our first planning call tomorrow.
Okay.
And half of it is, if it mirrors what took place with the first ATC launched on Trinity's campus and then moved to Penn Center when the facility was fully realized. We will have to monitor the development of the hospital, where the facility would take place, where would students learn. Lucky for us, we've done it once before and are excited about going on this journey again, particularly in a facility
I think
east
it's
of
great.
the river.
I'm really excited about it. It's especially the opportunities that it will provide young people in terms of sequencing.
Mhm.
A rhetorical question I have is more, does the money need to be funded in fiscal year 25 if we're just in the planning phase of things?
I would say yes. What allowed us to have the success that we saw with the current ATC is we had access to funding year over year that allowed us to again launch on one campus and then have resources to build and then move. I mean, we
Okay.
essentially moved a whole
So
facility.
we won't see these funds swept in
I
fiscal year 25 because
I
we
hope
haven't
not.
actually gotten to it.
hope not.
Hope not. Okay.
yeah.
Wanted to turn to truancy. Part of the challenge with our current approach that I hear from charter and DCPS LEAs is that school teams feel as though they're doing everything we're asking them to do. They're tracking attendance, they're making the referrals. A complaint I often hear with relevant agencies is, those referrals often go into a black hole and they aren't receiving feedback. The question for you is, what would it take for OSSE to automate attendance and the referral process? And are there any dedicated funds in fiscal year 25 for us to move in that direction?
So, I mean, we've engaged in this conversation before. I think a multitude of things. Schools are best positioned to be the entity that's making the referral. I do think we could align on tracking that process.
So just pause in there.
Mhm.
So I agree schools should take attendance.
Mhm.
Our current system says at 10 absences for students 13 and younger, they are referred to CFSA. Why can't that be automated so that once I've entered the 10th absence, there's an automatic referral?
So the broader question is what role does OSSE play in the validation of those absences so that we're sure that it's an unexcused absence and it's not an excuse and that the school has had ample time to circle back with the parent to get clarity, because we wouldn't want to force a child or a family through a process and then the mom come back and say, no,
And
those are excused.
What
We
does
did
that
X, Y,
process
and
look
Z."
like now in
Right
terms
now-
of OSSE validating?
So we've made significant progress forward from a system where we only reported out attendance once a year to now doing it 3 times a year. But that currently requires 3 times a year where the attendance codes are locked and we do data validation and then we produce the results. Should we do that more frequently, there'll be an impact both in terms of what we have resources to do and how that's effectuated in our school system. But I see the road you're traveling.
I'm assuming there are no investments in the fiscal year 25 budget to create that automatic data system that I'm referring to?
Currently in the FY25 budget, it's resources aligned to the 3 releases a year that we have just launched this year.
Got it. Got it. What research or work has OSSE done to move beyond that? So as you know, there's legislation to push beyond even the 3 reports. I am of the mind that in our day and age, teachers should not have to make these referrals on an individual basis, that we can automate it. What work has been done to see what that might cost, what our capacity is?
So
et cetera?
I mean, I'd say one thing up front, I'm fairly certain, don't want to get ahead of myself, but there are multiple pieces of legislation right now that are touching on this topic.
Yes.
So there's a piece of me that believes there's a hearing upcoming.
And
And
yes,
that part, I think we do need to discuss because there are multiple pieces that have multiple viewpoints. The automation part,
and to be
and-
frank, the reason why there's multiple pieces is because our system is broken. That's not necessarily because of OSSE, but I do think OSSE plays a very important role here. And what I routinely hear from teachers and schools is, we are doing everything we're being asked to do. And there are 6,000 plus referrals reaching CFSA that aren't being followed up on.
well, I think from a state education agency perspective, I'm going to stay in my lane here. We would be eager to engage in the conversation around what does it mean to collect attendance from our level on a more regular fashion, and what does it mean to release that information, and who would be on first to share that information.
Okay.
My only hesitancy around automation is we have to ensure that someone is doing some sort of check before we push children forward, acknowledging that currently enough students are not being pushed forward.
Okay.
Like those 2 things can be true.
Chairman, are we having another round or no?
Yes, we are.
Okay,
Well, all right.
thank you.
And we are scheduling a roundtable on the truancy bills on May
Okay.
13th. It'll be
13th of
May.
May.
It'll be a roundtable and invitation only. We will have a hearing after the budget. Council member,
Alan?
we have 2 chairs in the room.
No, not at all.
Councilmember Allen.
But I was right.
Thanks, Dr. Grant.
Good afternoon, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Great to see you, Dr. Grant, and to your team. I know there's a lot of topics to cover, and I know my colleagues are handling a lot of them. I wanted to focus in for a minute. Really as follow-up from a conversation I had with several families in Ward 6 that wanted to sit down with me to talk about their experiences with student buses.
Mhm.
And I would characterize as some pretty deep frustrations of the experiences that they were having and their kids. And so I go into these questions with that conversation in mind. One of the things that they talked about to me was a significant sense of frustration of what their child is experiencing, and everything from not having great communication to not feeling that their kid is getting to and from places on time, and also trying to understand what could be done differently or what could be done better from a systems perspective to deliver a better experience overall. So that's where I'm kind of coming from as I kind of sit with those questions and experiences they shared with me. So one of the things that they pointed out is that their own experience seems to be at odds with what they feel they hear OSSE testifying about and sharing about the performance of those buses. So I'll give you an example. During the oversight hearing, OSSE testified that you're operating at 94% on-time rate for buses. That is not what their personal experience is or for their kids. And one of the things they noted was, and this is my question, is around how do we measure that, is that on time, the metric we use is when the bus is leaving the terminal, not when students are actually arriving at school or at home. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Is there a different metric we're also having then? Because I mean, if I'm that parent, right, what I declare to be on time is going to be when my kid's either getting to school or getting home, right?
Correct.
I don't really care when the bus is leaving the terminal. I want to know when's my kid getting picked up? When are they getting there? Is there a different metric we're using for those two, what I would think of as more like a real life experience at that measurement? And how do you kind of square what maybe you're also hearing from other parents and families with that metric.
So one, we've had this conversation with many members of council. And so like to the extent you are speaking directly to constituents, please send them directly to us. We've found tremendous value in pulling the route, talking directly to the family, getting an understanding of what's taken place. Like I've rode routes in Ward 6, not just because I live there, but like, and I've seen in real time where I'm like, oh, this is a challenge, but in the riding of the route, we're able to find solutions. So first, I want to say transparently, please reach out to us. Our Director of Transportation is in the room. Would love to talk directly with your families about their experiences. And two, right now, one of the reasons there's a $3 million capital investment is so that we can have the ability to track where students are in real time. The reason we measure when buses leave the terminals now is because if a route leaves the terminal 15 minutes late, 30 minutes late, we then can proactively reach out to families and say, your bus is going to be late. We know it's going to be late. You're 100% right. We cannot control the twists and turns of what's happening, trying to get not just across DC, but in many instances into Maryland and in Virginia. So we've stood up pilots where our attendants have the ability to call and text message. We are trying in real time to control for the reality that we don't have the technology that we want in place. And also we want families to have a better experience. And so I would ask again, like, let's talk directly to your folks to engage in that conversation. But my testimony around why we measure leaving the terminal holds, because it's currently our greatest predictor of how it's going to go in the morning. And we also are able to know when every route is in at the end of the day.
First off, I appreciate and I'm happy to help connect families to you. And I don't disagree. Of course you should measure when they leave the terminal. What I'm asking is there an additional metric of when the student is actually being picked up?
No,
Is there an additional metric measured of when the student is dropped off at school?
no, I'm telling you in real time, the reason that we are shifting and making a sizable investment in the technology upgrade is so that we can have that information. The challenges that we have found ourselves with or in is it is publicly hard to produce that information and also hold sacred the nuances of the rights of the children. This is not a traditional transportation system where we're moving, where kids are getting picked up on the corner of First and Pierce, and we know for sure that they get to their school. We're doing hand-to-hand service for over 4,000 students, and we have improvements to make in this area. Like I'm not disagreeing there.
Yeah, no, I hear you on that.
Yeah.
So part of the experience they shared with me is having to go out and like purchase like an air tag to sew into their kids' clothes, their backpack, to be able to feel like they had like a real time sense of where their child is. Is the technology investment you're talking about? I mean, if I wanted to go get on the bus right now, I can go check. I have an app that's going to tell me exactly when that bus is coming. And within, 30 to 60 seconds, it's pretty accurate. Is the idea that technology investment you're talking about is going to create that level of experience and expectation that parents and kids are going to be able to have?
Yes, and we're thankful to the mayor and the administration for making that level of an investment. The only nuance there is we have to make sure that only you are able to see where your child is, whereas anyone can go on Vomada's website and look for a bus. And like that is what we have been piloting, testing, trying out. And we now know that we have to procure an entire tool to not just provide information on what a parent can see, but we actually have to redesign the way routes are run, trips are distributed, like all of that has to be brought into the modern age. Right now, we are using paper-based tickets, and that is a part of the system that we need to improve.
So from a timeline perspective then, so if you feel like the investment that you think would address what those parents were coming to me about, and you feel like the investment that's in this proposed budget is going to address that, walk me through the timeline to implementation. What do I tell my families? This is when you're going to see your world change. This is when you can expect that you could pull that up on your phone. You're going to have a high degree of confidence.
Well, one, I again would like to engage in these families to see what their current experiences are. Because we have private routes in place, because we have the parent stipend, we have been able to provide solutions for a lot of families to improve their individual experience. And so their world could change as soon as we engage in a conversation. More broadly, we get through this budget process. When resources are available in FY25, we will go through the procurement process. As soon as we procure the tool, we'll be able to implement it across the system. But you will hear me continuously talk about things that we've piloted, things that we've tested. We tried to move the whole system at one time. That's not effective. And there is no one time of year where we can turn transportation off. And so we're trying to do things in a way that doesn't cause the entire system to be halted for any reason, but also give parents realistic expectations on how the system is going to change. And it continues to improve, and we will continue to push for more improvement.
Are there, I mean, I am very well versed in a very slow procurement process, right? And I know that government is not always as nimble as we want it to be. Are there ways in which you are able to help shave down time on this procurement? I mean, there's a solicitation that was just posted today for a project that was funded 3 years ago and finally is now going out to solicitation. Like, I want this to move as fast as humanly possible, and I'm going to assume you do too. What are ways that we can expedite this so that your team is able to try to get these tools and be able to bring them to these families?
So I want to acknowledge two things. One, yes, we want things to be done as fast as possible. And two, we have exceptional support from our OCP team. Like, it is worth naming Tamara directly into the record. She is single-handedly supported us, and Paris. I don't want to like, no.
Trouble when
people-
you start naming names.
No, but it's worth naming names. Like, the ability to issue emergency contracts to stand up private routes, then go through a full procurement process that allows us to have this 96% on-time rate that may or may not, be the right metric, but it is a metric that's ensuring that we are serving more children today than we ever have in DOT. And that is because of the partnership we have with OCP and the support we have from our OCFO. So I don't want to pretend like it's always broken, because in this instance, our agency partners are serving us exceptionally well. Right now, Tamara and the OCP team are doing market research because, again, we don't just need any app. We need a specialized set of tools for special education transportation. And again, in this district, it is so unique. There's no other state education agency, to my knowledge, in America that is transporting special education students the way we are transporting them through multiple jurisdictions. And so I could not look them in the face and not acknowledge the heroic work they've done to move as fast as possible. And I know that should these resources become available, the market research that's being done now would immediately allow us to put up this procurement and run it through a process. And again, our OCFO partner has been generous in ensuring that this work get done as soon as possible. But the reason that I won't give a specific timeline is because OSSE is not the beginning and end of this process.
Oh, I know you. I know that you're good at your job. You'd never actually give me a specific date and time.
That's
just
not
because
true. I told you when social studies was going to get done. I told you when, like, the parts of my job that I control, I give timelines and I meet them. The
Fair
parts
enough.
of my job
none
that
of-
I have to.
I'm not going to hold you accountable for OCP, but the heart of my question was, how can we help support you to move something as fast as possible?
Yeah,
How
I
do
mean,
we help
right
you?
now the support is keeping this dollar amount in the budget and being really, really clear. One, in acknowledging the mayor's deep understanding and the CA's deep understanding of what it means to meet the needs for special education. And once the resources become available, holding us accountable on getting it done. But right now, we want to protect the capital investment.
I'm not against the capital investment at all. It's what I want, right? And what I want is for this to get delivered in a way that that group of families I met with feel like they were heard. The problem that they're experiencing for their kid is getting solved, and there's a solution coming.
And I
so
would just say, parents said that they wanted a parent stipend. It exists. Parents said they wanted the reimbursement rate doubled. It exists. Parents said they wanted access to multiple private routes. They exist. Our drivers are happy and they serve our children when they could do a lot of other things, but they wake up every morning at 3:30 in the morning and they run over 400 routes across this district and into Maryland and into Virginia. We are working harder than we ever have to produce this service and we have to get better. And there's several folks in this room who have held our hand in that journey. And I'm just saying, I would love to sit down with your parents and bring them into the conversation. But this is a all district or whole of government effort to ensure that these children get to and from school.
I hear you, and I know my time has expired, but the chairman still stepped back just for a second. So one more quick question to
Hello.
buy him time. I know that you also have a fantastic opportunity and challenge that you're about to take on, and so congratulations.
Thanks.
And I'm sorry to have you be leaving the district, but I know it's for great things ahead. For this specific project,
Mhm.
for a project that you will likely not be in this seat to see it completed, who is your point person? Who is going to help shepherd that through? And how are you thinking about your leadership transition to make sure that important projects like this don't miss a beat as you step off to the next adventure and challenge and somebody else steps in?
So one, OSSE's strategic plan is really clear. There's 7 pillars to that plan. One of them is the reimagination of systems. One of the systems that we've been consistently reimagining over the last 3 years has been student transportation. So those priorities, those metrics are clearly defined. It's how I can sit before you today and say $3.2 million for X. 2, the leadership team is still here. OSSE has, and I'm not saying it just because they're here, one of the strongest leadership teams in all of government. I would stand on that. It's a pleasure to serve, work alongside, et cetera. Michael Riley is in the room. Michael, you should wave. He's our director of transportation. It has been a godsend to find him and have him in place. Raphael Park is our deputy of operations at OSSE. Keenan is the assistant superintendent of operations at OSSE. We have a strong leadership bench that will not falter just because I'm taking another opportunity. And these individuals have committed themselves to the children of the district and will continue to do so. But it's pointed out in our strategic plan the tangible work we expect to do in transportation. It's exciting to see just how much we've gotten accomplished, and this investment will ensure that technology is not the barrier for the services that we need to provide.
Great. I appreciate that. I think I've bought enough time for Mr. Chair to get back. Thank you, Dr. Grant. I
course.
appreciate that. This is, I'll share back this with the families that have reached out to me. I'll also offer to reach out or have them be able to reach out and connect them directly to you and your team. This type of investment, I think, is the one we want to see made. I'm sure we'd love to have seen it in the past as well, so it's already here, but I'm glad that it's in there. And I would fully support making sure these dollars are in there, and then most importantly, support that they actually get deployed the way we want so that we see the change that I think our families are asking for.
Right.
So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember. Second round, I have 8 questions. Third round, I have 8 questions. If we get to it in 10 minutes, this is the last round.
Got it. Challenge accepted.
Grow your own program.
Yes.
So briefly, what is that?
So Grow Your Own was an investment that essentially seeks to ensure that we have resources available to grow the next generation of teachers from within DC. Right now, we have students at Georgetown and American. Is that correct? You will see in the FY25 budget that we do not have resources for Grow Your Own because we are shifting those resources into our teacher apprenticeship program. You will have seen in the FY24 budget investments in teacher apprenticeship. There is investments in the FY25 budget for teacher apprenticeship, and here's why. Research shows and evidence shows that teacher apprenticeships are ways that we can actually create more teachers and give them access to learning while quote unquote on the job. They'll be in an apprenticeship with a teacher guiding and navigating their learning while also being enrolled in university. And that's the shift that we are seeking to make at this time with those resources. As we sit here today, our model is before the Apprenticeship Council. That will allow us to continue to go for federal funding. That would allow us to scale that amount up more in terms of how many educators could we produce. And just for your I guess, your awareness, this investment would allow us to produce almost double the amount of teachers in the teacher apprenticeship model than what we were able to achieve in Grow Your Own.
So you think it's a better alternative? Now, Grow Your Own focuses on residents, and I'm assuming teacher apprenticeship doesn't have that focus.
No, it has the same focus. We want to ensure that we're growing our teachers from within the district. We would double the amount of future teachers under teacher apprenticeship as compared to Grow Your Own. We were able to produce 24 this year under Grow Your Own. 50 teachers would be potentially made available under teacher apprenticeship.
Is there a residency requirement in order to qualify for the teacher apprenticeship? Because you said, I said there's more of a focus with Grow Your Own on DC residents. You said, no, there's a focus on DC residents with
Well,
apprenticeship.
I want to be mindful of the term Grow Your Own in terms of residency requirements. Right now, the requirement, we are really focused on how we leverage current paraprofessionals, high impact tutors, individuals who have had access to the workforce who want to become a full teacher. Those are the target groups. The requirement is that you serve DC students to be a part of this program.
DC TAG has an unspent funding balance. What's the, in a word or two, what's the cause of the balance?
In a word or two, that's tough. One, I should say, we support increasing the allotment of the award to our students.
But that's up to Congress.
That is
Congress
up to
chose not to
Congress.
do it. That's from 10,000 to 15,000.
Two, we should all be working collectively to ensure that all of our students are applying for DC TAG and leveraging the resources. But the balance is a result of, one, we should increase the amount being distributed and the rate that it's being used.
Well, you also have a time limit requirement, and I'm not quite getting that if you have an unfunded, if you have an unspent balance. So applications have to be by a certain date for a school year that goes well beyond that date. So I don't remember offhand, but let's just say that the deadline is September 1st for a school year that runs from August through next May. Why not get rid of that deadline? Because that
That's
probably.
a fair question. We could consider it.
But the main reason is that the funding threshold, no, the
The
funding-
allotment currently isn't reflective of the rate of inflation. So if we could work together to increase how much is given, that would allow us to have a greater spend. We've also updated the eligibility so that more students would have access to the resources. But students have to enroll and we can monitor it. But it's a conversation that's top of mind for us and assuming top of mind for you.
You're already 5 minutes through.
I know,
Um,
that wasn't even two questions.
The new campus for the Advanced Technical Center, who will be the university partners?
Have we decided on that yet? We have not yet. We know that Trinity is interested. We would assume that UDC as well, but we have not signed MOUs at this point.
And is it only the two at the current one? I know you answered that earlier.
Again, we have not actually stepped back and made decisions on university partners. We would be looking at programs of study that we want to pursue and then aligning our partnerships going forward. I mean, obviously, we've had great partnerships with UDC, Trinity, and Catholic, but could not commit them without
Yeah,
engaging
no,
a
my question was
conversation.
about the current one. So you have three partners.
Oh, that's
at the current
correct.
one.
Trinity, UDC, and Catholic.
Several of the legislative measures that have been introduced in the council regarding truancy require OSSE to report attendance data more frequently. OSSE is already committed to providing snapshots 3 times a year. Could you provide that same data monthly?
There would be an impact on how we do that in terms of resources, but we should engage in conversations to unpack that more. And I do need to correct that at the ATC, we are partnered with Trinity and UDC. I was adding Catholic to the conversation, but that's DC Futures, so.
Okay, on attendance, so you could provide it monthly, but it would have a cost.
And we would have to socialize that with our LEAs, that there is a school there's a school's implication side to that, that we would have to engage in with them.
School improvement bill. We adopted that. There's things that are supposed to happen by the end of this year, and then next year. Is all that on track with the budget?
That is on track. Bless you. Bless you again.
I'm allergic to your answers. Mildred.
Well, you can gavel us out.
I can't because there are several council members behind me. The funding in the budget for the GPS tracking is adequate?
$3.2 million.
And how
yes.
quickly would that, assuming we approve it?
As soon as we get through our procurement process.
And when does that start?
The second we signed the FY25 budget. I had just shared with Councilmember Allen, we're conducting the market research now on the types of tools that we potentially would be able, let me not say that we are not doing it. Procurement is conducting market research analysis now on exactly what we would need so that when resources are available, we can move, and would express tremendous thanks to them because they've really taken on this issue for us and helped us move faster than we might otherwise
Well, I'm
be
going
able
to
to.
ask you if you would follow up with a timeline for procurement
Of
and
course.
implementation. And I'm guessing you could start the procurement process before the fiscal year. You just need to push the CFO.
Hey, Paris.
So,
That was,
I guess he was hearing me. But my guess is that if you work the system, that you can start things much earlier than waiting until October 1st. So
I mean, I will engage in a conversation
Having
with
said
Paris
that,
around what's possible.
if you would follow up this hearing with the timeline for procurement and implementation. Contractual services for bus routes received a $6.5 million increase. What do these funds cover?
They cover the private routes that are in place.
They're not covered right now?
These are proposed funding for FY25.
Yeah, $6.5 million
They're
more.
yes, they are in play right now.
And that's just going to cost $6.5 million more next
That
year.
will ensure that we are able to start the school year with the current amount of supports we currently have in play.
Because this year that wasn't enough, because this year you were underfunded, because this year it was started, this private routes were started after this fiscal year began, so.
Lots of, I mean, let me be precise. When we enacted our need for private routes, we leveraged ESSER dollars to cover that amount. We now have a clearer understanding of our spend for private routes. We've received a $6.5 million investment to procure private routes that allow us to sustain the service that we've been able to have during this school year and previous school year, which is when we truly began leveraging private routes to provide services.
I may have already asked the last question. I think I'll have one at the very end because I get to cheat. Council member from.
Thank you very much. On the grow your own that you were talking about with Councilmember Allen, I hear you that that your view is the teacher apprenticeship program is a better, more efficient way to do it. And so I understand that. But there are students who are in the Grow Your Own program who've gone a year or two down the process. What are we doing about those students? How can we help them? Because it's another one of these places. I understand plans change, approaches change, but it's another one of these places where we have folks who are halfway down the road, and what do we do to help them to ensure that they get all the way down the road?
Yeah, currently we have 6 active degree-seeking participants in the program. Georgetown will serve 4 of those programs. And sorry, I'm so sorry. participants,
Hmm.
Georgetown will be able to serve their 4 folks, and they will be able to serve all of their participants with FY24 funds. So no additional funds will be needed to ensure that the 4 students at Georgetown are able to complete. And then there are 2 remaining students that we're going to have to provide a solution for. Those students are at American and they're in undergraduate programs. So we'll be able, if we were able to continue to support of the 2 students currently at AU, that's one amount that we could follow up with you about. But overall, we were mindful about when we made this shift and acknowledgement of who was where they were in each program. So Trinity was going to enroll a new set of students, but they didn't enroll their first cohort, and so there wouldn't be any additional funding for them.
Okay, so you have your eye on
Yeah.
that, on this issue. On the P-keep issue, I just want to go back for a second on the P-keep issue because I heard you say 2.3 million reduction off of 11.3 or leaving it at 11.3.
There's leaving it at 11.6.
So that's like a 1/5, 1/6 kind of reduction. And then, but then the impact of that reduction, it sounds like you were saying that you can fully fund 14 out of 27 programs. It seems like the impact of the cut is way out of proportion with the size of the cut. But can you help me understand that?
Well, we are going to prioritize funding for facilities that are serving our students in facilities it's complicated. I could follow up with you in writing. The program has a structural shortfall that we subsidize by transferring funds from the subsidy. And so I will have to follow up with you in writing. It's not as dramatic. It won't be as drastic as it appears, but there will be an impact to funding. The regulations that we have with respect to subsidy and P-keep require that we prioritize facilities that serve at least 35% children receiving receiving subsidy.
Yeah, no, I understand the mechanics of once you have to make reductions, how you prioritize the reductions. What I'm trying to understand is why a 1/6 reduction in funding could lead to a significantly larger ones than 1/6 reduction in the number of children served, because the cost of serving them doesn't change depending on whether they're getting federal supports. And it may be the answer to that is that there's a lot of money that's poured into this program from someplace else, and that's not coming. And so the reduction, it's the loss of that funding and but I want to try to fully understand what it takes to make the program whole and what the impact of the reduction that's on the table will be. So
We'll follow up with you in writing.
okay, I very much appreciate that. On the GPS, a number of people have asked you about it. I love the chairman's suggestion that that procurement process can start sooner.
I do as well. So thank you.
In the meantime, there's the parent texting program. And so what's the plan for that, maintaining, strengthening that until such time as we have the GPS?
Yeah, we're
function in
continuing
place?
to move forward on that pilot and leverage ways that families can have access to texting. We want to ensure that it's negotiated in our contracts with our labor partners, that they can engage in the texting process to ensure that that can continue to take place. We don't intend to remove it, but we also have to make sure that we've done the right negotiations so that it can be a part of standard practice.
Okay, well, I hope that we can do that. I'm pleased about the speed that you're going to try to get to the GPS thing, because that can greatly alleviate the need for texting. But in the interim, we definitely have the need for texting. In your presentation on dual enrollment, you do a comparison between FY23, I think you say 613 dual enrollment seats in FY23, and in FY25 getting to 800 dual enrollment seats, but it doesn't have the data for FY24, at least in your presentation, I believe. Yeah, so
I think
FY20,
it's 612,
613,
613.
yeah, in FY23, and then there's the plan for FY24. That looks like a pretty big increase, but what was FY24? Then it's got the column for FY25 and it's 800 seats. And so that's good, almost 1/3 increase. But what was it? What did we do between last year and this year? What's
And
FY24?
FY24, we were at 613 as well. Maybe it's not clear in the way we've shared it.
Yeah, I think that, yeah, I think it
Yeah.
says in FY23, if so that would be a pretty significant increase in dual enrollment in the
Correct.
coming year.
But I would say a right and needed increase.
Oh, Yeah,
Yeah.
100%. We need, this is a great opportunity for our students. And how much of that is in the advanced technical centers? Do those seats count for that?
I want to say no, but Antoinette will quickly correct me if I'm wrong in that. Yeah, we treat the ATC as a separate entity from the dual enrollment allotment.
So actually, that means it's even better news.
That is correct.
So thank you for that. Um, Okay. The Healthy Schools Act
Mhm.
and Healthy Schools, you've changed the way that you funded it. But can you talk about what's the implication for the programs underneath it, whether the hope is to expand those, there will be contractions. I know one that I hear a lot about is the food prints program in different schools. I've visited a food prints classroom recently. It's a sensational program, seeing the kids' faces light up and the way in which they engage. What's the ramifications of the change in the way that the Healthy Schools Act is being funded, and what is the thinking over the horizon of what we're going to be doing in this space?
One, I mean, Food Prints is where I learned how to make sweet potato quesadillas. And so it is truly exciting to see them in schools with our students. And our overall community gardens program is something we should be really proud of. The decision to allocate the Healthy Schools Act dedicated tax fund to one-time funding was driven by several factors. Sorry for reading, but it makes the answer correct. We're responsible for ensuring meals and services and nutritional program in compliance with the Act's requirement. But the shift in funding allows us to be more strategic. By shifting to local funding, we can use our recent needs assessment to either enhance or modify certain nutrition-related grants, environmental literacy programs, school garden initiatives, and farm-to-school programs. The realignment also helps us better address the needs of our residents and leverage resources more effectively. So it gives us a set of nimbleness that we didn't have before that we think could help serve our schools and our residents well. And the funding, we have the funding we need in place to do this with fidelity.
And the commitment remains as strong as before, and if
Oh,
anything, the
certainly.
goal is to grow it. All right, on that note, thank you very much.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Very much good luck to you in your next adventure, and I
Thanks.
join in being sorry to see you go, but good luck.
Oh, thank you.
Councilmember, thank you, Councilmember Fruman. Councilmember Parker.
I want to come back to the Grow Your Own program.
Sure.
Just to make sure I'm clear on a few areas. Is there still another $650,000 outside of the 550 in apprenticeships totaling the 1.2 million that's in the financial plan?
No.
No. Is it possible that some people started the Grow Your Own track at AU or Georgetown, promised a subsidy, and now they are not going to receive support for the remainder years?
So we're
towards
clear
certification?
that the students at Georgetown have resources they need in the FY24 to meet their needs. We are still addressing how to meet the needs for the 2 remaining students at American.
How confident do you feel that you'll be able
We
to?
will have to step back and engage in a conversation with American. We've had that conversation with Georgetown. We need to make sure that we have the same conversation with American, and we can engage in that, and an update with you on that as we go through this budgeting process.
Okay. And one last question there. Does the 1.6 million funded last year in teacher apprenticeship stay? And this is an additional 550,000?
That
Or
is
is the
correct.
total now 550,000? This isn't a.
The total is, we had a
addition to-
$1.6 million investment in FY24. We have a $550,000 investment in FY25
On top of that.
on top of
Got
that,
it.
correct?
All right. The school improvement legislation that the chairman and I introduced, you mentioned that you are on track
That
to
is
deliver
correct.
that. I believe the date was September,
That is
that
correct.
you're supposed to deliver plans. Can you just characterize what that means on track?
So we are knee deep in the middle of all of our stakeholder analysis. We've done focus groups. We're doing one-on-one conversations with a wide array of entities. The State Board of Education, we're meeting with the Student Advisory Committee in May. We're talking with principals. If we recall back to the original conversation of this, we wanted to make sure that this report wasn't something that was done to our schools, but was done in close conversation and in community. And so what you'll see in the report isn't just our own thinking, but it should reflect a wide array of stakeholders that we are going through the process of interviewing, engaging in research. We also are a part of CCSSO's community with other states that are also engaging in the conversation around the new world of school improvement. And in the report, we also will be making recommendations with respect to enhancements. One of the things that we are quite clear on is we will want to make recommendations on what could a local match mean to federal funds for school improvement. And then the obvious conversation around the role that the SEA plays in school improvement. Those are 2 things we hope to touch on. We're also working with the National Comprehensive Center and other leading national organizations that are weighing in on the creation of this report.
Nice. Does the CSSO or anyone else have grants that might help you stand up this type of work?
I don't know that it would come from CCSSO, but we should thought partner about either local or national funds or or philanthropic supports that could help
And
support.
is
our
there
work.
money in the fiscal year 25 budget to stand up what you might?
No, the
recommend?
goal of the report is to put dollars around recommendations for
Got it.
future investment.
So the earliest, I'm assuming
Would be
that.
FY26,
Got it.
correct?
Unless we dedicate some money for fiscal year 25
You know,
in anticipation for that report. Okay, I got you. I got you. How many FTEs are there currently in OSSE's school support division?
none. We're building that division. Another
But
recommendation.
you do have a assistant superintendent of.
I have a deputy super of academics that also supports post-secondary teaching and learning.
And it's just that one
K-12.
FTE.
Yeah,
Got it.
we held hands on this legislation.
Yeah,
but
no,
we
I
do
know.
need-
I thought the number was
Yeah.
3 or 4. That's why.
We have one dedicated grant manager, but another thing that will be in the report is what would it mean to establish this division from an SEA perspective? And then what resources should go into schools? And then what, if needed, would we need to exist at the state education agency to strengthen our ability to push schools toward
Yes.
improvement?
And to zoom out for those that may be watching, the spirit of the legislation is to build OSSE's
Mhm.
capacity to support schools, namely those that are lowest performing, to have skin in the game, and to accelerate student performance.
And I should
And-
say, our schools have eagerly engaged in this conversation, not just focused on the lowest performing, but focused on the overall continued desire to improve.
Yes.
And so it has been well received, and we will
Good.
continue to do this work. I mean, well received for now, but it's encouraging that schools,
Yes.
both DCPS and public charter, are coming to the table, really wanting to get into
That is really
tangible
good to hear.
ways. Yeah,
Believe it or not, there were some that were saying, why is this even important? Why are we doing this?
well.
And so from educator to educator, it is good to hear.
Everyone is focused on accelerated learning. and they're trying to
Yes.
figure out.
But there's also a role for support,
Mhm.
especially when we know there's always room for growth for our schools.
Yep.
And that is the headline. I want to leave with people. I'll end here. I want to thank you for, one, sharing with us today, but your leadership at
Oh, thank
OSSE.
you.
I want to echo what Councilmember Fruman said. It is unfortunate that you're leaving, but I'm really excited about what's next for you. I do have questions connected to this. When the announcement was made that you're transitioning away from OSSE, it generally said the spring. Do we have a more definite date or timeline?
No, just spring.
Okay.
I'm committed to navigating us through this process and deepening work around transition. So
And the school improvement work and
we'll
there's,
still be on track. The
Okay.
lovely folks are still here.
okay. And then lastly, is there any funding that you would recommend as we are going back to deliberate in committee, or any nice to haves that may not have made it to the mayor's proposal?
I mean, I would
that
say the
we could
folks
consider?
here and at this table, we have worked very hard on the proposed FY25 budget. It is a tight budget. We've had to make really hard choices. I think we've had a robust conversation about
So
the
outside of
pay-
the literacy training,
about the pay equity fund.
the
But we
pay
really
equity fund.
believe in this budget. We have to protect the investment in high impact tutoring. You cannot look at that map and not know that it's an equity issue. You actually can't see how it's playing out in the lives of children and know that like the most research-based evident intervention is playing out in our system. If we do not fund that, it will directly impact these children, the blue dots, that have never had access to tutors, that now have access to them. And then those individuals are choosing to join our workforce.
And what's the investment? In fiscal year?
$4.8 million.
4.8.
And the conversation we have about literacy, I won't miss the layup the second time. We have to protect those investments and as well. The enhancements that we're asking for today matter, and we should protect the FY25 budget. And I should thank you publicly. We joined this journey as you as my state board president, and now as a council member, we've gotten great work done together. And so thank you.
Absolutely. Chairman, I promise I didn't pay her to say that. No, seriously, in all seriousness, I really take to
No,
heart.
you just have a multi-hundred million dollar appropriation before you.
In all seriousness, thank you all for your work. I know OSSE is not often praised, and you all are doing very important work nonetheless. So thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Nadeau?
Yeah, just finding a mic over here.
Lakeisha, does she have materials?
Yes.
Okay,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
But she told me she can't see the clock from where she's sitting.
I'll just talk until I'm done then.
Correct.
No, I can sort of see it. Something weird going on with it, and I'm told it's not my eyes, thank God. So anyway, thank you. There was a lot of ground covered today before I was able to return back here. And I'm going to do my best not to be redundant. But I wanted to actually ask about childcare subsidies. Can you please break down the $10 million reduction to childcare subsidies proposed in the OSSE budget?
It's a reduction. To the extent possible, I can say that it's not going to interfere with the access to subsidy that we hold dear. We're still keeping in place. We increased eligibility from 250% of poverty to 300%. That will still stay in place. And we believe that due to the stewardship of our local and federal resources, we'll have the funds needed to cover childcare subsidy payments in FY25, even with this proposed reduction.
How? I mean, it is a reduction or it isn't a reduction?
It is a
Okay,
reduction.
so how do you, I mean, it's big. How do you still afford all the things that?
I mean, one, I can follow up with you on like the specific.
Yeah.
But we cover other things with subsidy that we are no longer going to cover that
okay.
won't impact what is available to individuals who need to utilize subsidy.
Okay. You're welcome to follow up with
Yeah,
me, but if
on the
there,
specifics.
if there are any that you know off the top of your head that we cover with subsidy that I wouldn't be thinking of that we're no longer going to be able to cover?
No, I mean, I wouldn't say off the top of my head.
Okay.
Yeah, I would have to follow up.
Okay. So just to clarify, even with the $10 million reduction, we will still be able to cover subsidized childcare slots at 300%.
Correct.
How many do we cover right now?
Sarah, do you have that handy? It's a monthly average of about 5,500.
Okay. Thank you,
You're welcome.
both. Okay. OSSE recently unveiled new social and emotional learning standards,
Mhm.
which incorporate conflict resolution standards. Will funding be allocated in the budget to enable educators to purchase conflict resolution curriculum and undergo training?
Well, we unveiled it. We haven't passed it yet. So the state board will be voting on these standards at the April meeting. We will be leveraging the last bit of our ESSER funds to support implementation. So we will be using the late extension process to leverage $250,000 of recovery funds to support the implementation of the new SEL standards. And we have an SEL convening taking place on June 12th. So we'll be able to walk our schools through the standards, hopefully, and through, bless you, and through
Thank you.
resources that would be available for the implementation of the standards.
So you'll use 250,000 and that is ESSER funds that are in FY24?
Correct.
And then what'll happen for 25?
So through the late extension process, we're able to map out with the federal government ways to utilize those dollars through FY26. So we're already in the process of being clear about how we want to leverage every single dollar of recovery funds. We've leveraged recovery funds for social studies implementation, and we plan to do so again for social emotional learning implementation.
So is it 250 that you have to stretch through 24, 25, and 26?
That's correct.
So that doesn't seem like it'll go that far though. So what will
Well,
cover?
I mean, for us, in context, we leveraged 500,000 on social studies. So it is a significant amount of money for a new investment of standards. We want to step back tangibly and have our convening, stand up resources, see what schools actually need. And then we'd be able to make additional enhancement requests in future out years. We're excited that we have resources to be able to say that we can discuss implementation, and
Yeah.
thankful that we still have usage of recovery dollars. It's a really big deal that the education department stood up a late extension process so that every single dollar can be extended, and letting them be extended through FY26 is a big deal. It's going to help us a lot in the fall as we think about what we truly need when truly all of the recovery dollars are no longer with us.
What are some of the things you think that amount will go to as you're standing up the program?
The convening, any curriculum offerings that we may either house at the state agency or allow schools to have access to. We have a learning management system that we are procuring resources for and holding in the learning management system. So a lot of the trainings will probably come out of those resources. We also know that we want to have an SEL toolkit available and think about the different types of vendors we would want to make available to our school. So it doesn't seem like a lot of money, but if leveraged the right way, it could get a lot of resources at our disposal.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I want to ask you a couple questions about leave and scheduling. Does OSSE plan to implement monitoring measures to safeguard teacher privacy and ensure that mental health days are approved as sick leave consistently throughout schools?
A lot of that lives at the LEA level.
Okay.
I could touch base with you around any reporting you might want to have made to the state level, but right now, those types of processes live at the LEA level. But if there is a monitoring component, we should discuss what role the state agency should play in that.
Sure. Okay. Do you have any data on the number of schools that currently employ a wellness coordinator or a similar position?
I know that we stood up the wellness grant and we had one. No, we don't keep that, but could touch base on if that is something you would want collected. We collect, we collect teacher data, but we could think about other
Yeah.
roles you might want to have information on.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Do you conduct audits to ensure that the responsibilities of the wellness coordinators don't conflict with any other positions they might hold?
No, but again, it's another area that we would have to delve in.
Yeah,
I understand the line of questioning though.
yeah, that's the end of the line.
Oh,
so.
no, no. I mean, I ran a school, so I know where the questions.
I appreciate
Yeah.
that. Okay, and then what department, new topic, what department at OSSE is investigating absenteeism?
Investigating or
Looking into it, sort of addressing it.
It's a cross-functional topic.
Okay.
So health and wellness, our data team, our schools team, whole I would dare say every division plays a role in absenteeism in some way, shape, or form, but
Yeah.
it's a cross-agency issue, and it's highlighted in our strategic plan that way.
So is there one person who kind of leads the effort around that or one team?
I mean, I don't want to throw her under the, so many of the divisions live in schools.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I would say chronic absenteeism is named in our strategic plan. And again, there are multiple divisions that touch
Okay.
the work. So it'd be hard to pinpoint.
So it's the
person.
superintendent then.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of my priorities. So
Yeah.
I'd say the superintendent.
And what strategies does the Youth Reengagement Center employ to re-enroll eligible students back into schools?
So the Reengagement Center is going through their own strategic planning process. It's a critical function of our system to play a role in ensuring, as you said, students who have disengaged are brought back. They provide services that would allow students to be matched back in school and essentially put back on track.
Great.
I mean, they do social media, they can support student walk-ins, they can manage referrals from CBOs. And so multiple ways to think about the way we re-engage students.
Oh. Fantastic. Thank you very much. And I will echo the words of my colleagues and say we will miss you. Good luck and thanks for your service. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember. I am not doing a farewell here because I'm in denial, so. And I suspect I'll talk to you before the undetermined date when you're leaving.
Yes, it'll be sometime in June. We could say the last day of school.
Give me just a second. I've been asked to stall a little bit. So I have a question here.
Yeah, I thought so.
What evidence can you share that high impact tutoring has actually met its goal of improving academic performance?
Yeah, hello, Joseph, you're doing great work today. You could pull up the high impact tutoring slide, that would be great. So multiple different metrics we would want to highlight. One, it's important to note that we are going to serve over 10,000 students. From an academic perspective, we know based on interim assessments that 7% of our students are likely to achieve their academic growth goals when they have access to tutoring. We also know that high impact tutoring improves attendance. We are really excited that we have a positive correlation between students receiving high impact tutoring and attendance to the tune of attending 5.2 more days of school per year.
Say what?
We have a positive correlation between
Yes, but you gave a number.
5.2 more days of school for students who receive high impact tutoring. And we know that 16% more of those students are reporting to having a trusted adult at school that they can go to for help. And I also spoke about the way that it's enhancing our teacher pipeline. 37% of Blueprint, which is a math provider. 37% of their tutor cohort became a teacher this year, 6 teachers and 1 paraprofessional. And that is just exceptional as we think about enhancing our workforce in one of the hardest to staff areas, which is math, with individuals who want to be in our classrooms and serve our students.
What was the first metric? I didn't write that one down.
It was either the fact that we are on track to serve more than 12,000 students, or it was 7% of our students are more likely to achieve their academic growth goal.
Thank you.
Thank
I'm
you.
surprised, but we've actually been joined by another council member, Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, I just finished with DC Health and then ran upstairs. Although it seems as though my colleagues have covered all the things, almost all the things. I did want to ask about the Advanced Technical Career Center because it is fresh from having a conversation with Dr. Bennett downstairs. I'm excited to see that we're growing the health clinic and we're going to be partnering with Children's National. What type of credentialing will students be able to receive, or are you all still trying to conceive of what that program is going to look like in the full?
Well, at the current ATC, students are receiving CTE credentialing in nursing and in cybersecurity. Students that are at the ATC now could stay on at Trinity and pursue their full undergraduate experience in nursing and receive all of the credentials associated with it. As we are preparing to build out our new ATC, those offerings are going to be determined as we work with our future employee partner, which is a hospital, which is very exciting, and the universities that are partnered with us. But we're thinking about credentialing in phlebotomy or medical practitioner, a CNA, and maybe potentially another nursing dual enrollment. But those health careers generally are the ones that we're going to be focused on to maximize what it means to have an ATC on a hospital campus.
That's great. It's good to hear the CNA piece for those certified nurse assistant. We have a shortage of those, and we just passed part 1 of legislation that would allow for a 16-year-old to get certified as a CNA. We have a charter school that was looking to take advantage of that, and it would be really great to see the Advanced Technical Career Center take advantage of that as well.
And just so you know, we fully support that.
That's great. The other thing that I was just talking to DC Health about, that something to think about. We went down a really dark path down there about food inspectors. And by dark, I mean, eat at these restaurants at your own risk, because we're not doing the inspections that we're supposed to be doing because they can't find the people that we need. It is a very technical role. A lot of people think that you're just going into a food facility center and just doing a checklist, and that's not it. There are some pieces that I feel like we could lay the groundwork for. It may not be a sanitarian, but it could be one below that in these ATC centers, because I don't think it's necessarily a career job that a lot of people think of, like, I'm going to be a food inspector, in the same way that no one thinks that they're going to be like an alcohol inspector with APCA. So this is just a opportunity to expose young people to a new career path, which we actually need.
I would say if, and we can follow up with DC Health, but we do have an advanced internship program. And so if there are opportunities for our students to have access to internships in food inspection, we would love to figure out how we include that program of study.
I brought up with the chancellor some questions about special education in terms of funding for resources. And, I'm noting in the supplemental that about 5.8 million was being swept from the Special Education Enhancement Fund. Why were these funds not utilized?
That is a good question. We will have to follow up on that topic. I wouldn't say that they weren't utilized. They're utilized in a multitude of ways.
If there's 5.8 million available to sweep, that means there's 5.8 million that was not spent.
We can follow up. The way that we leverage those funds they can cover a range of things that align to special education services. It's a case of needs as they emerge. And so they were swept and we can acknowledge that. But I could also share with you the range of things we spend those resources on.
Yep. Okay. I'm just saying, and I want to underscore this, right? Because I'm hearing from classroom teachers who are saying they're asking for special education related resources and they are being told there's no money for that. And then they look and then they see 5.8 million actually was available all along so that they could get a changing table, or they could get the specialized device for the student who is nonverbal, or they could get the desk for the student who has some physical challenging needs, so that they're not sitting in a classroom uncomfortable.
Yep.
And so I think those are sort of the balance pieces when we tell the community there's no money because of the council, or there's no money because of X, and then there's money that we just haven't spent because we are not prioritizing this.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, we would want to follow up with you on that, particularly as it's playing out in classrooms. There are legislative limits on what the money can be spent on, but we will follow up on how we have spent it in the past and how we course correct for needs that exist in the classroom that might not be met.
okay. Sort of staying on the special education piece, I think the last time that the chairman had a special education hearing, it's been a while. Mr. Chairman, I hope you hold another special education hearing because it's been a while. He's not hearing me, but that's okay. I'll underscore that later. One of the questions that was continuously raised was around compliance in terms of assessments and evaluations, completing it in a timely fashion, and to what extent OSSE is not only tracking those numbers, but providing technical assistance to schools that were having difficulty hiring staff to complete those necessary assessments. Do you happen to know where we are in terms of compliance rates now, and are you satisfied with that number?
Well, I would say we're always working on improving the compliance. We are excited that we have released the Special Education Performance Report that both acknowledges where schools are with respect to compliance and also where they are to the offering of special education services at their schools. We continue to see compliance improve, but it's a targeted area of focus for us. And I can follow up with you on the specific compliance rates of all of our LEAs. We provide technical assistance to LEAs on an ongoing basis to support compliance. And now that we have this report, we actually provide targeted technical assistance to ensure that the work is improving. To your point, we've spent a lot of time and resources in the improvement of our special education services. Having this tool now that will be on the DC report card allows a lot of visibility and transparency into how the LEAs are performing.
Okay. Overall, I guess for a knowledge base for the public, at what point does OSSE do a formal investigation into an LEA of whether or not they are meeting their special education requirements by the letter of the law?
I would say we do that investigation annually through the monitoring and oversight to ensure that they are following the law. If there's a specific issue that you'd like to raise, you could follow up with us. But it's a part of the overall monitoring and compliance of the agency that we're holding schools accountable.
Okay. However awkward it may be, I do feel like OSSE probably should look at DCPS's new model as they are requiring families at the transition year period to go back to their neighborhood schools if they are currently out of boundary. The transition year can be kindergarten, it could be second grade. The traditional years aren't always. And for these young people, when they get in a stable environment and then are being asked to move, I know the chancellor talks about proximity, but what it looks like from the outside is that we're resegregating our schools. So I have a situation, we had a case last year where all of these kids were together at Deal Middle School. It was only the white students that were able to go back to go on to Jackson Reed, and all of the Black students were sent back to their neighborhood schools. And so while that might not have been the intent, that is what it looks like on the outside. And I know that they're saying it's in the name of proximity and for the families, but I don't feel like this is getting enough attention. And we have families who are basically the ones who are well-resourced and know that they can fight it are, and the ones who don't know that they can fight it aren't. I think you guys should engage on that process a bit more before there's a larger lawsuit in works.
Noted.
I know my colleagues covered a lot on the Pay Equity Fund and on PKEEP. I would love to talk to you all more about that. The Pay Equity Fund got stood up very quickly, and I want to express again appreciation to OSSE for all the work that you all have done there. And if there needs to be retooling or shifts, let's do that, as opposed to what I think would completely collapse our childcare system in a way that I don't feel like folks on the third floor are appreciating what the impact would be if we were to stop this year.
I just want to reiterate that it's not the mayor's desire to eliminate the Pay Equity Fund, nor is it the desire of OSSE. And so eager to engage in a conversation, but it's also why in advance of the budget being released, we had reconvened the task force to address questions that needed to be solved for, even if the current amount was available. And so you have our commitment to continue to do this work, to solve and provide these resources should they exist. But I do think it's important to underscore again that it was not Mayor Bowser's intent to eliminate the Pay Equity Fund. It's a result of the environment we find ourselves in. And really quickly, the team has provided timeliness on evaluations. And so it's only through school year 22-23, but DCPS is at 90% in terms of their initial evaluation timeliness, but we'll
Okay.
continue to follow up
Yeah,
there.
I think the last time it wasn't DCPS, that was
Its starters are at 61%.
Yep, that was the
Got it.
issue.
I was-
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Pinto.
Oh, hello.
We're waiting for you, Councilmember Pinto.
Oh, thank you so much. Sorry, I couldn't hear. Here we go. All right. Well, hello, good afternoon. Superintendent Grant, I wanted to come back on and ask you a little bit about our literacy efforts. And thank you so much for all of the work underway to stand up the literacy task force and a lot of work going on there. And I'm glad to see that this budget proposal includes $2 million for support of high quality instructional materials for literacy, which is one of the recommendations from the Early Literacy Education Task Force. And one of the biggest things that educators said that they needed and wanted, and that was access to instructional materials to support the structured literacy approach. And so I know that our educators are going to be so grateful for these resources, and most importantly, they will help them in teaching our kids how to read. But I want to understand what the plan is for the rollout of those materials. When do LEAs typically select the new instructional materials for each school year? And do you anticipate that these materials will be able to be used for this upcoming year?
So one, I also want to thank you for your continued partnership and advocacy around literacy. Your support and Representative Chang's support has been tremendous. So I want to make sure I acknowledge that. The next step in our process, we'll be releasing a guidance, a rubric, and a list of curriculums that we support this month. And so schools who are getting ready for next school year can actually look at those tools and make some decisions. We are in a budget process, and so the resources that are associated in this budget would be available in FY25, and schools would be able to select those and use them in the late fall and early spring of next year. But we're working really, really closely with the instructional leaders of our LEAs to ensure that the implementation is done with fidelity next year and in the future years. And just again, thank you so much for tremendously understanding the importance of this $2 million as it pushes our work forward.
Well, thank you, and I will agree and echo the amazing work and leadership in this space and around literacy of our Ward 2 State Board of Education representative, Alistair Chang, who has really taught me so much about this issue and continues to be such a champion. And I know he really values his partnership with you and OSSE as well in the continuation of this work. So will these instructional materials be offered free of charge to LEAs?
They will.
Okay. And so I'm sorry, it's on my end. My computer sound is a little difficult, but do I have that correct that the process is underway, but the goal is to get teachers those materials before the start of the school year?
We will give them access to rubric and guidance on how to select materials this summer. And then as resources become available, we are in the middle of already leveraging ESSER dollars toward high quality instructional materials. This investment from Mayor Bowser ensures that we can continue to make those investments. Right now, we have invested $1.7 million of ESSER funding in high quality instructional materials. The mayor is proposing an additional $2 million to further those investments around literacy. And so we're in the process of selecting curriculum now. This just ensures that we keep pushing that work forward.
Got it. Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Speaking of work that's already been ongoing, I understand that a small portion of this funding may go to educators who have already started or completed their letters training. If that's true, do you know how many educators that you anticipate to be supported to complete this training next year?
That will be 80 educators that will be in year 2 of their letters training in FY25, and we have resources to support them.
And do those resources come from a different funding source?
They have currently, or it's the same funding source.
Okay, that's part of the 2 million.
Correct.
Got it. Okay. Are there any other opportunities in this budget for educators to complete structured literacy training next school year?
So I shared with Councilmember Parker that one of the investments we made with our ESSER funding was purchasing our own science of reading training. We now own that training. It lives on our learning management system, and now any educator would have access to that training.
Got it. Okay. And has that been utilized? Has all of that funding been utilized in years past?
So we leveraged ESSER dollars to procure this course, to stand it up on our learning management system. And a little over 1,000 of our educators have taken this course and completed it. But this is, we were strategic in the way we leveraged our ESSER dollars to purchase trainings and coursework that we would now own, and our educators would have access to it free of charge as long as it's available. And so that's just a strong usage that we now are able to provide the high quality training to our educators in future years at no cost.
Thank you. What is the status, or could you provide an update on the status of the implementation of the Period Equity Act and providing menstrual health products in all of our schools, as well as the updated health curriculum?
You will laugh because I thought of you this morning. That was like my first question. I was like, are the materials in schools? And Tia was sharing, and we can share with you that we walk into universities and schools and we just go in restrooms, check, and our schools are largely in compliant. As you are aware, the law required schools and universities to have the resources available, and they are doing so. We will go through the process of updating health standards with the board in the fall. And as you are aware, the state board eagerly worked with us to introduce the first menstrual health standards. And now we'll be doing a deeper dive into all health standards. But it's moving forward in ways that make me happy, and also I know make you happy as well, because all of our all of our children should learn about this very natural process and how it plays out across their lives.
Well, thank you very much for that. And in terms of the health standards, are those implemented in the school curriculum yet, or is it still in process?
The health standards come up for review. I want to say it's on track. It's one of the items that's listed for next year with state board. We made an exception and updated the health education standards just to include menstrual health standards, but we'll be doing a deeper dive. Yeah, the last time the health standards were reviewed was in 2016. And so we'll be going through the process of updating the DC health education standards in FY25. But right now that doesn't have an associated cost. We go through the process of updating the standards, putting them forward for state board, having them approved, and then we align implementation costs associated to those standards. And so if we do that process in FY25, they probably will be realized in our schools in FY26.
Okay, thank you. So I want to ask you about experiential learning. I think it is so important for our kids to have exposure to different experiences outside the classroom, field trips. And so what is OSSE's role and how does this budget advance your ability to provide those opportunities to more of our kids?
Great question. I also really and am excited about experiential learning. I would step back and say that it's largely connected to the work we're doing overall around reimagining high schools. In the mayor's proposed budget, we actually have targeted ways that we will leverage those resources, but we are stepping back with our overall community and focusing on, wait, what's happening? Oh, it's frozen. Okay. We are stepping back and really thinking about the way we reimagine high school in terms of where are students going, how are they getting access to coursework, how are they getting access to internships, how are we rethinking everything to the way courses are designed to actual seat time. And so I could talk about the advanced internship program or the career readiness internship that both take our students out of a traditional school setting and give them access to real world experiences. But it is what makes us so excited about the Reimagining High School investment. I should also just pause and acknowledge the great work of the post-secondary team, because we are also setting the stage to discuss graduation requirements and the way that those are going to play out in our school system. And that's the broader conversation. What are the requirements that we expect our students to have or to have had experience to as we prepare them to go into the world? And experiential learning is a core part of that.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you very much. Thank you for all of your work, Dr. Grant. And I'm out of time, but I do just want to express my shared frustration with my colleagues about the sweeping of the pay equity fund and hope that we can work together with you and my colleagues to replenish that fund. That is extremely important for our educators, for our families, for our workforce, and hope that we can continue that partnership to make sure that that gets back to where it needs to be.
Great. Thank you so much, Councilwoman.
Thanks, Dr. Grant. Thank you, Chairman Mendelson.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto. So if I move slowly enough and stall, maybe we'll get a few more council members.
I mean, karaoke.
And you would like that. No, that's going to conclude the questions we have for you today.
sir.
Did somebody take notes on what you're following up on?
Yes, of all of these lovely, talented individuals, we have notes.
Which would include how much recommendation number 3 for early literacy task force will cost. It includes a breakdown for pay equity fund, how you're spending it, and some projection there broken down, how much is teachers and so forth. Information about the 8 schools that are receiving community school grants that will not be. I think that would include also kinds of resources that would be available to them to replace the funding. From OSSE, DC Futures, additional information, You remember, I don't have to try to repeat all of it now. There was additional information on the DC Lead Scholarship Program.
Mm-hmm.
Timeline for procurement and implementation of the GPS tracking.
Yep.
And I did not make notes of what other council members asked that you said you would follow up, but you should share that with the committee as well. Do you
Okay.
have anything else? So that will conclude this hearing. We will be in contact. That's one reason why I'm not doing a farewell today. As we
You
work this
listed 2
budget.
hearings alone, so,
What's that?
I mean, we have a roundtable on attendance coming up and.
Yes. That'll be by invitation only. The time is 3:48 PM. I don't have the schedule in front of me, but the committee of the whole has additional hearings on non-education agencies. I want to say on April 26th, 27th, 28th. Are you looking? No, you're not looking. 24th, 25th, 26th. April 24th, 25th, 26th, we have additional hearings on non-education agencies, April 24th, 25th, 26th, and the entire schedule is available on the council's website. I think I bought another minute, 3:49 PM. This hearing's adjourned.
Thank you.